coach just 1 month after Coach K had taken his first Duke team to a Final Four back in 1986. Billy, the Packer points.
Well, Jim, there's a special feeling in this air tonight. You can think that both of these teams think they're capable of winning the game. So let's take a look at it. Get ready, McGetty. We've had so many freshman outstanding performances. Arnie Farron back in 44, Purvis Ellison in 86. I have a feeling this guy may be ready to step up tonight. Rip Cords, I'm talking about Rip Hamilton. He has been the scorer of this tournament. Night in, night out, comes up with not only great stats, but big shots. Trajan, and I'm talking about Duke's three-point shooting. They shoot very well, almost 40%, but Connecticut holds people to 28% from three. And Brand X, we're talking about what will Connecticut do with Elton Brand down on the low post. Jake Bosco has had foul problems. That could be of concern for Connecticut.
For two players, an unbelievable road to the championship game. Off the same street, in fact. William Avery, 2 years the junior of Ricky Moore. They were raised on Hazel Street in Augusta, Georgia. Ricky the teacher, William always his pupil. William always wanting to wear Ricky's number. They won a state championship at Westside High School in Augusta back in 1995. Now they play for the national championship on different sides. A tournament that began as the most turbulent and tumultuous first 2 rounds ever has the two teams everyone wanted in the title game, and Duke has it first.
It's Bosco down inside, playing against Brand by himself. Let's see what happens the first time Brand touches it. He's going to play him by himself. Here's the double team.
And El-Amin came over to help out, but was on the line. So they're going to double up now when Brand gets it in the post.
Now, what I think Jim Calhoun is going to do is let him play him face up, then double team from the weak side with forwards, as opposed to using his guards to double down. That means Battier has got to move his feet and get himself open. Connecticut goes with a matchup zone on the out-of-bounds play. 2-3.
Avery with a 3. And the rebound chased down on the quarter by Brand. Avery again. Left open.
What happened there, Jim? Connecticut's in a 2-3 matchup, and they never were able to get adjusted on that long rebound.
Let's go back in and calling for it in a turnover on the first trip for the Huskies.
Bosco had excellent position at time. Ricky Moore had to be a little bit more patient, and here comes Connecticut. They're not going to change their style. 2-2-1 full court pressure. The problem with this is when Duke meets pressure, they don't mind taking long three-point shots.
Right back to UConn. It was a coin flip yesterday at 1:30. Jeff Hathaway, assistant athletic director at Connecticut, called heads. Since they both were #1 seeds, it was heads, and the Huskies got to be the home team here today, just the white uniforms.
Duke, straight matchup. Trajan Langdon on El-Amin. El-Amin does have quickness advantage on him, and here is Hamilton.
His first shot is dropped for 2.
Good job by Hamilton, moving without the ball, giving Carawell problems there.
Langdon blocks by Freeman and saved at the last minute. Up off the hands of Ricky Moore. Duke ball. What a block by Freeman.
It was a tremendous job by Freeman, but that's what Duke will do. If you press them, they're not afraid to take long three-point shots. That was a sensational defensive play.
Brand got it on the inbounds pass, could not convert it.
Nice job by Bosco.
Bosco running ahead. El-Amin takes the 3, rattles out. Bosco tips it out to Hamilton. Good save by Big Jake.
Excellent. 2 good plays by Bosco back-to-back.
Duke has not trailed in this tournament for over 74 minutes, and Hamilton could have given UConn the quick lead.
Here's where you have to pick up very quickly. It's your Connecticut, because Duke likes to bring it down and put it up.
Double up on Brand again, surveying now with Bosco on his back. Gives it up to Langdon.
Oh, what a beautiful defensive play by Moore to adjust on a pump fake, but he made the foul. University is the best foul shooter the league has ever had.
Gets them both. He has struggled in this dome when you factor in the 2 games last year in the regional. And with 1 miss so far tonight, he is 7 for 26 inside Tropicana Field. What surprised me talking to him yesterday, this is the only dome he's ever played in his career. And offside, they lose it, and Langdon has the steal.
How about that? Elton Brand plays Elamine one-on-one from the outside.
Avery drives. Freeman with a second block.
Avery loves to take it down inside. It's kind of interesting. You know, you got to figure Ricky Moore was probably taller than Avery when they were sophomores and seniors in high school. Now Avery's got about 2 inches on him.
They bounce it off of the back of Voskuhl. Carrawell with a heads-up play. Battier left open for a three.
Oh, this young man missed 19 straight threes in 1998. And now he's developed into a pretty strong perimeter shooter.
UConn has his biggest tournament deficit right now. They're down 5. Elamine and Freeman on the line. Back to Duke.
Elamine 0 for 12 in the game against Gonzaga. He can ill afford tonight because they need both of these primary scorers to have big nights against Duke.
Huskies had been down 4 to both Iowa and Gonzaga. They're now down 5 early minutes here in St. Pete.
And Jim, the way this game's being played, it's a game on course to be in the 80s, not in the 60s.
There's the first on Voskuhl. This was the big question. How long would Voskuhl be able to stay on the floor tonight?
Asking a lot, Jim, for Voskuhl to play Brand as a forward. Elton now is developing an ability to play facing the basket as opposed to just with his back to a basket. We can see the strategy by Jim Calhoun. Voskuhl gets one. Bring in Juan early.
Suleiman Juan from Senegal in for UConn. Avery working on Elamine, and he'll go to the line for 2. Duke, the champions of the East, rode through the West, which has become the preferred routing, if you will, from the Big East. The last 3 Big East teams to make the Final Four have all come, oddly enough, out of the West Regional. And 6 of their all-time 10 Final Four spots have come from the West to the Big East Conference.
John Thompson used to love to go out there so he could isolate his team. Steps and takes away a 3. Elamine got in some foul trouble, if you remember, against Iowa, a game which he ended up with 21 points, but had to sit a lot of minutes there with foul trouble. There's a turnover.
So a 7-0 run for the Blue Devils, and they can add to it.
Best so far ineffective by Connecticut as far as turning anything over. He's given Duke some open looks.
Traveling on Carrawell. Hamilton's pressure forced it.
Good job there by Carrawell to come to the ball, but not much of a passing lane. Rip Hamilton has got to touch the ball a little bit more, Jim. Remember, he hit that jumper right down on the baseline, and I think on this go-around, Connecticut better let him touch it before somebody else puts one up.
Here's the old matchup, Moore and Avery. Moore gets past him, and he'll take it for 2. The senior teaches the sophomore. The teacher over the pupil on that play. Carrawell with a 3. Brand tips on the floor. Elamine gets it ahead to Hamilton. What an effort. He'll challenge Langdon. And Rips turns around and rips the nets for 2.
But how about that recovery on the floor? Keeping the ball alive so it wasn't a turnover.
Moore on Langdon. Reach in. Look at Hamilton this time as they double up effectively again.
He does not have to
Avery. It forces the foul against Avery.
Not a good foul by Avery. Moore was down there 1 against 4. Avery should have just tried to contain and not try to steal here. Hamilton has a second steal. There is the great play by Elamine to Hamilton, who pulled up with that little jump shot of his.
UConn has turned it over 4 times, but a little surge now.
Goodyear, Budweiser, and by Enterprise.
Hey, Billy, let's talk about the dome factor when it comes to shooting. And this is to your left tonight, folks, when you watch. We call it the open end. And through the games on Saturday, the 4 teams at that end of the floor, and with that giant screen also somewhat beguiling and confusing because you can see yourself shooting. Well, there's the closed end. At the open end, the teams on Saturday shot 36% from the field. On the right end, or the closed end, 46%. So if you're UConn, like a football team that would like to have the win in the fourth quarter, they're going to be in the second half to the preferred end. Now Ricky Moore steps in.
Second time he's taken it inside. Both times he's delivered. And that was set up on Avery's foul that gave Connecticut possession. So far, the press, although it hasn't turned it over, McGetty's wide open, hesitated.
And the freshman still, though, knocks it down. Corey McGetty.
And Brand talked him into the shot. He said, take it, take it.
Hamilton, they don't have to ask him.
Oh, that was a foul.
He follows it up, though, up the glass for 2 more.
And there was Battier fouled on the block out, but nobody blocked out the shooter. How many times do we see that? You cannot let the shooter has the best look at the rebound. There's McGetty.
And, I thought it was going to be on Juan, but they called traveling first on the freshman. Albert Mourning in for UConn. Voskuhl will return. Look at some of this contact between the old friends from Hazel Street in Augusta.
I guarantee you that wasn't the first time those two guys collided if they lived on the same street and played basketball on the playground every day.
Well, they first met when Ricky was in the 2nd grade and Avery was in kindergarten.
Connecticut with an opportunity to take the lead. Solid screens and switches. If Connecticut sees that's going to happen, they're going to isolate Moore on a guy like Battier.
Get it back. Moore with a good fake. Take the jumper. And he's scoring tonight. 6 points for Ricky Moore.
As a freshman and sophomore, before he became the point guard, there goes McGetty.
Blocked by Freeman. That's 3 already.
Jim, Moore was considered an outstanding scorer, and that's what we thought he'd be till he assumed this role as a defender and point guard.
Freeman, quick hand.
Boy, Connecticut getting every loose ball on the floor. 3 seconds.
3-second violation. Well, the Huskies have taken the lead, and Duke trails for the first time in 78 minutes in this tournament.
Boy, that is a tremendous play by Freeman. The 3rd big block he's made today. And you'd have to say 2 of the 3 really were baskets that Duke would have had. That block on the wide open shot by Trajan Langdon.
Chris Burgess, the sophomore from Irvine, California, in.
Duke's getting what they want when they beat that press. Look at McGetty go.
So quick, and it falls. For a moment, it looked like it might spin out.
Well, Jim, as I said, is McGetty ready? I think the answer is yes.
Moore feeling it tonight. Not this time. Tipped out. Hamilton again. Loose ball to the Huskies. Moore, 3-pointer. He's got the feeling, folks, in the championship game. That's 9 for Ricky Moore.
Not what Duke expected at all. And that gives them their 3rd scorer out there with Elamine and Hamilton. Really puts pressure on the defense.
And a turnover. Near the conclusion of every NCAA tournament game, we select a genuine Chevrolet most viable player from each team. Today, Chevrolet has contributed.
Now up off that bench trying to work these officials a little bit. Feeling that he had the charge. Game being called kind of loose inside.
It's the first run anyone's put on Duke in the tournament. 15-4 run, and Trajan Langdon
over Mooring. Got to get up in his face and made him put it on the floor. Connecticut not to be denied.
And a charge on Rip Hamilton.
Coming off of Saturday's game.
Roshamel Jones is in, 3-year co-captain for the Huskies, number 3, and Hamilton gets a breather. UConn can match him with depth.
Oh, without question.
Parallel, good move. And Duke's back ahead. Lead pass to Jones.
Another charge.
Nope. Oh, Duke. On Langdon.
Trajan was waiting for him. Well, if Duke thought somebody was going to slow this game down because they worried about their explosiveness, I think that was a charge, not a block. But it's called the other way. Trajan Langdon waiting right there for him. But Jones, who also is a guy that can explode offensively, although he has not played this year like he has in the past, had 11 points against St. John's in the Big East tournament.
He was a scorer his sophomore year, Roshamel Jones. In fact, he was the top scorer for the Huskies until very late in that year when a freshman, Richard Hamilton, ended up overtaking him for the team title.
He still averaged 13 a game that particular year and started 31 games. So we're talking about a guy deep on the bench right now that was a very important player for Connecticut.
Got a lane violation. He'll get one more try.
Shot looked good. I haven't seen any players playing with anything other than what looks like confidence, Jim. You see the shots going up, nobody pulling the string.
Yep, can't get the second one to go.
Elton Brand up with the 2 strong hands. His hands are so big and powerful.
And he'll reset it.
Now, what's interesting right there, I don't think Juan and Saunders knew which one was supposed to.
Not necessarily his defense tonight that's getting all the attention. Look at some of the moves here by the man who Jim Calhoun said can change a game without even taking a shot. But he's taken shots. He's knocked down 4 out of 5 at this point.
And Jim, he's the guy that stopped Arthur Lee, 4 for 13. Mateen Cleaves, 2 for 15. There's Avery in one of his patented threes. And Scooney Penn, 3 for 13. But his old high school teammate lit it up there.
Yeah, and Avery has 7 points of his own. 9 for Moore, 7 for Avery, and Brand with a steal.
Not a good pass. Telegraphed by Elamine.
Avery gets a break.
Well, Augusta, Georgia, Jim, is putting on a masterful show.
I'll
steal one of yours.
There you go. You can have it. I love it. Saunders comes in.
Brand again with those powerful hands. They better not try to.
Look at this. He lost control and wants with a little hook.
You don't see that often without a foul. Great play by Juan. You know, he came up short on a couple of good shots the other day. On Saturday, just didn't get him to fall. Seemed disgusted, but that's an important ball. And there's Elton Brand.
He's going to be whistled for that one.
Yep, he threw an elbow. Well, we talked about Brand X, and when you strip a guy that's got the largest hands in college basketball, you've done something. And here's one who had a couple of excellent post-up moves on Saturday, just couldn't get the ball to fall. Nice job here.
Well, Saunders reached in to strip it. The 2 backups, Juan and Saunders, make the big play, and Brandon whistled for the foul at the other end.
That was a foolish foul by Elton Brand, too. He's just trying to get some retaliation and get some respect down in low, but it was such an obvious elbow.
We're almost halfway through the first 20, and Brand has only attempted 1 shot and missed it.
Solid screen on Avery. Second time Elamine and Brand have been matched up.
Elamine backs up to take it over him.
How about that? The little guy's out guarding defensively on the switch. There you have Avery getting the rebound. Elamine, there's the double team coming.
Brand wanted it back. And now Saunders, they'll call it instead on Juan. It was a clean block by Saunders.
But, you know, Jim, that's a foul and a defensive play that Jim Calhoun can afford. What Elamine is recognizing now, he needs to get just enough space to get the jumper off as opposed to penetrating on Brand, where he works to Brand's advantage the closer he gets to the basket.
Were the first points for Khalid after missing his first 3 attempts. Let's see what Voskuhl does. He's got 1 foul to this point. Brand has to go back out with it. And a reach in on Khalid Elamine.
Second foul on Elamine. This is a very important situation now. He's got to be careful defensively. As I said, got in foul trouble against Iowa. And boy, is Connecticut doubling down from both sides now. They come from the forwards to give Grand all the trouble inside. And notice that the guards are... Elton Brand's going to start to get a little nervous here, and the fact is a great block.
Hamilton has it swatted away, a flying Carrawell.
Jim, what Elton Brand has got to do now is to be very patient, because the double team is coming immediately upon the catch. They're not waiting for him. That's kind of like Freeman's block on Trajan Langdon. Ligeti now on Moore.
Hamilton with 6 points. Give him 8.
Hamilton too tall. Shot right over the top of Avery.
I said at the top, everyone's talking about Duke. Billy, we've heard it all week, like this was some kind of Duke Invitational. People underplaying. UConn is Bosco. Stuffs them. And the Huskies are looking to regain the lead. To the middle. Freeman in the lane. It puts it up. UConn back ahead.
Taking it right to Duke. So far, you get the feeling Connecticut is more confident that they can handle Duke than Duke is of Connecticut. I think back to Madison Square Garden when I think of these two teams. Duke had to go to overtime to beat St. John's. Connecticut in the Garden, the Big East tournament, blew St. John's out of there.
Brand on the offensive glass for the putback. His first field goal. It took him 12.5 minutes. Ricky Moore quickly fades away, and Ricky Moore continues to sizzle.
And shakes his head like they're not going to stop me tonight.
And you look into his eyes, and you believe him.
Well, when you know what he's going to give you on the defensive end, and then he comes through like this in the offensive end. Well, Ligeti wants to penetrate on every move, doesn't he?
Look at that move to quickly square up in midair.
I think he's going to have to be the guy for Duke to offset some of this play by Ricky Moore offensively. Bosco ought to find himself somebody a guard. Good
look at Moore go to the hole.
Lost the handle.
Oh, this is incredible. More and more. It's looking like UConn can stay with the Blue Devils till the very end.
Sensational play on his part. Look at Bosco pushing down inside on Elton Brand. Here comes the trap.
There's Ligeti, Billy. Blocked. Up ahead. Hamilton. And look at the pickoff by
Avery's open for the three. Trajan waited too long.
Got stuck underneath. Drove too far. Another man left early for UConn. Battier's foul may have prevented an easy 2.
Trajan Langdon did not make a good decision at all there. He had William Avery on the wing. Here's Ricky Moore going down inside. Lost the handle and still made it.
Open in, we talked about. Just undaunted. 61% to this point.
Jim, when you're locking in as a player, you don't even see what's behind the basket. I know the stats may go against me on what I just said, but a great shooter sees his target on the rim or inside that hoop.
But Billy, you have, and we have seen, and many times with Final Four, great shooters get confounded by playing in dome.
Oh, I don't agree. There are great shooting parks, just like great hitters parks in baseball. Overplaying by Carrawell. Freeman recognized it, goes right on by.
Freeman, and it's going the other way. For a complete wrap-up of the men's basketball championship, in-depth stats, recaps and more, go to cbs.sportsline.com or on America Online, enter keyword CBS Sportsline.
Jim, one of the things you have to do as a coach is scout officials during a game. We have one official here who is not going to call the charge. So therefore, you shouldn't go ahead and try to draw those charges inside. He's just not going to call it.
Brand off the good feed from Avery.
Nice job by Avery in the air making that decision.
Got the 6th tie of the game. 5 lead changes so far. Duke led at one time by 7. UConn's largest lead 4.
Hamilton on a nice flare.
Outside three, too strong. All Duke in the area, and they out-battled themselves for it.
Well, now look at that. Duke players arguing back and forth. Not a good sign for Duke. Little frustration there. Maggette and Langdon didn't talk. Knocked the ball out of bounds in what should have been an easy rebound for them. You really see some frustration in the eyes of the team that Jim was supposed to be coronated here, as opposed to winning this tournament.
How many times this week were you asked your opinion about how could anyone play with Duke? And as though this was a foregone conclusion that the Blue Devils would win the championship.
I agree, Jimmy. You've got to win this as a one-and-done deal. Connecticut was #1 in the nation more weeks than was Duke. So it's not like this team has to make any excuses why they're here.
Mooring puts it up with the left hand.
And Connecticut is getting very good distribution with their scoring. Maggette dangerous here. Hamilton not strong enough to guard him.
Garrowell slices to the hole. And Juan got a piece of the hand.
Wasn't the regional final. Duke again stopped Connecticut's march towards the Final Four. So they've been in their way on 3 important occasions.
We have another tie.
Now the ball in the hands of the man that's been the man in this first half, Ricky Moore. Nice backdoor cut.
Jones. Get it back.
A lot of experience out there in Rushmore Jones. Hamilton looking for a solid screen up top.
Freeman's out there to set it. Switch off Maggette. Trying to recover, but Hamilton's free. Somehow it spins out.
And Jones there to get the rebound.
Hamilton will drive right back. Fade away. Oh, 2 of them look like they would fall.
They are not calling the charge. Players need to recognize that, as do coaches.
And a charge. There you go.
Just as I say it, they finally call one.
Timmy Higgins calls that one.
Here you see the reverse dribble. Now, a player on defense has got to have both feet planted before contact is made, or it's a foul on the defense. You take a look at that one.
Four minutes to go in a thrilling first half.
Hey, Jim Calhoun getting these seniors, Jones and Moore, playing solid basketball.
Right there, Rushmell Jones, as you call it.
They've been there before, played in a hard-nosed Big East, and Jones looks like he belongs out here. It's not a sub just trying to steal some minutes.
Maggette thought he could take Freeman. Freeman was right there, though. Fade away, up high, and Ricky Moore chases it down. They had 2 men on Brand again.
And sandwich Brand in there. Ricky just too quick for him.
But it was Ricky Moore on Saturday who led the Huskies in rebounding against Ohio State with 8.
Two legends right there, General Schwarzkopf, and of course the great John Wooden, the Wizard.
Hey, look who's in front of him.
How about this guy? You talk about stopping some people. There's a fastball. The Rockets here.
Got the Rocket, the Wizard, and the General. Could have some good defensive strategy coming from the stands, I would think, tonight.
Well, what I like about this game, that both teams said, hey, this is the way we like to play. Try to stop us.
Look at the move that Hamilton makes on Battier, and again unable to finish it. He's had 3 close-in shots that have been off the rim.
Duke's got something going here, but they don't get their patented 3 off on the semi-break.
Nate James almost lost it.
Again, they're not able to get the ball to Brand where he can score without the double team coming from the weak side.
7 on the shot clock, out to Carrawell. Battier knows the timing here. Launches Ricky Moore underneath and taken away by Jones. Looked like James might have it for Duke.
Time after time, Connecticut has ripped the ball out of Duke's hands. The ultimate one, obviously, when Brand lost it.
Tough pass. Gave it away. Carrawell driving. Spins out.
I thought Jones had the foul to stop him.
And a turnover at the other end.
Ricky Moore very tired, Jim. He couldn't get back down court.
Coming up, Pennzoil at the half. Greg Gumbel, Clark Kellogg, and Coach Rick Majerus with complete first half analysis, all coming up on Pennzoil at the half. El Amin has been out with those 2 fouls quite a bit here in that first half.
Exactly. They would have wanted to substitute. There is the play.
Oh, and another missed layup.
Duke just can't get it to fall inside.
First parallel, that time Battier.
That was a good job by Brand recognizing the double team. Ricky Moore is really tired. He's put on quite a show here in this first half. Hamilton would like a screen.
Drives in, floats, and it falls for 2 more.
You see, they're not calling that charge at all. Battier down there to draw the charge, but the refs are not calling it. Boy, Hamilton has the great little floating pull-up shot. You see it right here again.
Yep.
They're see Battier waiting on him. They're just not calling that play, so you've got to scout the refs.
Should that one have been called?
No, I think that what you had there is a case where Hamilton has the right to come down. But if the referees are consistent, you've got to make that judgment as a player.
Langdon bangs it home, a second 3 on the night.
Trajan, much like Wally Szczerbiak, likes that play without the dribble. Stares you down and then puts it up.
Push off on Trajan at the other end. It'll be a 1-and-1. For in-depth tournament stats, go to cbs.sportsline.com. And here's a stat for you. Field goal percentage. This is the Duke team that field goal percentage defense is having its best season since 1960, holding opponents at a 38% average.
And Jim, something had to give here.
Comes into the lane to strip it away. Freeman does a lot of things for you quietly. Moore bounces in, lost control of it, had to throw it up with the left hand.
And what Duke is not doing is pushing the ball down the floor, kicking out and hitting the 3. That is one of their best offensive weapons, and Connecticut is cutting that off tonight. Look at how far they're pushing Elton Brand out.
Bosco able to play this first half with 1 foul. Final 25 seconds, though. Langdon, and 1!
A 3 and a 1, right? Or did he get a 2? Was his foot on the line?
He's given it a 3. We're calling it a 3.
And what Trajan Langdon did there, that just took nerves of steel, because he's being guarded by a great defender. He looks him down, as I said, much as we saw Wally Szczerbiak do in the great performances that he's had in this tournament. Trajan has the foot inside the line and then back of the line. Good call. He gets an opportunity to go to the foul line as well.
Second on Moore, and his fatigue here really showing with the missed 1-and-1, a turnover earlier, and the foul on that play.
You know what took a lot out of him, Jim? Chasing down Carrawell along with Jones, and he would just wore out.
Maggette back. And Duke leads by 3. Jim Calhoun, he will tell you this is his 28th Final Four. Just so happens the first 27 he didn't come with his guys.
Well, how about it? They went more than any other team in the NCAA. Went 20 years in the NCAA tournaments without ever getting to a Final Four. Now that falls on Brigham Young with 18 and Missouri with 17.
The first time Jim Calhoun took UConn to the tournament was 1990, and they were just seconds away from, in that first trip into the tournament under Calhoun, they were going to go to the Final Four. Just 2.6 seconds to defend against Duke. This
Watch that man right there.
Back to Leitner. And Duke ends the dream, and Mike Krzyzewski's team would go on playing the championship game against UNLV.
And remember, of course, Scotty Burrell, the pass to take charge, and there is Christian Leitner right there, hiding inside.
You love to see the alumni that come back for a night like this. The likes of Grant Hill, Mark Allery, here also, on and on and on. The G-Man, Jaminski, Capel. Final 8 seconds now. A 3 to tie at the half. They'll go inside for the 2. Freeman hit from behind. Ball on the floor. And a whistle on Duke with 1.7 seconds to go.
That looks like it's going to put Hamilton on the line. And Jim, when you talk about Christian Leitner, I think other than Kareem Jabbar, Lou Alcindor at the time, who I think had the greatest collegiate career of any player. He was 3 times most outstanding player of this tournament, 3 national championships. I think Christian Leitner had the second best collegiate career of any player in college history.
He was amazing. And he's checking it out here at last call. And Jones will come in. El Amin, they don't want any silly third foul on El Amin, so he's out. And there's Hill, Grant Hill.
Not a bad player himself at Duke University. Who will ever forget that play he made against Kansas?
91 final.
Absolutely.
Hamilton at the line. A 1-and-1. One more.
Big foul. 1.7 seconds, Jim, left there.
We saw that clip of the 90 regional final, and people kept waiting. The visits to the Final 8 3 times falling before making it this year. Hamilton, not the second time. They keep rolling off the rim for him, and that'll bring us to the half.
Well, Connecticut's behind, but they are 9-0 with their trail at halftime.
Isn't that amazing?
Duke, a terrific comeback to take the lead again.
9-0 when trailing at the half. Their biggest deficit on the season, 5 points. This time it's only 2. Jim Calhoun, again, it's been somewhat of a marathon for some Husky fans to make it here to the Final Four, now to the championship, and he's running marathons, completing both New York and Boston marathons. Let's go over to Armin Katayan. Armin, again 9-0 when trailing at the half this year. Down 2 as they begin the second stanza. And El Amin played less than 10 minutes in that first half. Moore saves it to Bosco. You feel like El Amin could break out in this half, and he hits the opening jumper to tie it at 39.
That's the second time he's recognized that Brand gets on him, and instead of trying to take it to Brand, he pulls away, gets space, and puts up his jumper.
Didn't play much in that first half because of 2 fouls. Second one came with 9 minutes to go in the half, and then he sat. Here's Langdon, and Langdon is warming up.
The extra pass by Duke University set that up. That's what they've got to do. Get open from the outside by passing quickly after the ball goes inside.
El Amin, not this time, but he gets it back.
And again.
One more time, and a foul first. Let's go over to Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie?
Well, Jim, that Langdon 3 was exactly what Jim Calhoun was talking to his UConn team about in the locker room. He said his team cannot give up the 3. He wants to see them get back quicker on defense, but basically he told them to just keep on keeping on, Jim.
They allowed Duke to make 5 out of 10 threes in that first half. That's the second foul on Carrawell. Hamilton to Bosco, and he puts it up and in.
Good job by Hamilton to recognize that somebody was going to pick him up in the baseline. Made the easy dish.
Bosco's first points of the night. We have our 9th tie of the championship game. Langdon, he is so hot right now.
Again, Jim, every jumper he's made without a dribble. He's staring down the defender and then going right over the top of him.
Right over El Amin that time, and we might see more shifting over here before too long. We had the angle, Billy. You could tell the minute it left his hand, it was going in. Hamilton dancing that line. Moore will come back out with it.
Good judgment by Ricky Moore. The shot wasn't there that he wanted.
Hamilton, heavy traffic, has to go back out. Oh, and he traveled. El Amin traveled.
Connecticut that time got away from their spacing that they've been so good at the first half. They had to readjust. Ricky Moore probably should have dribbled that ball back out at the top, Jim, and reset the offense.
El Amin has turned it over 4 times on the night.
It's Moore, Jim, switched over on Trajan Langdon now. They've seen enough of his outside shooting.
Brand for the easiest 2 of the night for the player of the year.
Good judgment by Bosco. He would have only committed a foul had he gone over and chopped down.
And Duke up 5. Into Freeman. Freeman for 2. Freeman was recruited by Duke. He was saying yesterday he would have gone there, but then he got word that they took Nate James over him instead. Freeman, who played his last year of high school ball with Tim Thomas on the Patterson Catholic in New Jersey.
There's a foul on El Amin.
And that's the 3rd one, Billy.
Jim, that was Incredibly unlucky and a great smart play by Trajan Langdon. Elamine had his hand out. Trajan Langdon actually put his forehead into Elamine's hand, and that's what created the foul. An unusual foul. You're going to see something right here you don't see often. Trajan Langdon seeing the hand out in front. Now watch this. He'll put his forehead right into the hand, and that creates the foul. It wasn't the hand that went to the head. It was the head that went to the hand.
Like he was taking his temperature, and believe me, Langdon is red hot. Langdon has scored 12 of Duke's last 14.
And here's where Hamilton is so dangerous. He's got the dribble alive. Good job by Carrawell.
Stuck over to Moore. A break. He'll work on his Augusta pal here. Jumper over him. Not this time. Carrawell clears.
Boy, how often do we see Carrawell and Freeman come in and slash for rebounds?
Carrawell to Battier. The assist to Chris Carrawell.
What happened right there? Everybody in Connecticut's team anticipated that pass was going to go to Brand. So on the anticipation, they go for the double on Brand. Battier moves without the ball. First time I've seen any hesitancy by Connecticut so far tonight.
A dunk by Battier, a dunk by Brand, and the Duke baskets coming much easier than they did in the first half. Mooring guns it in for two.
Yeah, one thing you can say about this bench for Connecticut, they have gotten good distribution with points by a lot of guys tonight. It's tough to go ahead and establish a pattern if you're Duke.
Carrawell jump. Long. Tipped out into the arms of Battier, and he bangs bodies with Mooring. He'll head to the line.
Battier needed to finish that play. Mooring, a smaller player, and didn't take it.
This Shane Battier, so impressive when dealing with the press conferences and all that goes with it.
Jimmy worked for Morgan Stanley in New York City at Wall Street.
Before his freshman year.
And let me tell you something. If this young man didn't even play basketball, he would be heavily recruited as a student athlete. I mean, he is a very impressive young man now as a basketball team.
Terrific jobs this season by Jim O'Brien directing Ohio State here, and Tom Izzo and the Big Ten champion Michigan State Spartans. Duke leads it second half.
But Connecticut against Gonzaga 0 for 9 from 3. Against Ohio State 1 for 6 for 3. Tonight 1 for 4. It's tough to match a team that's a good three-point shooting team if you don't get some from out there.
Only 1 out of 4 from 3 tonight.
Now it's Maggette going up against Hamilton.
Mooring, here's a 3. Just when you called for it, Freeman battles for the rebound.
Strong for Battier. How about that? One arm with the rebound, one with the push-off.
Jim Calhoun compared him to another former Final Four player, Richard Scott of Kansas, doing more than you expect out of a 6'6 player.
It's a clear out for Maggette. Doesn't take advantage of it. He's too far away from the basket. With a little more experience, he'd know what to do there.
Avery way outside.
Push.
That's going against Duke.
He's going to call the push from across court.
To be on Maggette. Fourth offensive rebound of the night by Freeman.
How about that? He grabs it with one hand, holding him off with the other.
Brand returns versus is out.
This is some rebounding effort right here by Freeman.
Elton Brand on the floor. Duke by 2.
There's the flare. You can hear people hollering, watch the flare.
Brand had Hamilton for a moment, and he draws the foul. Again, Maggette.
Wasn't even preseason all-conference. Ended up being player of the year in the conference.
Ties the game at 49. Our 10th tie.
And Duke has not solved the problem as how do you get Elton Brand the ball where he can be a scoring force. Juan just pushing him out of the area he wants to score from.
Inside the Brand, and had the chippy, but was fouled. He'll shoot 2.
And you can see Connecticut saying we can use. Was the greatest coach ever at North Tarrytown High School? That by the name of Tony Packer, my father.
Wow.
How about that?
Later, a coach at Lehigh University. Your dad.
There's the double team on Juan. Why?
Juan
How about that?
Delivers.
You know, that young man deserves a lot of credit. He worked so hard in practice this week, had good practices, but just didn't get anything to drop for him on Saturday. Today, he's put up 2 outstanding shots inside, and they were there.
Rebound tipped around, back out to Avery.
Wow.
Battier.
Quickly.
And Hamilton.
Nice block out by Hamilton.
And he wants to run.
And shoot.
There it is, and the lead.
Great job by Hamilton pushing the ball down the floor. Duke is really out of sync offensively half court because they have not been able to get the ball to Brand consistently.
The 7th lead change of the championship.
And Juan is pushing, he's pushing, and keeping Brand off the blocks down low.
Langdon drives in to tie it back. Trajan Langdon.
The 5th-year senior came to Duke without a scholarship because he was a baseball pro.
The man who, along with Wojciechowski, finished his career a year ago. Coach K credits for being the bridge from back in the early 90s, and the championship teams to now, back to the elite status. And Hamilton is now back to his scoring ways. He's got 16, including 5 in the last minute.
He's sensing, Jim, that nobody out there can guard him. And that's saying something because Carrawell's a great defender.
Over the back on one.
But that's all right. Jim Calhoun can live with that.
Bill, you're right. You can just see Hamilton the last couple times down the floor. There's no doubt he's going to shoot it.
No, he's saying, you know, you have nobody out here that can stop me. And Juan sits down. Voskuhl comes back in. Voskuhl had committed a foul every 5 minutes of play so far in the NCAA tournament. You can see how wisely Jim Calhoun's using him tonight.
Only one tonight. One foul. Almost stolen by El-Amin. Avery left open.
Well, you don't give him that many good looks.
And the loose ball into the arms of Voskuhl.
And here's the numbers again. Saunders is open.
On the wing, Mooring will drive in. And bangs it home, and a block on Avery. A chance for a three-point play.
Excellent push-up by Connecticut. Duke is not used to teams taking it to him on transition. And you can see Hamilton, a very good move on his part. I thought he was going to try the lob to Saunders. Instead, he decided to go over to Mooring. And, Jim, this young man is an explosive offensive player. Only that knee injury has handicapped him down the stretch in ball games.
The 6'3" sophomore from Preston, Maryland, Albert Mooring. And Calhoun told me he considers him the best shooter on the team. And when you got the likes of El-Amin and Hamilton, that's saying a lot. Unable to finish the three-point chance, but UConn leads by 4. Eyeing its largest lead of the night.
Now it's Voskuhl trying to push Brand off the blocks and get him a step or 2 away from where he'd like to be.
Langdon, what a pass. Brand unable to slam it home, but he'll go back to the line.
They're just not giving him any opportunity.
Just through the eyes of a player. Better perspective. More exciting when you look at it this way. And he said in St. Pete, I'm going to look at this Final Four through the eyes of Trajan Langdon.
You know, it's interesting. Mike Krzyzewski struggled at Duke University. Was hired the same year Jimmy Valvano was. By the time '83 rolled along and Valvano had won a national championship, Krzyzewski's coming off 2 losing seasons. People are saying, why in the world did they hire this guy? But you know the man, Tom Butters, had the guts to hire him and stay with him. And now he's got the guy that everybody would love to have as coach.
One of the classiest administrators you'll ever want to know. Or gentlemen for that point.
Connecticut again taking the ball right at Duke. Duke showing some signs of frustration. 93 points in 4 games.
Isn't able to hit either free throw, so it's still a 2-point game.
And as Duke had problems from the line against Michigan State, now it's Connecticut having trouble there.
Langdon got it back, though. And a reach-in tie-up situation. It's Duke ball.
Trajan Langdon doing a very wise thing here. Recognizing what's going on. Hey, they changed it around. One referee overruled it, said Langdon had possession and was tied up.
That's what they said. It was the 3-2 best record in school history. The Devils 37-1. If they could muster a win here tonight, in the championship. It'd be the most wins ever in a season by any college basketball team.
It's something when you don't have your own school record for the reason that they hold the national record, huh?
There's some. Voskuhl got it back. And there is Khalid El-Amin. And meanwhile, in stores, talking about in store for a shocker, look at the celebration back on campus in Stores, Connecticut.
No double team this time.
Brandon. Brand in and back to the line for one more.
Jim, that was the first time tonight, to my memory, that the ball went inside to Brand, and Connecticut did not double from any area. When they did this isolated Brand on Voskuhl, and look at what happens. So Jim Calhoun changing up his defensive strategy. It doesn't work. Duke does a good job recognizing, and notice, first time that Brand has turned to the basket and didn't have a Connecticut man standing right there waiting for him.
The second on Voskuhl, just his second, with 11 minutes, 12 seconds remaining. Elton Brand from the hometown of New York Governor Pataki. Peak skill. And long rebound out to Hamilton.
Hits ahead, and here comes Freeman.
Stuck underneath, pushed out, though, they say, by Elton Brand.
Again, Connecticut just pushing the ball up the floor, not giving Duke any time whatsoever to rest.
El-Amin out with the 3 fouls. How about the play of Hamilton tonight, Billy?
He's been outstanding on both ends of the floor, and really good with his judgments as to what to do with the ball, both taking the shots, there's that little floater of his, but also passing the ball extremely well tonight. Pushes off, really has a silky smooth jump shot.
That was the 6th team foul. The next one will be a 1-on-1 on both sides. In fact, Freeman and rebound Battier. Duke can tie it with a 2.
Notice Moore has been the guy who's been switched on over. That's long.
And Voskuhl clears.
Surprised Avery didn't take that more to the basket.
Boring looking for an angle. Gets caught, and it's stolen away by Langdon. 5th-year senior having some night. 3-pointer, not this time. Rebound out to Moore.
Misjudged by Carrawell. And here comes a fresher Connecticut, Jim.
And look at Hamilton. Couldn't be set up any better.
Jim, Mike Krzyzewski needs a timeout here. His team has hit the wall in terms of stamina. His team is very tired right now. 10-minute mark. Connecticut has used a deeper bench.
And it's going the other way. It's on Carrawell. Hamilton stood his ground. And Duke faces its largest deficit of the tournament.
When you get tired, you start doing some things your body won't let you do. And Duke is in that position right now. They need a break.
Can you imagine that scene if the Huskies can pull it off? They've got 10 minutes and change remaining.
Well, I hope it's not the scene like they had at East Lansing, where those students certainly got out of control.
El-Amin back in with 3 fouls. And he lost control of it. Now they say last touch Elton Brand.
Every call going in the direction, every bounce going in the direction of Connecticut right now. It'll be interesting to see this great Duke team, whether they can call on all efforts, mentally and physically, to sustain themselves.
Maggette back for the Devils. Hamilton inside to Saunders. Soft hook, tipped up by Voskuhl, and Duke's underneath. Brand's 11th rebound.
Ooh, Avery was thinking about putting up the 3.
Look at Langdon.
There's the push.
But it's going to be on Battier. It'll be a 1-on-1 at the other end. 3 on Battier. 3 years ago, during his junior year in high school, highly recruited. His father, Robert, was 51 years old. He says he'll wear that number to commemorate his father's courage the rest of his career. Can't get the second one.
And Jim, you know what Jim Calhoun has on that bench? He has Freeman getting rested. He has Voskuhl getting rested. And it's going to be Saunders on Brand. Duke should go to Brand now.
Maggette hammered. Will it be El-Amin or Saunders? This is a big call here.
I think it's going to be Saunders.
It is Saunders. Now the only member of Coach K's 98 recruiting class will shoot one more. First bench points of the second half for Duke. And now they're down 4.
Michigan State had a big advantage the second half with bench points against Duke as well.
Connecticut's bench doubling up the number on Duke for the night. 9 minutes remaining. Open is Hamilton. You can't do that.
Jim, great screening inside. Moore set the first screen. Then Hamilton picked up the second screen. There was no way to fight through. Excellent set play.
Maggette. Now, Amin reached in, almost made the theft, and now he has it. Wisely pulls back.
Very good judgment.
Hamilton wants to come in, but it's rejected. They throw it out of there. Brand rejects it. Avery to Brand on the drive. Boy, is he running.
Holy mackerel. You talk about a big guy being in shape there. Elton Brand was put on the bench for 2 games for being out of shape at Duke, but I'll tell you, he showed me something there.
And he sprinted back to the other end, too.
Great play by the player of the year in the country.
65-61 Connecticut.
Look at him now, aggressively.
And he steals it again. Got a man ahead, Avery. Saunders reaches in. It'll send Brand to the line for 1-1.
Oh, Brand is stepping up now like a heavyweight champion. Boy, you talk about a guy that just got all of a sudden re-energized. Look at him take off down the basketball court. He makes a tough catch on the run and finishes. As you pointed out, Jim, before we knew it, he was already back down on the other end of the floor defensively.
Saunders will come out with his third. Bosco in the game. Brand will shoot a 1-on-1. He has 15 points on the night. The college player of the year. 10 of them coming in this half. Already with a double-double. Won't get a second try. 8 minutes remaining. The game we long for all season in college basketball. And 8 minutes left to determine the national champion.
Now look for the screens again for Hamilton. They're setting a lot of great curl moves for him. He gets a bigger man. Does he drive to the basket? There he goes.
Rejected by Carrawell. Out to Freeman. Left hand off the glass. Too strong. And Brand again has it.
But Duke can't get down the court quick enough to get off their 3.
Carrawell quickly with a 2.
Well, you got to love him. I'm really shocked that Mike Krzyzewski's not calling a timeout to give his guys a rest.
The next whistle, though, will be the official timeout.
They are really expending a lot of energy in the last couple of minutes.
El Amin blocked by Brand. Back into the arms of El Amin, and he's out of bounds. Not a timeout in time. He tried to call it.
Almost like a play he made in the first half where he dove and kept the ball alive.
And there's the whistle, Billy.
More minutes than the starting lineup for Connecticut has.
It's been a tournament that's had a paucity of buzzer beaters, unlike tournaments past. Maybe there's one save for tonight. What's this call?
That's Moore trying to fight through the screens. Yep. Gets called for holding Trajan Langdon.
That's the third on Ricky Moore, who had 13 points in the first half, but has not scored in the second half.
But those 13 points, Jim, were so valuable because Connecticut was looking for somebody to get on the board, and he really took over offensively.
Langdon at the line, 1-1. Think of his career. Comes to Duke just months after the Grant Hill senior team lost in the finals. He said, I came to Duke thinking I'd go to 4 Final Fours. His first year is the year that Coach K has to sit out. They're 13 and 18. Then he has to sit out a year because of a knee injury. And now in his last season, he gets to play for that championship tonight.
This is one of his patented free throws. However, he could have tied the score up. High school teammates going head-to-head in that matchup.
Hamilton partially blocked. Bosco fights for it, and it's Duke ball. Devils have a chance to take the lead.
That was great defensive help by Elton Brand because they had the double outside, and Elton stayed right with Richard Hamilton.
Langdon.
He got a piece of it.
How about Mooring with the rebound? He's done that a couple of times already.
Moore got a piece of that ball.
Ricky Moore challenges Avery.
Bad shot. But you notice how Duke has not been able to force tempo. Connecticut doing a good job getting back down. And that's what Duke has been so great this year. In transition, getting the three-point shots off.
Avery over the top to Brand. Bosco, clean block, they say.
Oh, my goodness. How about the foul after the shot? No call. Mike Krzyzewski's got to be going crazy here. And you can't blame him. How is this not a foul? Ball inside. On the ball, but watch what happens afterwards. He takes Brand to the floor.
Duke inbounds underneath. A basket for the lead. Battier eyeing it.
Good.
Over the back on Elton Brand.
Great job by Sanders.
Third on Elton.
Battier had the wide open look.
Jim Calhoun said when we came here tonight.
Jim, that 94 team, 29-5. Jim calls that the most talented team he ever had. Don Yell and Donnie Marshall, Kevin Ollie, Travis Knight, Ray Allen got beat in overtime by Florida. You remember that one?
Pretty touching, though, to hear Calhoun talk about how they're all here tonight. They all got us here.
Well, he considered Chris Smith the most important recruit he ever got because that was the first one he beat head-to-head against a top Big East school.
Avery partially blocked. Saunders got a piece of it. Avery can't quite crawl the rim. And UConn clears. It's Rushmel Jones underneath who rebounded.
Steps. Mooring had the right idea. Pretty good defense by Duke.
Connecticut is in a stretch at this end of the floor offensively where things aren't going right. They've missed their last 6 shots. Here they turn it over.
But Duke has not been able to convert on the other end as well, Jim.
Minutes remaining.
Boy, Ricky Moore is just chasing Trajan Langdon everywhere. He can't fight through any screen.
Carrawell wants it. Carrawell ties it.
Came up so big offensively in the second half against Michigan State.
The 13th tie and a timeout. Chris Carrawell has tied it. He said yesterday, when I think of playing for the national championship, I think of one thing, one shining moment. And that was one right there. Game deadlocked at 66. Tuesday.
Here had to sit down as of January the 5th. Stay completely away from that basketball team that was 9-3 at the time.
Finished 13-18.
Five seconds. Elamine recognizes what the official is doing, so he backs it up a little bit. He's close to a 5-second call. Good job by Elamine to break it.
Gone 4.5 without a field goal. And that's last touch by Avery. But 8 seconds is all we have on the shot clock.
You know what that means, Jim? Richard Hamilton. If you're Duke, you better keep an eye on him here. Here is where he's so dangerous.
Bosco back for Saunders.
And Carrawell, who studied films to get ready to handle Steve Francis and did a fine job against him defensively, has to be aware of where Hamilton is right now.
Aware here, too. 5 on the shot clock. Elamine gets him the lead back.
He loves the leaner. They really do have 2 guys that don't mind taking that big shot. Unusual for teams to have that. Trajan Langdon has the curl that time.
Speaking of wanting the shot, Langdon will go back to the line. Double bonus the rest of the way. He'll shoot 2.
I'm sure the Duke players were aware of Hamilton just as I was. Elamine freezes Avery and then gets that little floater that he loves so well. Just as Brand was an outstanding player on that Goodwill gold medal team, so was Elamine.
Jim Calhoun says the bravest soldier of them all. Elamine. He's a brave one also. 2 shots, Langdon. Three-time first-team All-ACC. In the regional MVP at the Meadowlands. Gets them both. 22 for Langdon.
In the Meadowlands, Jimmy was 15 for 21 from the floor. That'll get you an MVP award.
And I had talked to him about his trouble in shooting here in 3 games. Said, I think I shot pretty well last year against Kentucky. They made 3 out of 7. He said, I'm not worried about it. And he's not playing with any worries at all.
There was Hamilton just running all over, trying to rub Carrawell off the screens. He got hit right in the lower gut there. He goes down.
And again, a double bonus at this end. That's the 4th on Carrawell. Reggie Lewis. And there have been others, Daniel Marshall, Ray Allen, and this man, Rip Hamilton. The next great one, Billy, is on the bench in street clothes. And his name, folks, Aju Ding. And he will, Billy, based on what you've seen, you said he'll be a star.
He really looks like an outstanding prospect to me.
He'll be eligible next year. Hamilton's free throws has given Connecticut the lead by 2. 24 for Hamilton. Full court pressure over the top to beat the press to Avery. In the corner, they forced the turnover.
That was Moore from behind. William Avery, once he crossed half court, had to cut to the middle to get away from that trap. Didn't do it.
Every possession so critical. 3.5 remaining. Hamilton left open after Brand went for the steal, and a 3 gets him the 5-point lead. He rips the long one.
Scotty Thurman, Antonio Lang over the top, Charlotte, North Carolina. A huge 3 there, and that was as well.
And that was also against Duke. Carrawell comes into the traffic, going to get Bosco for that one. Let's check the CBS Sportsline stat of the game. Field goal percentage. And Connecticut over 50%. Holding Duke down to 42%.
And Jim, as you pointed out at the top of the show, Duke has held teams to 36%, the lowest since 1960. But Connecticut doing a fine job offensively.
For a complete wrap-up of the tournament, go to cbs.sportsline.com. Carrawell to shoot 2.
Good arch on the ball there by Carrawell.
His first Final Four memory, Duke-Louisville final back in 1986. Coach K's first final, Louisville won. Freshman Purvis Ellison, the MVP, or MOP, if you will. 1 of 2.
Nobody stepped in for Duke for that long rebound. And this senior leader right here seems to be all over the floor. Again, Hamilton running around the screens.
He wants it, not this time. Carrawell pulls it away, waits for his teammates to catch up.
And then takes it too far. Just
hold on, big call. It's going to the Devils.
Same thing that William Avery did. Took the ball down in the corner when he didn't have the numbers. Big break for Duke here. Ripped on out of there.
Langdon, spin move, too strong, and Ricky Moore rebounds.
And who was the man guarding Trajan Langdon on that play? Ricky Moore, and still there in position to grab a rebound.
8 rebounds for Ricky Moore.
Matched his total against Ohio State, where he led the club.
6'2" guard.
16 rebounds in 2 games, and you're asked to be the defensive guard. That's a walk.
El Amin, and hold on, they got it. They got it.
It has to be a walk, kind of a delayed call there.
2:15 remaining.
And Jim Calhoun looks at El Amin and says, hey, keep the ball out up high. Let Richard Hamilton run around those solid screens.
Devils have made only 1 of their last 7 attempts.
Bosco pushing down in there on Elton Brand. They can't get the ball down in the low post.
There you go. Timeout call. Timeout call.
Second all-time in NCAA tournament wins past the great John Wooden. And you can be sure that Connecticut's going to play out to stop any three-point opportunities. So the key is get the ball down to Elton Brand. And he's being pushed, held, grabbed, everything they can do to him.
Carrawell, 3-pointer.
Block out by Freeman.
And
great rebound.
Battier gets it out. Langdon 3. The senior delivers.
Sensational play by Battier. What a rebound.
A 1-point game with
for the first
remaining.
Jim, Duke slaps the floor. Remember those days by Bobby Hurley slapping the floor and saying we've got something left?
20-second timeout. Calhoun and Connecticut. Battier able to get the rebound and kick it back out to the Alaskan assassin.
Well, people said that he did not play well down the stretch in previous years, but that young man's doing it tonight.
There's a full timeout on the floor now. We'll be back to St. Pete. What a night.
Tournament, the foot problem, missed a number of games, missed the remaining 2 games in the ACC tournament, and then the opening game in the NCAA tournament, so it's great to see him back. Senior on senior right here. Moore and Lang. We're waiting for Hamilton to go off the screen. And here he comes. Farrell beats it.
These are the possessions you'll play back in your mind and back on tape the rest of your life. 1:10 to go. 8 on the shot clock. El Amin with Brand defending. Splits the defender. To the three-point game.
How much guts is that to take the ball against Brand inside?
With just 4 seconds on the shot clock. And El Amin, or was it called on Moore? Called on Moore. It'll be, again, 2-shot situation the rest of the way.
And if you're Jim Calhoun, again, you don't want foul here. Stops the clock. Another floater on the inside. He just has so much confidence, Jim. And just think, 2 games ago, he goes 0 for 12 against Gonzaga. Here he comes tonight. Forgets all about it and comes up big.
2 shots for Avery, sophomore. Delivers the first. What a combo he's been with Elton Brand. They made recruiting trips together to Virginia and Kentucky. They decided on those trips they were going to go to the same school, and they chose Duke. And now they're down 1 with 54 seconds to go.
In any case, Duke will get another possession. At least 1. Jim Calhoun says, I want it back out here. And he wants a timeout now.
With 34 seconds remaining, they'll operate with 16 seconds. Always believe. Trajan Langdon in the final seconds of his career. The bridge.
And Duke has stood in his way every time he has tried to advance.
The bridge, as Coach K called them. 12 on the shot clock. El Amin again, spinning, firing short. Carrawell has it. Duke with a basket can take the lead and win the game.
They don't have to take a shot. Will Mike Krzyzewski go for a 20-second, or is he just going to play?
We're running this one down.
Wow, Trajan Langdon with the ball, and he's going up against a great defender. What's he doing here?
9 seconds to go. The whole season on the line, and Langdon to call wall. Traveling on Langdon with 5 seconds remaining.
The foot movement of Ricky Moore. I'm really surprised that they tried to challenge the #1 defender in the NCAA tournament so far. It was the footwork of Ricky Moore who stayed right in front of Trajan Langdon.
A timeout, Duke. 75-74, UConn. But it's not over here. UConn ball with 5 seconds to go.
Strategy here is if you're Duke University, you've got to foul. We look on the floor right now. You've got Ricky Moore, an 82% shooter. You've got Hamilton, an 83% shooter. Collette is a 78% shooter.
Inbound to El Amin, and Avery will send him to the line. It only lost 0.2 of a second.
And El Amin goes to the line, a 79% free throw shooter. He's come up big in this game.
But he's
0 for 2 tonight.
Missed 2 tonight.
There is the defensive intensity of Ricky Moore. I really thought that Duke would have been better off not trying to go against the strength of Connecticut's defense and put the ball in the hands of Avery since Moore was on Trajan Langdon. But that's old news now.
Again, you watch the tournament through the eyes of the players, through the eyes of the kids. And Khalid Al-Amin, who had just an atrocious game against Gonzaga in the regional final, as they tried to clear that hurdle, still stepped to the line, though, late in that game and hit the key free throws. 2 shots coming for Al-Amin.
Jones checks in. Go Huskies.
Jim, if he makes this shot, do you foul if you're Connecticut and not let Duke try one of those patented threes to tie this thing?
You'll need a 3 to tie.
Trajan Langdon's going to take it to length of the floor and try to get it off. He doesn't have a lot of time here.
Pressure from Jones. Langdon trips, and UConn has done it. El Amin comes over and says, we shocked the world. Folks, you got to believe, because just when people say you can't, you can. And UConn has won the national championship in its first attempt in a final. Jim Calhoun has completed the unthinkable for many, the improbable. His friends will tell you that no one ever gave Jim Calhoun anything. His father passed away at the age of 15. His high school coach, Fred Herget, was the most profound influence in his life outside his family, his high school coach. And he said he wanted to be like him one day, wanted to make a difference like he did to me. And he toiled through the high school ranks at first, from Old Lyme High School to Westport High School up in Massachusetts, to Dedham High School, on to Northeastern, to Connecticut in 1986. Nothing was ever given to him. He started with nothing, and he had to grind every step of the way. And his Huskies embodied his spirit tonight, and they have won the 1999 National Championship. He said coming here, this was going to be Duke's tournament. Everybody said, you can't, but you did. How did you do it?
With these guys, and with guys like, and without question with the guys who come before them. Because Ray Allen, Daniel Marshall, Chris Smith, Scotty Burrell, they set this up. And then these guys pulled the slate tonight and pulled it across the finish line.
It's unbelievable to see a guy like Ray Allen. You talked about the lineage of having all the players through the years. They all were a part of this, you said, to get you here tonight.
Every one of our kids who played for us, from Cliff Robinson on down to Scotty, to Ray, to every kid, they have an awful lot to do with this. And then these guys pulled that slate across that finish line. It was very special tonight.
Hey, Ricky, the road for you began back on Hazel Street in Augusta, Georgia. And what does this one mean to you tonight in your last game at Connecticut?
It means a lot. You know, we really worked hard as a team, and I came out to prove myself tonight. I was playing against one of my former teammates, and I just wanted to show everybody I got an offensive game as well as a defensive game. And one thing, I knew Ray Allen must have been in the building. It was like my freshman year in the Big East tournament when I shocked the world, and I shocked it again.
Hey, Jim, I want to ask you, I want to give a lot of credit to you and your staff as well. That defensive plan you had for Elton Brand was magnificent.
Yeah, we really tried to do big-to-big doubles, but we made a little different kind of rotation than Michigan State had, and we always doubled with the same person. So when you try to double with different people, you fall out of rotation. But our kids knew almost like a zone principle once we doubled down where we're going to be.
Took you 20 times to get to a Final Four, and then you went all the way. Nice going.
Thank you.
Well, Coach, when you won the NIT back in 1988, they didn't say congratulations back in Connecticut. They said thank you. What do you think they're going to be saying when you go home this time?
Well, we're going to say to them, thank you for being the best fans in America. You know, we're bringing us back to Connecticut with a great group of kids, and we couldn't be happier.
It's a shining moment unlike any other. And what a march to remember for the man who became a grandfather back on March the 5th for the first time. Jim Calhoun and the Connecticut Huskies are the national champions, and let's go back to Greg Gumbel.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. You know, it's one of those things, you think back to the pregame show, Bonnie Bernstein talked to Coach Calhoun and to Khalid El Amin. The last thing Khalid El Amin says, we're going to go out there tonight and shock the world. They have done just that. A short while ago, Armin Katayan had a chance to catch up with Duke Blue Devils head coach Mike Krzyzewski.
Coach, certainly not the effort, or certainly not the outcome here, but as disappointment. The effort was great in a game for the ages.
Yeah, it was a great game, and I thought we really picked it up in the second half and had some opportunities. They make big shots. They're their perimeter is terrific. Hamilton and Elamine and Moore are just an amazing perimeter, and they kept pressure on us all game, and it was tough to defend them. And then we got some looks, and we put ourselves in a position where we had a chance to win, and they made the play, and we didn't make the play in the last minute. And that's what great games usually end up with, is, you know, who made that one play.
You've told us time and time again how much you love this team. What, in a moment, you'll be in the locker room with them. What do you say to them?
Well, I'll find out when I do things by feel, not by program. So when I see them, I love my team. I mean, they gave me an unbelievable year, and we lost to a great basketball team. I think a team that played outstanding basketball. So I thought we were beaten tonight. We didn't lose, and my hat's off to Jim and his team. They're really a tough basketball team. They're a very difficult team to defend.
Thanks, Coach. A sensational season, a little short. Thank you very much.
Mike Krzyzewski as classy in defeat as he is in victory. Our Chevrolet players of the game: Trajan Langdon of Duke, a team-high 25 points. Richard Hamilton of Connecticut, 27 points, 16 of them coming in the second half. He also grabbed 7 rebounds. We'll take a timeout here, and when we come back to St. Petersburg, a happy Yukon Husky bunch will take possession of the championship trophy. We'll also have one shining moment coming your way right after this.
Please, to present the championship awards tonight, here is the chairman of the NCAA Division I Men's Basketball Committee, Mr. C.M. Newton.
Again, on behalf of the Division I Men's Basketball Committee, I want to congratulate both of these outstanding teams for a tremendous championship game and a tremendous run throughout the tournament. And now it's my privilege to present the NCAA Championship Trophy to Coach Jim Calhoun at the University of Connecticut Huskies. Congratulations, Coach. Jim, we'd like a few words from you, please.
I just want to thank the best fans in America. Although you may disagree, CM, from the best state basketball in America to the best basketball team I've ever coached, who brought this trophy home. I also want to congratulate a great Duke basketball team that we beat here today. They're a tremendous basketball team.
Congratulations, Jim. You're great champions.
Is tipped, there you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star. All those years, no one knows just how hard you work. But now it shows that one shining moment you reached deep inside. In one shining moment you knew you were alive. Feel the beat of your heart, feel the wind in your face. It's more than a contest, it's more than a race. When it's done, win or lose, you always did your best, 'cause inside you knew that one shining moment you reached for the sky. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you willing to try. One shining moment you
preview. And there's Christian Laettner returning to Atlanta. He would score 12 points on the night. Grant Hill getting a lot of things done early. 10 points in the first quarter. They're up 25-19. Hawks at home coming back. Look at Chris Crawford. How's that thing going to go? Hawks up 37-36 at the break. Lindsey Hunter scoring a season-high 21. Hitting a three-pointer. And then Grant Hill once again just working on Tyrone Corbin, who wants all copies of this tape destroyed. He goes off the glass, Pistons up by 14. Hill with the finish as the Hawks declined to play defense on that trip. 28 points, 5 rebounds, 8 assists for Grant Hill. The Pistons all over the Hawks at the Georgia Dome, 93-77. Steve at the Garden tonight. Antonio Davis unable to go. Jalen Rose can't get it to go, and then he gets thrown down by Patrick Ewing, and then he trips the big fella, and here we go. Now check this out, Kenny. Dick Favetta.
Whoa, he takes one for the team, Dick Favetta. Oh
right across the bridge of the nose. Rose gets thrown out of the game. Ewing gets a tee, and there you see Dick Favetta taking the shot on the bridge of the nose. So they sort everything out and get back the ball. Patrick Ewing, pull-up jumper, 64-63. And Travis Best. Spark plug off that Indiana bench. Inside, nice catch, Dale Davis. It's an 85-82 New York lead. 94-93, one more chance for the guys in the gold. And it's amazing one of these doesn't go. Watch the tips. Al Harrington, the rookie, right there, and he rims it out. And the white shirts celebrate. Little dejection for Larry Bird and elation for Latrell Sprewell and the Knicks. They win at 94-93. Ewing going for 37. Here's the Tony Batty, who jams it down 88-72. Can Charlotte do something at home? Brad Miller. Been a force lately, going with a left hand and one. 98-93, they're only down 5, but Kenny Anderson to the rescue, knocking down a 3. He had 22 on the night. And it's the Boston Celtics who have really been struggling. 109-99 over the Charlotte Hornets. So much for their 8-game home. Gets hit right here. Take a look. And there is no call. Don Nelson is absolutely furious. And whoa, Nellies, there they both are. Don and Don Jr. and Big Nelly got tossed. Mavs trying to make a move. Michael Finley from Steve Nash. And then Donnie Nelson now at the controls. As the Timberwolves' Terrell Brandon hits a three-pointer. 16 points in the third for Terrell, and then Kevin Garnett finishing things off. He had a 22-point night, also 9 rebounds and 8 assists. Terrell Brandon going for 22 points, 10 out of 16 from the floor, and the Timberwolves all over the Mavs by 20, 98-78. Who's got good seats courtside? Horace Grant?
Forgetting about the time. He thinks it's 1 second left. It was actually 10. Yes, a mental lapse.
Dominique Wilkins looking like the Dominique of old tonight. The spin move cuts the New Jersey lead to 78-77. Good defense by the white shirts, and here comes Nick Anderson. 92-89 Magic. The answer from Stephon Marbury. Oh, what a great, quick first step off the glass. 92-91. Game was tied at 98. Player of the week, Darrell Armstrong. To Horace Grant. Doesn't matter how much time's left on this one. He drains it 100-98, and the Nets would have another chance. Where are you going to go at the end of the game? Marbury off the mark. Still got a shot. Chris Carr off balance, but it won't go. The Nets really gave him a run down there. New Jersey 5-23 coming in, and look at Jimmy Lynam. He's an assistant coach, the real coach, the head coach.
I can't see.
Don Casey. I'll tell you what happens later, Don. Oh, it didn't go. We lost the game, 100-98. Valiant effort by the Nets, but the Magic go to 22-9, best record in the Eastern Conference. Nick Anderson going for 28 with 10 boards, and they win it by a deuce over the New Jersey Nets. Right. Kukoc. Are you going to give it up? Nah, keep it yourself. Scored the first 6 points for the Bulls. Allen Iverson had 21 points through 3 quarters, 24-18, and look at Kukoc trying to rest that sore back. Keith Booth had a career high, 16 points on the night over George Lynch. And then Matt Geiger and Mark Bryant going to get tangled up inside. Uh-oh. Is that a punch we saw? Rod Thorne going to be very, very busy looking at all kind of tape tonight. Kukoc, little fadeaway lefty. And the Chicago Bulls handing Larry Brown and the guys their playbooks tonight. They beat them for the first time this year. 91-89. Iverson going for 27 on 10 out of 17 from the floor. Keith Booth, the career-high night, 16, 9, and 6. Chicago moving the ball around nicely with 32 assists on the night. They win it by 10 over the Philadelphia 76ers. And the Wizards and the Bucks. Ray Allen.
Go UConn, go UConn, go!
Yeah, he's pumped up over last night. Wizards, though, up by 5. Fourth quarter, Bucks down 9. Ray Allen, oh, that championship feeling. Knocks down a 3. The Wizards' lead is down to 6. Bucks down by 4. Ray Allen once again making a steal. It's a 2-point game, 101-99, and converts the free throw. They're down 1. Bucks up 3. Rod Strickland ties the game at 105 with just under 12 seconds to play. Where do you go with Milwaukee? You go to the big dog, Glenn Robinson. Hits it, and they're up by a deuce. Still, there is time for the Wizards. It'll be Calvert Chaney. He's got a look, but he's off balance, and it's not there. And the Milwaukee Bucks, in front of the home folks at the Bradley Center, win a thriller. There's your hero, the big dog, Glenn Robinson. 107-105. Richmond goes for 23 and 7. Ray Allen goes for 25 the night after his alma mater claims the NCAA crown.
I often think of Earl Monroe when he came to the Knicks. He was willing to sacrifice his game in order to fit in with the team, so that was the type of attitude that I like.
Knicks win the opening tip. Although we'll say one thing on Sprewell's behalf, he gets the same questions asked every day, and he's tried to be media friendly instead of just saying, hey, listen, I've stated my case, I don't want to talk about it. So it's not like he brings it up every single day. He's just responding to questions.
They're trying to exploit Mullen against LJ.
Ewing hits the jumper. Patrick Ewing. Jeff Van Gundy has talked about getting his shooting percentage up. Ewing just 43% from the field, but looked fluid on that one.
A career 53% shooter. Smits was looking to help out, and that gave Ewing the opening that he needed.
Dudley is on Smits. Dudley getting another start. Quick turnaround from Rick Smits. Doesn't go. Charlie Ward the rebound.
Both teams poor offensive rebounding teams.
Ewing comes back up. Quick jumper. Patrick Ewing. 2 for 2 quickly from the field.
So the Pacers might have to make an adjustment there. Smits nowhere near him that time along the baseline.
Of course, Houston is on Miller. Jackson kicks it out to Smits. And Smits with a soft touch. Able to knock it down. 4-2 the Knicks lead.
Smits had a game-high 22 in the loss last night to the Hawks, so you can see he's very adept with his perimeter shooting at 7-4.
Houston trying to get free. Miller right with him. Reggie Miller's turned into a pretty adequate defender over the past several years. Was never known for that early in his career. Houston forces up the shot. Doesn't go. Millen the rebound. Again, Dudley getting the start in place of Kurt Thomas. And Larry Johnson, who's bothered by back spasms, decides to give it a go. Dale Davis with the jumper. Ewing the rebound.
Davis, a guy you would want to shoot from the perimeter.
A 10-footer is pretty much out of Dale Davis's range. Still an important player. Charlie Ward flips it up. Left-handed tip from Ward on the second effort.
Dynamic effort by Ward. So he got inside with the dribble penetration and then the tenacity to get it in with the left hand.
So much talk about Patrick Ewing and his shooting and Latrell Sprewell starting to gel, but the Knicks need Charlie Ward to play consistent basketball. He's guarding Mullen. Inside blocked by Ewing. Johnson able to get the rejection. As you see, Jackson has been able to post up Charlie Ward, so Ward guarding Chris Mullen a couple of times down the floor.
Ewing has been lethal. He's canned his first 2 opportunities.
Houston wanting to post up Miller, leans in. Allen Houston, top move, and the Knicks have jumped out to an 8-2 lead.
So Houston very persistent that time, defiant in the paint actually to can the shot.
Knicks have hit 4 of their first 6 from the field. Miller off the screen. Houston goes for the fake. Miller back out to Rick Smits. And Smits nails it.
Smits a smooth jumper, so he can 2 after missing his first opportunity.
Houston line up the jumper. A lot of contact there from Mullen. Doesn't go. Dudley battles for the rebound. Dale Davis able to secure.
Davis, their leading rebounder, averaging 8 per game.
Mullen trying to post up Ward. That's been the matchup so far to keep Ward off Mark Jackson. Mullen forces it up. Doesn't go. Dudley the rebound.
Mullen 6'7", Ward 6'1". Ward doing an excellent job that time.
Houston drives down, kicks it out Ewing. Ewing fall-away jumper, and Patrick Ewing 3 for 3 from the field.
A lethal touch by Ewing. All of his shots have been around the 15-foot mark.
Ewing said after the Laker game he was disappointed in his performance and couldn't wait for the next game. That's obvious here in the first quarter. They go to Smits once again. Dudley trying to bang him. Smits doesn't go. Ewing the rebound.
50 now by Dudley and not creating the foul as well.
Knicks off to a good start thus far. Ward left open. Now penetrates. Johnson steps back. Mullen on him. Ewing with Dale Davis on him. Ewing into the paint, kicks it out. Ward fakes the three, now puts it up way short. And it's Pacer ball. And finally a whistle. This is a pace with very few fouls, very few turnovers to start.
It's an offensive-oriented game, so Ward right on the elbow, barely caught the rim.
4 minutes of uninterrupted play. That's unheard of. Especially in the lockout season. Jackson flips it up there. Dudley the rebound. Good defense from Larry Johnson.
And Ewing in there as well.
Ward trying to penetrate. Finds Ewing.
That's why Ward needs a baby jumper. He gets in the paint but can't finish.
Ewing quick move to the goal. Draws the foul. Shot rejected, but Patrick Ewing will shoot a couple.
So Ewing's doing is igniting the Knicks now. 3 consecutive hoops by Ewing this time down.
Pacers a good road team this year. They're 9-5 away from Market Square. They've been inconsistent at home. Jackson trapped. Ward puts a hand up on Mullen, and Chris Mullen nails the three.
You gotta get a hand up. That man is lethal from there. 45% shooter. That's among the leaders.
12-7. Knicks with a 5-point lead. We've played nearly 5 minutes.
Trying to feature LJ against Mullen. They have not had success with that mismatch.
Mullen a good defender in terms of hands, but not the post against someone like Larry Johnson. Ewing steps up. Patrick Ewing hits another one. Ewing 4 for 4 from the field. He's got 10 points.
And again, Smith's looking to help out. Ewing making him pay.
This is certainly the best shooting we've seen from Patrick Ewing, who has been very inconsistent from the outside. Ewing showing good legs as well. Dale Davis makes his move, kicks it back out. Mullen on the fake. 6 on the shot clock. The runner in the lane rattles in. Chris Mullen with a pretty move.
Good creativity by Chris. Good dexterity to get in the paint about 8 feet away.
Neither team has turned the ball over yet. We've only had 1 personal foul. We're nearly midway through the first. Ward doesn't get it to Johnson in time and hits the three. Charlie Ward knocks down the shot. And the Knicks now lead by 8.
You like the confidence by Ward. Previously, just barely grazed the rim on a three-pointer, coming back to switch this one.
Miller misfires. Mullen the offensive rebound, and he got hit by Dudley. That's Reggie Miller's first field goal attempt. Player in the league has impressed a lot of people, especially his coach, Larry Bird. And you see him working hard against Larry Johnson. And not only trying to fight the veterans, but then trying to plead with Dick Bavetta about getting fouled.
Yeah, that part he has to earn. So he's doing a good job there with LJ.
When the Pacers were working out during the lockout, Harrington couldn't get a place to live, so he moved in with Antonio Davis, who's married and has 2 little kids. And it went so well that he's still living with them. He's going to live with them for the whole year. Antonio Davis's kids love Harrington. He's even babysat them for a little bit, and he's enjoyed things. He doesn't have to pay rent, but you talk to Antonio Davis, and he says that he started looking at his phone bill, and Harrington was making all these calls home, and he had the most expensive phone bill he ever had. So Harrington, the one thing he has to do is pay his way in terms of the phone bill and do the chores around his house. And Antonio Davis's wife makes sure that Harrington does his chores. And there's a millionaire in the NBA.
Yep.
That's hitting another free throw.
But you have to realize that it embellishes, Mike, that he's still a kid.
Yep.
He's only 19, albeit he's 6'9", 230. He gets lonely, and that's why he's on the phone.
I'm also told by people in the Pacer organization, every day he is the last person to leave practice because he just works so hard. He's a good kid and is just trying to improve his game and is soaking up everything he learns from Larry Bird and his coaching staff.
Couldn't have a better role model than Antonio Davis,
who is absolutely one of the really good guys in this league.
Tenacious work ethic on him.
And a hand check foul called there on Harrington. And he'll pick up his first with 6:42 remaining here in the second.
A little lull in the action now. The crowd was very up for the game, but now the crowd is comatose. Lack of intensity in the play now.
Coming up on 6.5 remaining. Knicks have Ward back in with Sprewell, Canby, Johnson, and Ewing. Ewing had a quick start in the first half.
Good best. Good hounding on Ward, getting over the screen.
Harrington picks him up, finding Ewing. Ewing the fake. Tough jump shot. It's good. Patrick Ewing really has the stroke tonight. And the Knicks back up by 4.
Early on, when the game first began, Ewing came out looking for his jumper, and he's been cannoning.
Ward trying to fight over a screen. Perkins. Another 3. Now they say his foot was on the line, but Sam Perkins drills another.
Best creativity that time by him, breaking down the Knicks D to find Sam right in front of the Pacer bench.
Johnson down low. The rookie Harrington on him. Johnson quick move, doesn't go. Dale Davis picks up the rebound.
Too quick by LJ. He had more time than he thought.
Knicks lead has been cut to 2. It was 9 at one point, and now Jalen Rhodes ties the game at 42.
All right, no one denied his penetration. Rhodes got right to the free throw line and drained the jumper.
And a 20-second timeout called by Jeff Van Gundy after the Pacers go on a 9 now with 16 points, and the Knicks as a team have hit all 10 of their free throws. They're back up 2.
You're averaging about 17 a game.
Canby trying to block that.
Watch this. Keep his dribble. Never gives up the dribble. Keeps his dribble all the time. That's what you want to do as a point guard.
Perkins, 5 on the shot clock. Going to look to post up Canby. Tries to draw the foul and does. And Canby just got suckered into that one.
Why, man? Here's a guy Sam can't get off the floor.
Stepped over a little bit too quickly. Those along the free throw lane are allowed to leave as soon as the ball is released from the free throw shooter's hands, whereas the shooter has to wait until the ball hits the rim. But Perkins obviously didn't wait. He released it, he went.
And there's a reason for those rules, folks. Somewhere in the past, somebody got slick from the line, and that's why they changed it.
Yep. Ewing, quick runner in the lane, way off that side.
That's why the way he's shooting, you hate to see that type of shot from Patrick. Just take a good shot.
Rose fakes, now drives on Sprewell, steps back, good defense.
Yep, staying on his feet. That's the key to D. Stay on your feet.
Rose getting double teamed back to Perkins. Canby knocks it away. Perkins has to tip it out to Rose with 5 on the shot clock. Perkins a little slow getting up. Now Rose a 3. Doesn't go. Dale Davis the long rebound.
Ball carrying right over Ewing's head. See, when the shot was taken, he should have gotten his body into Davis. That way the ball would not have come over his head.
Rose, quick pass down to Perkins, blocked by Ewing, but a foul. And Ewing picks up his first.
And it's been those second opportunities igniting the Pacers, though. We've seen a couple of hoops by Miller.
Seattle's struggling this year. It was an excellent pickup. He signed a 2-year deal. But he has hinted if the Pacers won the title, that would be it.
They got a shot this year. A lot of teams have a shot at that title.
Inside at 44. 4 minutes remaining in the second. Johnson, quick move on Harrington, and puts it in. Larry Johnson able to knock it down. His first field goal. Knicks back up 2.
So ring the bell. School is in for Harrington. So previously he denied LJ on that play, but this time LJ spinning off the glass.
So he's getting a lot of minutes out there once again. Rose.
Good job by Spree keeping him on the perimeter.
Rose misses Ewing, rips it down. Quick outlet Ward.
Ward can't get in the paint, though. Best keeping him out of there.
Johnson again goes right at Harrington. Sprewell lines up for the shot. Off the mark. Rebound, Marcus Canby. Lost it out of bounds. And it's still going to be Nick Ball as Allen Houston will check back in.
Canby doing a good job. Perkins was there. So watch LJ posted inside. Harrington 6'9", LJ 6'7". LJ just spins right around him. And no help coming, so the Pacers have not been looking to double team on the low post.
Reggie Miller back in, and Harrington sits down after playing 9 minutes here in the second quarter.
Miller, their leading player in minutes played, over 30. The rest of the guys are only about 20 minutes per game.
And Sprewell had it knocked away and lost it out of bounds. Only the second turnover by the Knicks, and there's just 3:15 remaining in the second. Although the Pacers this year are last in the NBA in forcing turnovers. They just don't, they play good defense, but they don't come up with a lot of steals and forcing turnovers. Rose flips it up there, deflects it. Sprewell. Rose went down hard. And Sprewell ahead. Ewing and Rose ready to go at it. And Dick Bavetta gets in the way. Ewing's got to walk away. And now other players come in. Dale Davis goes at Ewing. It's gone into the first row of the crowd. This is where it can be very dangerous as the crowd gets involved. And there's going to be some penalties handed out on this one, and not just for this game. Ewing is very irate. Jeff Van Gundy trying to get away. Ewing pushing him.
Well, no Knicks left the bench, so luckily it was down on the far end, but all the other players were on the court. They were just trying to break it up. So no Pacers came off the bench to try to, to deny the fight. But what happened, if we can get a replay of that, what happened, Rose drove inside Ewing, harassed him, and then it seemed to me Rose inadvertently fell to the floor. So Ewing got the rebound, passed it off, and when Ewing was running up the court, Rose stuck his leg out and tripped him up. And that's when the altercation began.
Dick DeVetta got a smack in the nose, apparently. He's bleeding on the bridge of his nose right now.
Yeah, tripped. Ewing, good harassment. Watch Rose fall down right there. See, he just inadvertently fell. Now watch him trip Ewing. Tripped him up, and now this is when DeVetta got hit in the nose right there. Boom, he caught a punch. And then that's when the other players came in, but these guys were on the court, so Ewing did throw some punches.
I don't know if they'll determine that a punch or just shoving off Dale Davis, but it was very close. And how many times have we said this, Clyde? The Knicks just can't walk away from these situations. Now, they're not totally at fault. Certainly, Jalen Rose started it with the trip, but the Knicks, you'd think one of these days would learn just to walk away instead of taking a chance of suspension.
So they're showing it now. The crowd's getting the same look that we saw on TV. You can hear how they're reacting to what went on. I agree, Mike. He could have walked away from that, man.
Absolutely, he's got to. And the way the Knicks have had some of their seasons end prematurely because of these type of incidents, you'd think just once they'd be able to walk away. So what's going on right now is Rose and Ewing offsetting technicals. Rose called for a punching foul, and he's been thrown out of the game.
His punch hit the ref in the nose. That's how the ref got injured.
Chris Dudley ejected on Sunday in L.A. against the Lakers, and this was the reason why. Shaquille O'Neal, and that's the straddling afterwards and then shoving. That's degrading what O'Neal did, and you can't blame Dudley for being upset, but you can't respond by throwing the ball. Dudley doesn't throw the ball. Shaq gets called for a technical foul on that, and there you see the fines were handed out. Kurt Thomas getting involved with Rodman, who escapes without anything. But if Dudley doesn't throw the ball, it's a technical foul on the Lakers, and Dudley, more importantly, stays in the game when the Knicks were still in it. As again, lack of self-control hurt the team. Ewing leans in, tries to draw the foul, doesn't get it. Dudley's hit with the left hand, misses, Smith's the rebound.
Dudley should get those caroms more, bring the ball down and take it back. You look at how often he tips the ball up there, it rarely goes in.
Knicks lead is 3, just over 2 remaining in the third. Houston guarding Miller. Perkins with a 3. It's good. Sam Perkins. And it's a tie game with 2 minutes remaining. Perkins enjoying things.
Yep, no one contested his shot.
Perkins 12 points off the bench.
Their bench is why they're one of the best teams in the East as well as the NBA.
Ewing backs in, spinning against Perkins. Back shot doesn't go, and a loose ball foul called on Chris Dudley. 3 on Dudley, and that's it's not over the limit yet.
So Ewing had misfired on his last 2 opportunities. That time, the Pacers doing a good job denying him underneath.
Kurt Thomas and Childs come in. Dudley and Ward sit down.
This is the kind of game, Mike, you wonder what Ewing will have down the stretch. We've seen 3 times this season he's missed game-winning opportunities after having a prolific game like he's having right now.
Miller against Houston. Spinning underneath. Tough shot. Ewing grabs the rebound. But a foul is called. Loose ball foul against Indiana, and the Pacers are over the limit. Out.
So he better get enough rest to have something down the stretch.
And misses both this time. Game tied at 70. Just under 1:20 remaining, third quarter. Allen Houston is guarding Jackson. Childs is on Miller. Jackson kicks it out. Perkins fakes the 3. Leans in. The floater blocked from behind, but a late whistle and a foul.
Ewing reaching over the back that time.
And Patrick Ewing picks up his second 4. Dallas saying, why couldn't we have that 3rd pick? Houston. Knicks down by 1, under a minute to play in the 3rd. Houston with Mark Jackson on him. Harrington looks to double team. Houston, nice spin move, puts it up and in. Now Houston took Mark Jackson on him and said he was going to take the shot no matter what.
You can see the determination on his face that he would not be denied.
13 for Houston. Knicks back up by a point.
So Miller looking to retaliate.
Childs defending him. Miller, quick move, quick shot, it's good.
He shoots off the wrong foot. That's how he got it off along the baseline.
Childs just threw an elbow, and Reggie Miller, and he picks up the foul. Miller was all over him trying to deny, and Childs just shoved him. Fourth foul on Childs.
Miller got that from Rotman, getting right in their face, antagonizing them. Watch that. Miller doing his job to draw the foul, knowing the Knicks are vulnerable to that. They will retaliate.
Jackson back up. Perkins with another three. Doesn't go. Rebound Sprewell. Sprewell did a good job boxing out on Harrington.
Yeah, Harrington 6'9", 365.
Even though they were far from the basket, that's something the Knicks have not done on a regular basis this year. Childs out to Sprewell.
Good D by the Pacers now, swarming to the ball.
2-second difference, shot clock and game clock. Houston makes his drive out to Sprewell. Sprewell nearly lost it, puts it up, and in. And the shot clock expires. 2 seconds to go in the period. Miller from three-quarters court. And that's way off the mark. And that will end the third quarter. Latrell Sprewell, a tough shot. He now has 14 points. Patrick Ewing leading all scorers with 29. Miller and Childs, and you just shake your head. Why didn't he just walk away? But the Knicks have shown their inability to do that. 3 quarters complete here at the Garden. A wonderful Miami. Ewing had a great game, but what everyone remembers, and certainly rightfully so, the final shot that did not go in.
That would be the scenario tonight if it happens.
Certainly could be, as Perkins has tied it up now. And you look right now who's on the floor for the Indiana Pacers. Harrington, Perkins, and Best. 3 members of the bench, along with Miller and Dale Davis.
Not an aberration for this team. That's the usual norm for them, because these players, we mentioned, Mike, you mentioned that Best is always in there in the fourth quarter in place of Jackson.
Yeah, as we said, Jackson's not happy about it. He's been the good soldier, but you know that it's not something he wants.
The quickness that Best brings to the game, he can break down defense.
6 on the shot clock. Sprewell with Harrington on him, makes his move, spinning, and he's called for travel.
It's his second of the game. Just discombobulated on the play. Harrington doing an excellent job that time on the D.
Jeff Van Gundy likes his aggressiveness, but wants him to play with a little more discipline.
What's happening now, the Knicks in a half-court game, Sprewell does not excel in a half-court game. More of a transitional player.
Ford trying to guard Best. Johnson goes away from the double team. Best comes right back up. Now makes the penetration underneath, flips it inside. Dale Davis, and an easy two. Travis Best, excellent play inside.
And that's why he's in the game, because of his creativity. Second time he's found double D with the good stuff.
Knicks are down 3 with 5.5 to play in the fourth. These are the type of the games this season the Knicks have lost.
Now this is where they need the prowess of Ewing.
Ewing and Perkins. There's the double team. Ewing kicks it out to Houston. Houston with the jumper. That's good. And Houston now with 15. The Knicks within 1.
That time Allen had his toe on the line. From the corner there, folks, it's only a 22-foot shot. But as the line curves around, it becomes 23-9.
Ewing with a smart pass that time, not trying to force it. Miller fakes the 3, then puts it up. Doesn't go. Rebound. Johnson and Sprewell knocked it out of each other's hands.
Yep, they did not communicate.
So a new 24 for Indiana.
That's why if you block out, you will know who's behind you.
Houston got caught off the screen. Miller a 3. And Reggie Miller's hit so many big shots from that spot, including last year's playoff. That game 5 to force the overtime.
And those second opportunities igniting the Pacers.
Ewing with the Knicks down by 4. 4.5 remaining.
Usually got in the paint to find Houston.
And there's the hard foul on Ewing. He'll go back to the free throw line for some very important free throws.
Yeah, he missed his last 2 from the line. So this is when Ewing must contain his consistency. So he becomes very erratic right about now.
Perkins' first foul. Ewing's overall numbers terrific. 2 block shots to that. He's now 8 of 10 from the free throw line.
Amazing grace tonight with Patrick Ewing. Very composed.
Knicks down by 2. Just under 4.5 remaining. Here in the fourth.
They're looking for Miller again.
Miller again. Another 3. Short. Charlie Ward. Another rebound. Ahead now to Houston. Houston drives underneath, kicks it out to Ward. Ward with a three. Short. Rebound, Perkins knocks it off the backboard, and Best comes the other way. Miller down low to Dale Davis, and he's fouled. Ewing picks up his third, but that's not a bad foul because Dale Davis is a poor free throw shooter.
So that time a good transition by the Pacers. Best to Miller. So Double D was the trailer that time on the left side.
Both teams with plenty of timeouts remaining. And on the next Knick foul, both teams will be in a penalty. Dale Davis from the free throw line, 1 of 2. As we said, he barely shoots over 50%.
Previously made his first one and missed his second.
And does so there. Of course, coming up tonight, gives the Pacers a 4-point lead, just under 4 to play.
So the Knicks like to feature Ewing now, but they've got to get other people involved as well.
Ball taken away. Travis Best just took it out of Charlie Ward's hands.
Stopped his dribble. He was encumbered by the sideline, too close to the sideline.
And Ward, who's played well throughout the night, with a costly turnover.
Best looking to break him down now.
Best leans in. Nice feed to Dale Davis, and he's fouled again. As Ward has had a difficult time defending Best.
So Best shaking to get inside and then drawing it.
Miller has loved to play here at Madison Square Garden. Remember the 25 points in the fourth quarter one night?
Yeah, that catapulted him to superstardom against the Knicks. And he relishes coming in here to play as well.
So Dale Davis, another free throw. Every free throw important right now.
Previously, Dale made 2, missed his first one, trying to redeem himself now.
Second one is good. Knicks down by 5. Jeff Van Gundy said earlier today, we've been just good enough to lose in all these close games. We've wondered all season when the big plays are going to come, a big shot or a big stop. Knicks need them here tonight. They trail by 5. Johnson wide open, hesitated, had the shot, did not take it.
Yep, he was only 10 feet away.
Trying to spin, left-handed, flips it up, does not get the roll. Ewing's kick no good. Second kick is good.
Good perseverance by Ewing. The Pacers want goaltending. They said Ewing was above the cylinder.
It was close, but I don't think that one was goaltending. Knicks down by 3.
This is the man that bedeviled them.
Travis Best, they isolate him with Ward. Miller goes to set a screen.
Watch his dexterity with the ball.
Now Ward on Miller, another shot. It's good. That's a 2 from Miller.
The mismatch, Miller 6'8", Ward 6'1".
93-88. Knicks down 5 with 2.5 remaining. Knicks have not been able to get stops in recent possessions by the Pacers. And there's a foul call on Reggie Miller.
Not a good
Pacers over the limit.
Yeah, Miller too zealous getting over the screen. So watch they got the mismatch that they wanted to switch that time by Houston and Ward. So that's why Houston does not want to switch. Stay with Miller.
So big free throws from Allen Houston.
Previously a good tip in by Ewing, and this time setting a good screen on Allen to draw the foul against Miller. Both teams feasting from the line.
So Sprewell and Ward getting some instructions.
Defensive strategy. Telling them not to switch, I'm sure.
Houston hits both. Knicks are down 3 with 2:28 remaining here in the fourth. Knicks need some stops and the chance of defense once again. Same spot for Travis Best against Ward. Miller again sets the screen.
And they switch again.
Miller looking to post up. Pass to Best. 6 on the shot clock. Perkins fakes. Now drives down a lane. Runs at Ewing. No good. Rebound tip. Knocked away by Sprewell, and Ewing picks it up. Big play from Sprewell as Harrison would have had it.
And also Ewing, good antagonism against the penetrator.
Johnson against Perkins. Johnson makes his move. Here comes the double team. Out to Sprewell. That's a 3. Off the mark. Harrington the rebound. And a big throwing from the crowd.
Yes, he had a good look at it that time. Could not get it down.
Knicks down by 3. Just over a minute and a half remaining. Once again, they'll need to make a defensive play.
They have the 1-4 offense players along the baseline. No fouls to give for either team.
Miller picked up now by Ewing. Miller, tough fall-away shot. No good. Sprewell rips down the rebound. Here he comes the other way. Sprewell drives against Miller. He puts it in. Beautiful finger roll, and the Knicks are down 1.
Sprewell in his element in the transition game. So he's got 2 big rebounds. So this time hell-bent down the paint area, eluding Miller and getting in the finger roll.
Pacers lead it 93-92. Indiana with the basketball right now, as the Knicks make some stops on one end and big plays at the other.
Also good aptitude by the Knicks. This is the play that previously the mismatch, Miller scored on it, but watch the Knicks double team this time. Make him give up the ball. You see them man-to-man. Perkins gets penetration. Watch Ewing coming to harass him. Sprewell coming up with the carry.
And Sprewell just tipped it to Ewing, a smart play.
Miller forcing up a shot. Sprewell with the bound. So this is where he excels in the transition game. This time wheeling and dealing against Miller.
And he pulls the Knicks within one, but the Pacers still have the lead with 1:20 remaining. Again, both teams in the penalty. As we'll take a look at our MCS Cannon game summary. As we head into crunch time, another close one where the Knicks have failed to pull them out. The shooting percentage is close. Knicks excellent from the free throw line. All the lead changes. Patrick Ewing a season-high 37. And the sellout crowd, 280th consecutive sellout on their feet during much of that timeout.
Yeah, trying to inspire their heroes now. The crowd really into the game. The Knicks, the best defense in the league against field goal percentage. They will need it now.
Knicks have Ward, Sprewell, Houston, Ewing, and Johnson. Miller out to Smith. Smith drives into Ewing. A lot of contact. Puts it up. Shot no good. The tip misses. Tipped out. Sprewell has it again, and he gets fouled. And Sprewell will shoot free throws with 1:01 remaining.
So the Knicks got a break. Smith penetrates. Ewing falls down. Smith misses the shot. Double D tips it. It rolls around the rim, and then the Pacers charge with the foul. Watch this action here. Ewing looking for the charging foul. Smith 6 feet away. Could not finish. Double D there. He couldn't get it down. So Sprewell again coming up with a big play.
2 point-blank tips. But right now, Sprewell with huge free throws. He's 2 for 2 from the line tonight. 16 points.
He has been brilliant down the stretch.
And it's the first to tie the game. Dudley coming in for Larry Johnson. Jeff Van Gundy going with offense-defense substitutions. Sprewell is a good free throw shooter for his career, 79%.
He likes to fall in once he shoots them, though. He doesn't stay on the line. So there you see his powers tonight. So Sprewell erupting in a nick of time.
Still plenty of time. Minute 1. And Latrell Sprewell, 2 clutch free throws. Knicks back up by 1. Knicks have scored 6 straight points over the last minute and a half.
It's Miller time.
Miller gets by Houston. Lost the ball. Picked up by Sprewell. Miller furious. He felt he was fouled. Sprewell brings it into the front court. Harrington all over him. And the Knicks will call timeout. Knicks coming up with huge plays at both ends of the court, led by Latrell.
By shot before this play. This time looking to get penetration. Inadvertently loses the handle. Who was there? Sprewell. He's been ubiquitous down the stretch.
Ward, Sprewell, Houston, Johnson, and Ewing out on the floor. 14 left on the shot clock. Knicks with just 1 timeout remaining. Charlie Ward sets it up. Travis Best guarding him. They go to Ewing. Ewing and Smith. Single coverage. Ewing flips it up there. Lost the handle. And Dale Davis the rebound. Ewing thought Smith was going to be on his back. Smith backed away. And Ewing lost the ball. Could be a costly turnover. There's a 2-second difference between the game and shot clock.
They want Miller. They want Miller.
Miller fakes. Sprewell goes for it. Miller leads in. Short. Rebound. Smith. Smith now back out to Best. Best pulls up for the jumper. No good. Harrington the tip. It misses. Rebound knocked loose and the game is over. A wild finish as the Knicks come up with perhaps their biggest win of the season.
A game that could make or break the Knicks. They were in dire need of a big victory. Ewing again down the stretch. A costly blunder. But then the Pacers had 3, 4 opportunities they could not finish.
Indiana had their chances, but the Knicks prevail as they outscore the Indiana Pacers 6-0 over the last 2.5 minutes.
And Ewing breathing a sigh of relief.
A season-high 37 for Patrick Ewing.
Would have been all for naught if he would have been the culprit again, because he had a big shot, stumbled underneath, could not get it down, and then the Pacers, they wanted Miller. Mike, what Miller should have done, he faked Sprewell, Sprewell was in the air, he should have leaped into him to draw the foul. But he went for the jumper. Watch this sequence, folks.
Again, Best setting it up. They're just trying to run. You see Miller off several screens. Sprewell fights through. Does a good job initially.
This capacity crowd on their feet. Right here, he should have jumped into him to draw the foul, but he went for the jumper.
Smith kicks it out nicely. Best with a wide open shot.
Harrington, a good look at it. Could not get it down.
Just couldn't get the one-handed tip to go.
That's why he should have used the glass on that.
Look at Allen Houston. A good job of contesting the shot on Travis Best. And Harrington was right there. Just couldn't put it down. And Ewing able to tip it to Johnson to end the game.
No one happier right this moment than Patrick Ewing. A brilliant performance by him.
And the Knicks also, one of the keys down the stretch is Miller, who has really broken the Knicks' heart so often, unable to get it to go down.
Best had killed him down the stretch, and Harrington had distinguished himself in the game, but neither could do it when the game was hanging in the balance.
And here's the Pacer bench watching. As the Pacers have been involved in a number of close games, Mark Jackson watching from the fourth quarter once again.
Last night they were in a close game. They lost to the Hawks by 1 point.
Had a chance to win it at the buzzer, and Miller couldn't get a shot off. And a disappointment for the Indiana Pacers, and certainly the opposite for the Knicks. You'd have to say this is the biggest victory of the season because, Clyde, not only is it against a quality team, one of the best teams, but it was a close game that the Knicks had to make plays down the stretch, and they finally did.
Right, Harrington overwhelmed. But he's only 19, folks. He shall return.
Knicks also shoot 10 for 10 from the free throw line in the fourth quarter, and Latrell Sprewell makes huge plays at both ends of the floor down the stretch. Final score, the Knicks 94, the Pacers 93. Plenty more to come when we return.
This nightmare. All the regulars doing their thing on SportsCenter now.
Hi again. Thanks for vibing with SportsCenter alongside Brian Kinney. I'm Stuart Scott.
It is a coach's prerogative to change his mind occasionally several times in one day. We'll have the latest change of heart in college hoop. Hideki Irabu won't be using the boss as a reference. That, the Frozen Four, and more, but we begin with the duel in the West.
Not much of a duel lately. Utah's beat down Houston 6 straight times. You know, dramatic movie of the week music, dun, dun, dun. It would work with the Jazz Rockets, except the players don't think it's a big deal. I mean, sure, Rockets on a 9-game run, Jazz coming off losses to Sacramento and the Clippers, for crying out loud. But Barkley puts it best. One game does not dictate our whole road trip. It is personal for Antoine Carr. 2 years, 2 finals trips in Utah in the offseason. They had no interest. Quote, damn right I'm looking forward to it. You obviously want to get back at him. Winner takes over first place in the Midwest. Hakeem Olajuwon, 15 points shy of 25,000 for his career. Why wait? First quarter, he just freaks Greg Ostertag. Getting some love, getting some glass. Dream had 8 in the first quarter, Rockets within 2. Second half, it is your world, Dream, and the rest of us just checking you out on SportsCenter. On the low block, 25,000th point of his career, 12th player in NBA history with 25 grand. Late third, Rockets up 12. Dream's shake was banging. Bigs up over Greg Foster. Jerry Sloan threw 5 different defenders at him, then said Olajuwon pretty much did whatever he wanted. Rockets up 14 with fourth quarter. Jazz come back. John Stockton does what he's done 2,671 times in his career, steals it, and then just doing what he do. 12,937 career assists. Under a minute to play, Rockets down 1. And Olajuwon was just crushing them, yo. A season high, 32 points. He actually ties his season high. Rockets up 1, 36 to play, Jazz down 1. Malone posting up inside, gets the ball to Scottie, but Scottie Pippen, he ain't no 7-time All-NBA first-team defense for nothing. Late in the game, though, 8 seconds, booyah! Mailman, 16 points. He also passed John Havlicek into 6th place for most field goals in the NBA. Jazz up 1, one last chance for the Rockets. Olajuwon, my bad. Rudy T said, we played a hell of a game until the fourth quarter. Brian Russell matched his career high with 25. Jazz win at 88-87. Said Malone of his game-winning shot, it's a more difficult shot than one with someone on you. Jazz win at home for the 25th time in 26 games and beat the Rockets for the 7th straight time. They outscored Houston 31-16 in the fourth quarter.
We shouldn't blow that big a lead, but we got to score. I mean, obviously if a team make up that many points, you're not scoring. So we just didn't score, and I blame that on myself and Dream and Scottie.
When it came to that fourth quarter, I mean, we came out like
wild coyotes or hyenas looking for some meat or prey or something.
We fought for this one. You know, we didn't come out and expect it to be handed to us. I think maybe like some of the games we played on the road, but we fought for it and we came up with it.
That's a terrible trait to have, you know, and that if you can be up on somebody, you can stay up, to me. You know what I'm saying? If you have the ability to get up on somebody, I think you can stay up, and we just got to get that mental toughness.
You know, Brian, hyenas and coyotes, I've never heard that analogy before. How about originality for Brian Russell? The Rockets fall to 1-8 against the NBA's elite teams with 600 or better winning percentage. They're just 1-5 against the Jazz, Lakers, Spurs, and Blazers, Houston's main competition in the West. Teams under 600, Rockets are 21-2 against them. That'll get you to the playoffs, but not very far. Spurs looking to jack up the Grizzlies for the 6th straight time. David Robinson set out the game with swelling in his left knee. Malik Rose obviously swelling in his hands, too strong. Going for the rebound, tips it in the wrong basket. He had 11 points for the Spurs, 2 for the Grizz. Duncan either told him that's all right, kid, or do it again, and you and I are going to box. Duncan was knocking him out the box. Kid was 19 of 31 shooting. He said, I wasn't expecting to get that many shots. And then, Misan, that foul was sweet. The Virgin Island thing. A career-high 39 points for Tim Duncan. Spurs win at 103-91. Duncan also added 13 rebounds. The admiral is listed as questionable for Saturday's game with the Clippers. San Antonio has won 15 of 17.
Well, follow this closely. Jalen Rose trips Patrick Ewing. Ewing walks toward Rose, but keeps his hands to himself. Rose, throwing a forearm, breaks the nose of referee Dick Pavetta. Notice I didn't say inadvertently breaks the nose because you have a broken nose or you don't. Inadvertent doesn't make it any better. For those actions Tuesday, the NBA fines Rose $5 grand and suspends him 1 game, but also fines Ewing $2,500. Ewing takes a hit for basically walking in a threatening manner. You can't do that, evidently. Bird and the Pacers going up against the rising Raptors without Rose. And early on, Alvin Williams up top. Look out! Vince Carter. Raptors by 1 at the half. Rookie of the Year front runner ready to go. 4th quarter, Pacers up 2. Carter driving, but going in and rejected by Antonio Davis. Good help there. Chris Mullins to Travis Best to Reggie Miller. Up and in. Pacers by 4, 6 minutes to go. Later, 82-82. Carter loses the dribble. Not the dribble, but his footing. Back up, keeps the dribble, goes up, and does a Miller-like facial on Reggie Miller. Raptors up 2. After a Rick Smith jumper ties the game, Carter going baseline. Carter, hang time. 13 for 22. Raptors up 2, under a minute to go. Back come the Pacers, though. Travis Best wants Rick Smith. Wants him again, says, all right, give me that room. Knocks it down. That's a 3. Pacers up 87-86. 33 left. Raptors with it. Carter. Carter again. He wanted it. He got it. 31 points, 11 boards, 6 assists. Raptors by 1. But Pacers with a chance to win it. Rick Smith. He's got this type of range. Not this time. And it's over. It's all over. Carter, 14 of Toronto's 19 points in the 4th quarter, and a milestone win for the Raptors. Yes, we're aware of that, Stu. First time in team history, they're 2 games over 500. First time in team history, they beat Indiana. Indy not only without Rose, but without Mark Jackson. His father passed away. The Pacers now have lost 3 straight, all by 1 point. It's happened only 2 other times in NBA history. Toronto now rolling, has taken 10 of its last 12.
Once again, Coach Carter believes in me. He said, Vince, attack the basket and make something happen. I believe in you. And my teammates believe in me. They just continue to give me the ball and said, do what you have to do. And my shots are falling, so I just continue to shoot the ball. We beat a potential championship team, so I think this is a big one for us.
More hoop now. Sixers and Heat. Jamal Mashburn back. Misses 26 games with a bruised knee. 2nd quarter, Sixers by 8. Terry Porter, nice save. Mashburn on the foul. 7 for 13 in his first game back. Later in the quarter, Allen Iverson floating in. Got it. He had 16 in the first half. Sixers by 10 at the half. That's what's going on. 3rd quarter, watch this. Iverson and Larry Hughes. Some subtle communication. Iverson, the smile. Is that the signal? Up top, Larry Hughes. He thumps it down. They've cracked the code in screening. Sixers by 3 after 3. And then Matt Geiger, a major force. 10 for 21 from the field, 5 for 5 from the line. Heat staying close. Mashburn driving, ready to go back from injury. Heat within 3. But too much Geiger. Too much Geiger. 25 points, 10 boards, 3 steals. And Larry Brown with a milestone win. One more on that. Philadelphia takes it 88-84, snapping a 3-game losing streak. Iverson, 24 points. He was 10 for 13 from the line. Mashburn again, first start since opening weekend, 18 points. Larry Brown with his 900th pro win, 229 of them in the ABA.
And six-man Darrell Armstrong emerged as the energizer they needed as he began heating up from long range.
Darrell Armstrong has tied the game with a three-pointer.
Armstrong burned the heat, scoring 19 points in the fourth quarter.
Armstrong for three. He gives Orlando the lead for the first time since the first quarter.
Darrell's clutch shooting put the Magic up for good.
Penny Hardaway back to Armstrong for three.
You know, I just try to come out and play hard and try to give us the energy, offensive and defensively, and that's what's been happening. Plus, you know, you got to give my teammates some credit. I got guys around me who can play.
And the Magic would close the door on Miami.
Morning on Austin. Austin rejected it.
Here's a look at the Atlantic Division standings. The Magic continue to lead the division, followed closely by the Heat, Toronto Raptors. But Houston's own rookies, Michael Dickerson and Coutinho Mobley, stole the show with their long-range shooting.
Here's Coutinho's three-pointer. Bingo. Barkley double team. Back on top Price. Right side. Here's Michael's three-point rainbow. Got it. Dickerson on a run. Pulls it up. Looks for help. He'll get it back out. Coutinho tries for number 4. Got it. His fourth three-pointer, and the Rockets have their biggest lead of the night.
And Houston's first-year standouts would set franchise records for three-point shooting in this game.
Here's Michael looking for another one. Dickerson. Yes! 7 a new Houston Rocket rookie record. Right side, Mobley. Mobley, another three-pointer. Yes! 7 apiece for the Rocket backcourt.
And a new Rocket record for most three-pointers ever in a game.
I wasn't feeling it at all. I thought Mike was, to tell you the truth. I didn't know I had that many threes. But I don't know. It worked to our advantage today.
Up next were the Kings. And even though Charles Barkley was suffering from back pain, he gave the Rockets an inspired effort.
Barkley just checked in. He's fouled. He scores.
The Rockets also got a boost from the frontline tandem of Othello Harrington and Akeem Olajuwon.
Olajuwon. Look pass from Othello.
Sacramento would rally as Waddy Divac and the Kings tried to end Houston's 7-game winning streak. But the Rockets held them off as Scottie Pippen delivered the knockout blow.
Scotty's going to have to take it. He puts it. Scotty! That's a nice shot, Scotty. When he lifted his hand, the rotation told me he was going to the
Winners of their last 9 games, Houston is now in a virtual tie with the Utah Jazz for first place in the Midwest Division. One of the best performances of the week. In LA, all eyes were on the matchup of big men Shaquille O'Neal and Patrick Ewing. But another player looking to showcase his game was the Lakers' Kobe Bryant.
Last season, I just wanted to prove to the person that was guarding me that, you know, kind of tell him, look, man, you're not going to hold me down. And I take it as a personal challenge, but for my game to evolve, I want to learn how to do it within the scheme of the offense.
Bryant drives by Houston, changes the shot as he's confronted by Ewing and hits a highlight film-type basket.
And Kobe would add even more highlights as he scored from every angle and lit up the Knicks for 18 points in the first half alone. Kobe. Yeah, Bryant was brilliant at both ends of the court, coming up with 5 steals, and he finished this one in style.
And here he comes, taking off.
There was just no stopping Kobe Bryant. He finished the day with 29 points as he sliced through the Knicks defense.
Bryant spinning and pushed the Knicks away.
In the Lakers' 8-point victory, Kobe Bryant shot 11 of 20 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line. Memorable plays in the highlight zone. Now, if you check your program, you'll see it's time for the highlight zone. So to start things off, we're going to get the ball, and then we'll jam it home.
Stepania driving on Nowitzki.
Good move.
Dunk. 2 in the shot clock.
Most slam dunk. Oh, me, is that a finish?
Lead the 2-on-2 down the lane, and Nowitzki throws it back in. Into the hands of Kittle. Makes his move. Throws it. Oh, and down. Pippen with a miss. Flashing the other way is Carter. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, but this week's ride is really just getting started. Now, some sights in the NBA aren't pretty to watch. In fact, things can get downright ugly.
That ball shot some air, man.
You see, the key is to stay focused at all times and not to get distracted by what's going on around you. Otherwise, well, you might come up empty.
Howard misses one from point-blank range. Taylor drives, and it's in the dunk.
Strickland on the drive. In on Hawkins, missed the right-handed dunk. And just when you thought things couldn't get any worse.
Nice pass to Barry to Wennington. And Wennington wedges it. I've never seen that.
Oh, you can get some pretty good shots in the zone. But even when you take a bad shot, well, there's somebody there to help you out.
Ellie, nice pass.
Well, it's almost time to leave the zone. But hey, don't fall apart on us now because there's still enough time to come up with a great finish.
Fisher, 6 seconds, 5 seconds. He's still in the backcourt. Now reaches the front for 3. 2, got to shoot 3. He got it! Howard drives, cross-court, Horny. 1 second, he gets it away. Good! On a second, two-pointer at the buzzer. Here comes Denver. Not a textbook fast break, would you say? Phillips from the corner. Three-pointer. Looking for the baseball bat, and that Phillips will...
But McDyess also takes pride in doing things that aren't quite as glamorous.
I just try to hustle, block shots, get rebounds, and do the dirty things.
He's playing with passion. Look at the energy on his face.
This year, McDyess has raised his play to new heights. He's averaged over 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocked shots, among the league leaders in all 3 categories.
Antonio brings a lot of things to the floor. First, his athleticism, and I think he has such a tremendous, he's already a great player, but he has such a tremendous upside. He's only 24 years old. I think that he can be as good as he wants to be.
We feel that Antonio at age 24 is probably in the midst of becoming great, and he does everything we ask and more.
You know, he's one of the better upcoming players in the league, and, you know, he's only can continue to get better. I think that the best years for Antonio is yet to come.
What a great star he's going to be. As a team, the Denver Nuggets have struggled through some frustrating seasons. And in 1997, they decided to make a change by trading McDyess to Phoenix.
It was kind of tough for me because, I never expected to be traded from here. I always was thinking that I was going to end my career in Denver, and once I got traded, it was kind of tough for me to swallow. When Antonio was here the first 2 years of his career, he absolutely loved Denver, and he was very upset when he had to leave a year ago.
McDyess had a strong season in Phoenix, helping the Suns reach the playoffs. But this year, he decided to return to his roots, and he signed with Denver.
He made up his own decision. The last thing I did tell him was that this is a great time for him. No matter what decision he makes, he should be happy. Once I left, it was sad, but I'm back now, and I'm back home.
And it's been a happy homecoming for Antonio, whose dazzling play has helped bring excitement back to Denver.
Oh, man, take that. Oh, it is slammed in by Antonio McDyess.
He is going to be our cornerstone, and we're not afraid to say that. I don't think he's afraid to accept that, so we're going to throw it out there on the floor, and we'll see what happens.
This kid is something special.
9. All right, now it's time for the top 10 plays of the week in our courtside countdown. Starting us off at number 10 is the Chicago Bulls' Brent Barry.
Long court pass, tipped by Brown to Barry. Barry in traffic, he converts. Nice basket by the Bulls as Barry started the steal and finished the play.
At number 9, the LA Clippers' Tyrone Nesby.
Hudson the lob. I think he intended that. But Nesby took it away from him and slam dunked it.
In at 8, the Charlotte Hornets' Corey Beck and Ricky Davis.
Ricky Davis from Corey Beck. And he's got a strut.
Coming in at number 7, it's the Golden State Warriors' Chris Mills.
38-footer. That'll boost your confidence.
Milwaukee Bucks, Glenn Robinson.
Robinson taking it inside. Bucket counts. That's the foul. And Glenn Robinson of a big dog doing a little late game barking.
In at 5, it's Toronto's rookie Vince Carter.
Oh, my goodness. And the energy just completely changes in the building as Vince rocks the rim.
Coming in at number 4, it's Rick Fox of the Los Angeles Lakers.
Nice play by Fox underneath. Threw it up as he was falling. It hit the backboard and banked in. Wow, what a play.
In at number 3, it's this game winner from the Sacramento Kings, Chris Webber.
21-footer, back of the iron out. Tip Webber, he's got it. The Kings with 4 seconds to go. And Webber with a dramatic tip has given Sacramento the lead, 111 to 109.
Checking in at number 2, it's guard Darrell Armstrong of the Orlando Magic.
Armstrong is off to the races. Between the legs, got that one, and he sucks it in. We will take that one.
And with the number 1 play of the week, it's the Wizards' Rod Strickland.
Oh, great move. Oh, shot by Strickland. Oh, man.
That's our show for today. Remember, you can send us your questions or comments at the league's official website.
O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is 6 for 6. Unstoppable. First against Luke Longley and now against Joe Klein.
Marv, you ever seen a 7'2" guy, 300 get a swerve on?
Lakers by 8. Coming up on 3 to go in this first quarter. Gave it up to Klein. Rodman unleashes. Here's O'Neal. Could not get to it. That would have been an interesting fast break attempt. And a timeout is called. 2 minutes, 59 seconds remaining. First quarter. Lakers by 8. Well, Shaquille sitting down now. Sean Rooks has checked in. O'Neal 6 of 6 for 12 points in 9 minutes of play. Shot clock is down to 7. Rick Fox on the floor for the first time for the Lakers. And Robinson gets in deep on the combination of Fox and Rooks. Rooks took the shot on the forehead as Fox committed the foul. Sean Rooks played well the other night against the Grizzlies. 4 of 4. Patrick and the Knicks hooked up in game 1, followed by the Jazz and the Lakers. Let's check in with Cheryl Miller. Cheryl?
Thanks a lot, Marv and Reggie. Right now, it looks like they ran a series of x-rays for Tom Gugliotta. His right knee, they're deeming it as a hyperextension. They're icing it down right now. They will make a determination at halftime whether or not he will return to the game.
All right, thanks, Cheryl. All right, Manning off the steal. 6-point Laker lead. Coming up on 2 minutes remaining in this first quarter.
Well, I don't think anybody on the Lakers team can guard Robinson one-on-one down in the low post, especially Rick Fox down there. Too small for Robinson.
Clifford Robinson, 3 of 5, 9 points. Lakers 19, Suns 15. Here's Kobe Bryant seeing the daylight, could not take advantage. Fisher able to keep it alive on the back tap.
See, this is an opportunity for the Lakers to have a lot of ball movement to make some things happen. But sometimes when this unit's out there, players start thinking, hey, Shaq's not out here. It's my turn.
Bryant. Well, Kobe off the fadeaway. That's his second field goal, and the Lakers now lead 21-15. Gerald Brown with the ball, rookie from Pepperdine, who just checked in, signed as a free agent after playing so well in the Los Angeles Summer League during the long off-season, it should be pointed out. Shot clock at 6 as Manning gets involved in a collision with Derek Fisher. Derek Fisher has had too many collisions as of late. Rick Fox called for the foul, his second. Derek Fisher still in pain after catching an elbow from Patrick Ewing on Sunday just under the right eye.
Yeah, he was not happy about that. I saw him at lunch today, and he was still talking about Patrick elbowing him in the eye.
Lakers have a 6-point lead with a minute left in the first quarter. Nice move by Manning over Fox.
Too small. He's got that knuckleball jump hook. Tough to guard.
Lakers by 4. Shaquille O'Neal sitting down after opening up, hitting all 6 field goal attempts. Lakers maintain possession. So it's Fox with Rodman and Rooks on the front line. Fisher and Bryant in the backcourt. Bryant met on the switch by Longley. Shot clock at 5. 3-second violation. Excellent defensive sequence by the Phoenix Suns.
It's good defense, good aggressive defense, but what happened off the pick and roll is Rooks forgot to play basketball. He basically just stood there and made Kobe try to make something happen that wasn't there. If you do the right things off the pick and rolls, there's all kinds of shots for everybody.
Half minute left in this opening quarter. Manning will try to go to work once again against Fox. Rooks over to help. And here's the three-pointer by Robinson. Clifford Robinson in the top 10 in three-point shooting at 44% coming in. So the Lakers, after getting off to that good start now with just that 1-point lead, and they're working the clock down for a final shot. Manning jumping out at Fisher. Fox. Time runs out. 9-2 run by you saw. Phoenix ending the first quarter with that 9-2 run. Lakers 21 and the Suns 20. Here goes Shaq back to work, moving in deep on Longley, and we get a whistle for a foul. Longley called for his second. Shaquille O'Neal comes in averaging 27 a game. That is second in scoring to the 76ers' Allen Iverson, and is shooting 58%, leading the NBA. Says that chronic abdominal strain continues to give him pain, although not noticeable to this point tonight.
Well, he has a therapist that he goes to see every day that travels with him and makes things happen. Glenn Rice shooting the ball. The one thing that Glenn told me earlier, he said that the biggest adjustment he's had to make is the lack of movement in their offense for him. He's so used to coming off picks and being the main go-to guy that this adjustment, being a spot-up shooter, has been tough for him.
And he's now 3 of 3 from the field. That was his second from downtown. He has 8 points in all. Morris not able to hit. Robert Horry, who just checked in as the second quarter got underway, handling for the first time. That time Rice had it broken up, and last touch by Rice. Phoenix with a substitution. Their newest acquisition, Jimmy Oliver, who was signed to a 10-day contract with Rex Chapman sidelined. Jimmy Oliver has made the rounds. Cleveland, Boston, Toronto, Washington, a #1 pick of the Cavs back in '91. He's played in the CBA, Italy, Spain. And you may recall he was the leading scorer for the U.S. team of the World Championships in Greece last summer that won the bronze medal. Here's Rice putting the moves on Brown, able to bank it home. He fired it up off glass. And the Lakers now lead by 6.
Well, he can squeeze them off with the best of the people off the glass. That was a prime shot.
So Brown and Oliver in the backcourt. Chris Morris with a dribbling adventure. This is Brown. Gerald Brown, the rookie from Pepperdine.
Oh, I like those California guys.
Here's Horry taking all the way. Lakers by 4. Suns had a notion to run, but it was slowed up. Morris got the step on Rodman, then pushing it out. Oliver.
You remember what Danny said, the team sloughed back and let them shoot. They have no respect for the Suns from the perimeter.
And Rice again from downtown. That's his third three-pointer. Lakers 29 and the Suns 22. Rice 5 of 6 from the field. 3 of 3 from three-point land. He has 13 points. So you look at the combination of Shaquille O'Neal and Glenn Rice combining for 11 of 12. We'll be right back. Quarter. Lakers 29, Suns 22. Longley way off. Just got a piece of the glass. And back comes Fisher. O'Neal getting down low. His first miss of the night. Hit his first 6 shots. Here's Brown. Gerald Brown playing about 8 minutes per game. He's made it back from a severe injury to his right knee. Horry setting the screen. Good entry pass, and O'Neal with position for the foul. Took a pretty good shot from Lakers by 6. The LA Lakers 21-11, 2 straight wins. Wins over Vancouver and the New York Knicks. Phoenix with a victory in their last outing here at home against Golden State, but they lost their previous 3. A couple of Lakers going for the ball. Rodman ends up with it. Here comes Fisher. Rice. You can tell he feels it. He was looking to fire from whatever angle he got the ball, but wisely gave it up. They're not even guarding Rodman. Fisher. Rodman with another rebound.
And the only time you have to guard Rodman is after the shot goes up.
You know, the strange thing, Reggie, is you've seen it even back with his days with Detroit. He's shown he can hit the outside shot, but obviously doesn't look for it.
But he doesn't look for it. One of the things that always amazed me about Rodman, he always said he doesn't have to go to shoot around. And it's finally the coach said, why? He said, I don't shoot.
Yeah, good point.
That's the point, Rod.
Shaquille O'Neal wheeling his way. And Chris Morris with the rebound. But again, you saw how Rodman was able to keep it alive on the offensive board. And we get a whistle. 6 rebounds for Rodman. Lakers lead it by 6. We're early in the second. Brown finding Longley. Boy, he has been way off on his shooting.
Yeah, he's been really off. It seems like he's not even close to the rim.
Morris bothering Rice. Reed with the pick. And a foul. Chris Morris trying to fight his way through that screen and picks up the fouls.
Marv, I'm thinking back on Longley's shots. You see right here, Shaquille all over him. But what is this? This is a new weapon in his arsenal. You can't get it up with the right hand, so what do you do? Start shooting with the left hand? Come on.
Tom Gugliotta making his way back to the Phoenix bench. And now making his way to the scorer's table. He will check in. 5 minutes gone by in the second quarter. J.R. Reed.
See, that was an afterthought. He's got to think more offensive and more offensive team offense.
Jason Kidd for 3. Kidd with the rebound. Kidd. And a foul call. Free agent leaving Minnesota, in fact, appeared to be headed to the Lakers, but Kevin McHale, the general manager of the Timberwolves, not interested in what the Lakers were offering.
A little bit of, he bleeds green still,
yes,
huh?
Yes, did not want to make a deal with the Lakers. Rice off the mark. And Horry connecting on his first field goal. Robert Horry not able to get the kind of playing time you might expect.
Kurt Rambis actually said he felt bad about not being able to get Robert playing time, mainly because he likes what he does out there from a defensive standpoint and the fact that he can play 3 positions.
Clifford Robinson lost the dribble. We're halfway through the second, and the Lakers with an 8-point advantage. Derek Harper back on the floor. J.R. Reed with it up front with Horry and O'Neal. So Rice at the big guard. Here's Horry. Big mismatch with Jason Kidd.
Yeah, it kind of happened slow, but you were wondering when he was going to take Jason Kidd. Horry standing 6'10", Jason Kidd only 6'4".
Biggest lead of the night, 10-point advantage. This is Brown. The poor Phoenix shooting continues. 35% from the field.
This is one of the areas where the Lakers have not been good this year. They have no secondary break, no early offensive things going on. Either they have the break or they don't, and then they try to set up something in the half court.
Reed, J.R. Reed shooting it from his chest from the left-hand corner, and the Lakers now lead by 12.
J.R. Reed with a push.
Yes. That was a shot out of the late 50s. Screen and roll for Gugliotta. Robinson off the tip, knocked it out of bounds. And here's George McLeod checking in along with Kobe Bryant. So the Lakers in the midst of that 7-0 run to lead it by 12. Derek Harper calling out a play. Derek Harper, a longtime member of the Dallas Mavericks, spent 10 years there, then traded to the Knicks. In his 2 years with the Knicks. Made a major impact. Very popular player. Here's Reed. I guess feeling it. J.R. was playing very well with the Charlotte Hornets. Probably his best season in the NBA. And then was dealt in the deal along with Glenn Rice involving Eddie Jones and Eldon Campbell. Reach-in foul on Horry, who was discussing it. Tommy Wood.
When you start talking about J.R. Reed, he was averaging 15 points and 8 rebounds, having really a career year. It's been very difficult for him to get the same looks and the same intensity with the Lakers. It's something that he has to adjust to. This team has made so many adjustments this year. He will make this adjustment, and he's making gradual progress so far.
Well, coming up Sunday on NBC, NBA action continues starting at 3:30. The Knicks at the Pacers, then the Rockets at the Sonics. And you know, Reggie, that theme music sounds vaguely familiar.
Oh, yeah.
4:20 to go in this first half. And the Lakers lead 38-26. Nice ball movement. Bryant.
It was good ball movement, but it was really just around the horn. Nothing really penetrating, nothing really happening.
Here's Klein. They get the new 24. Bryant breaking up that pass from McLeod. Gugliotta with the fake, and then foul. Horry came over to help.
That was a great move by Gugliotta, and it was actually the one thing that he was talking to me about before the game. Earlier in the season, he was shooting 10 free throws a game, and he was settling for the jump shot. Right here, he said, I got to get back to giving the head fake and taking it to the hole. And right there, he's taking heed to his own words.
He is a 79% free throw shooter. So Tom Gugliotta hanging in there with the bad knee. The result of that earlier collision. Here's Dennis Rodman for Shaquille O'Neal.
One of the things that Tom was talking about, Gugliotta, is that this team was shooting like 22 free throws, 30 free throws a game early in the season. He said that the team has a bad mix of whether it's going to be a fast break team or a half-court team, but the spacing has not been the same early in the season, late in the season as it was early in the season for them to get to the hole and make some things happen.
They are 5th in the NBA in foul shooting, 75% as a team, but just have not been getting to the line frequently in recent games.
Well, they were early in the season shooting 37 free throws a game. That's a tremendous amount of free throws.
7 for 7 at the line tonight. Reed able to shake off the double team. Shot clock down to 7. Harper. Reed fires and hits. J.R. Reed with 3 field goals, 6 points, 3 of 4 from the field.
I kid you not. His shot looks exactly like the way I used to shoot in high school.
Is that good or bad?
Oh, he's 3 for 4.
Robinson. Clifford Robinson cuts it to a 10-point Laker lead, and Clifford Robinson leading the way with 16.
But when you talk about Reed and his shot, Marvin, he'll never be a great offensive player shooting the ball that low to his chest.
Here's Bryant. Oh, he thought he was fouled. Jason Kidd going 1-on-3, finding McLeod for 3. Yes. He is a 3-point specialist. George McLeod brings the Suns within 7. 2.5 remaining in the first half. Good look from Horry. Reed changed his mind. Met by Robinson. Rodman came up with a rebound. Here's Horry. Rodman again. Oh, what an effort. What unbelievable instinct for the basketball.
You can't teach that.
And here's Reed. That time he shot it from up higher.
Slightly.
And the Lakers now lead 42-33. J.R. Reed in his 9th season out of North Carolina, originally a #1 pick of Charlotte. Robinson for 3. That's his second from downtown tonight, and the Lakers now lead the Suns 42-36. J.R. Reed has scored the last 8 points for the Los Angeles Lakers.
Hey, they don't say show me how. They just say what happens. Is it going in?
And here's Reed. Passed on the three. Hits the 2. He can't believe it. He's shaking his head. And the bench enjoying it. Gugliotta. Rebound Reed. Lakers 44, Suns 36 as we come up on 1 minute remaining in the first half. Hoffer flipping it back to Reed. Shot clock at 5. Bryant. Deflected out by Ori. It will be Phoenix ball. And a timeout call with 48 seconds remaining in this first half. That's the story on JR. He has scored the Lakers' last 10 points.
Tonight, Allen Iverson has a right thigh bruise, a bad one, and he's having a tough night. He's begging for a foul there. He's going 0 for 7 in the first half. Plays the first quarter, sits down. If he doesn't play again, it'll be the first game in his pro career in which he did not make a basket. Look at Derek Anderson over the big shot blocker of the Philadelphia 76ers, Theo Ratliff, and then back the other way, Sean Kemp. Following up the Cedric Henderson miss. Cleveland Cavaliers leading at Philadelphia without Iverson. Still has not returned. He has 5 points, but no field goals, 72-64. Bucks and Celtics, great game on the parquet at the Fleet Center. Antoine Walker on the alley-oop from Walter McCarty. And Robert Tractor Trailer, already a career night. His career high had been 14.
Big fella can get up and down the floor, ladies and gentlemen.
Doing it all on that trip with the steal and the flush. And then Trailer blocking Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Vinny Del Negro. Just take it yourself, Vinny. Left-hand floater goes. Milwaukee up 77-73 at that point. This thing has been on the seesaw all night long. A shade over 2 minutes to go. The Celtics with an 81-79 lead. Robert.
O'Neal up front, along with Rodman and Rice, Bryant, and Hoffer in the backcourt. Kobe to the stutter step, draws the double, and pass broken up by Robinson. Kidd with a 2-on-1, takes all the way. And the Suns are within 5. Robinson on a switch defending against Bryant. Rodman given the shot. Here's Hoffer. Three-pointer for Derek Hoffer. And that is his first field goal. So the Lakers now lead 63-55. Kidd lost Hoffer off the screen, sets it up for Robinson. Rodman rebounds. Rodman had it broken up. Again, it's Robinson getting back. Here's Gugliotta. Kidd gets it out. McLeod for 3. Well, racehorse basketball end-to-end here in this third quarter. Lakers with an 8-point lead and the ball with 4 minutes remaining in the third. Bryant, yes.
Well, this kind of tempo favors the Lakers. They would really rather play this type of basketball where it's just kind of helter-skelter, getting up and down the court because they can use their talent to make things happen.
And Kobe has come on 7 of his 11 in this third quarter. Lakers by 10. Robinson draws the double. Here's Kidd for 3. Yes. That's his second from three-point land. And the Lakers now have a 7-point advantage.
Well, Jason Kidd will make you respect him eventually. He's got to keep shooting those shots and working on that. Danny Ainge told us that he spent an hour and a half yesterday after practice working on his jump shots.
Kidd has 14. Here's Hoffer. One of his rare shots tonight. Kidd against the backpedaling Rodman. What a play by the man who leads the NBA in assists, averaging 11 per game. How about that 4-to-1 assist to turnover ratio? Timeout taken by the Lakers. They'll talk it over with 2:54 remaining in the third. The Suns battling back within 5. Massive changes made by the Lakers. J.R. Reed back on the floor with Rick Fox, Derek Fisher. This is Fox. Well, Fox off the bench and immediately hits over Pat Garrity, the 6'9" rookie from Notre Dame, making his first appearance of the night.
And Rick Fox, not known for his shooting, has been doing a great job of late for the Lakers, hitting the long jumpers.
Here's Manning from deep. Lakers 67 and the Suns 62. Second field goal for Danny Manning, who came in along with Garrity and Morris. So Rodman and Bryant staying on the floor from the starting 5.
In the first half, it was the second unit and almost this exact lineup where the Suns really got back in the ballgame when Shaq went out.
Well, Fisher turned it over. 2 minutes remaining in the third. Lakers with a 5-point lead. Kidd posting up. Manning. Now Kidd again with the post up on Fisher. Jason Kidd gets the roll.
He's so tough. He's a lot like Mark Jackson down on that low post because of their ability to pass internally. If you double team him, I guarantee you he's going to make you pay for it.
And Kidd has 16. The Suns are within 3 with a minute and a half to go in the third. Kidd is 4 of 4 from the field in this third quarter. Here's Bryant. Not a good shot.
And that's one of the things we talked about. The lack of movement when Shaq's not in the game. You would think that it would get better, but it hasn't for the Lakers so far tonight.
And let's see what the call is here. Apparently a loose ball foul. Foul on Morris is second. Suns are over the foul limit. Taking on the Pistons next Tuesday night. Doubleheader action on TNT starting at 8 Eastern. Magic and Knicks in game 1, followed by the Jazz and the Lakers. And that's a 3-pointer to cut it to a 1-point lead. Reggie, you'll be at Madison Square Garden with Bob Neal, Cheryl Miller for the Knicks and the Magic next Tuesday. Just under a minute remaining in this third quarter. Lakers now clinging to the 1-point lead.
Lakers not sure from an offensive standpoint what they want to do.
Oh, Kidd able to slip through 2 Laker defenders, and he'll go to the line. What a move by Jason Kidd.
Well, I tell you what, the Lakers better go pick up their shorts on that one because Jason Kidd just wiped him out. Not a fancy crossover, but an effective one through the legs and drawing the foul.
Rick Fox picked up the foul, his third. Kidd with 16 points. 8 assists, 5 rebounds, and how about this? No turnovers.
That's Jason Kidd up and down. And again, when you look at that crossover, Marv, he did it at full stride, never slowed down, went and put it between his legs and kept going.
And what is amazing when you look at the big 0 next to the turnover department is the fact that Jason handles the ball virtually all the time for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah,
so
but you never really see him trying to do too much with the basketball. He's very, very fundamentally sound when it comes to what he's looking for on the floor.
Lakers by 1, down to 20 seconds left in the third. And the call away from the ball with Fox and Manning coming together. And the foul on Rick Fox. He's hit with a technical. Well, it turns it to a 1-point Phoenix lead, and Rick Fox ejected on the 2 technicals. Final seconds of the third. Kidd. Rodman just batted it away, and that shot, let's see, will it count? No. Too late. Came after the horn.
Points in that third quarter.
Phoenix with a 1-point lead as this fourth quarter gets underway. Kidd again looking for the post-up, this time against Bryant. Here's Kidd. Morris could not hit the reverse. In fact, came up with air. And it's a 24-second violation. Now Ted Bernhardt over the scorer's table. Well, apparently he's indicating that the shot did hit the rim. It grazed the rim. So it will be Phoenix ball.
And Danny Ainge has to be pretty happy with his squad right now, because one of the things he talked about, Mark, earlier was that the Lakers have a tendency to give the game up in the fourth quarter, and he wanted to be in position to win it down in the fourth quarter. The same thing happened to them in Los Angeles. Gave them a shot at it, and they pulled it out in L.A.
It was last Wednesday as the Suns beat the Lakers 106-101. Phoenix had a 14-2 run finishing up the third quarter. Had the good run here in the third to take this one-point lead. Here's Morris putting moves on Horry and lost the handle.
So we have to remember Shaq will be back in the game shortly, and that does change things.
Technical foul and an ejection. Chris Morris is the man who apparently has something to say to Joe Crawford, and Danny Manning keeping Morris away. Look out. Here comes Danny Ainge ushering Morris toward the locker room. So Rick Fox moments ago hit with the two technicals, and now Chris Morris.
But Danny Ainge did Chris Morris a favor, because I've seen that look on Chris's face before. He was not going to let up. Would have cost him some big money and more problems on the team.
So Kobe Bryant shooting the technicals, and that ties the game at 71. Apparently one technical, and now the Lakers will put it in play. J.R. Reed is up front with Robert Horry, Dennis Rodman, Kobe Bryant, Derek Fisher in the backcourt. Shot clock is 7. Horry with a gorgeous pass for Kobe Bryant.
Off a great cut off the weak side. I love it when I see players playing basketball, doing the natural thing, making those free cuts, making things happen.
Lakers 73 and the Suns 71. Robert Horry, with the departure of Rick Fox, should get some playing time here in the fourth. Kidd with the hesitation dribble and was pushed by Bryant.
Kidd got away with one. I thought he lost his dribble, lost his footing. But of course, just enough contact for the ref to give it to him on the side.
And McLeod will throw in. Manning, Garrity, and Kidd. Picked off by Bryant. Well, there is turnover number 1 for Jason Kidd. Reed with a series of moves against Manning and drew the foul. Well, Phoenix doing it with a series of runs, 9-2.
Have to weather if they're talking about winning the championship.
In a long respite for Shaquille O'Neal, J.R. Reed continues the touch. He has 14. And it's the Lakers 75 and the Suns 71. Gugliotta not shooting well. Last touched by the Suns. Tom Gugliotta, 3 of 10 from the field. Timeout is taken by Phoenix. We'll be back in a moment. Take that number 1 spot. 10 assists tonight for Derek, who just sat down. 9:45 remaining in the fourth. Lakers with the ball, up by 4. Reed had it punched away by McLeod. Here's Fisher for 3. Yes. Derek Fisher in his 3rd season out of Arkansas Little Rock, knocking down a 3, and the Lakers by 7.
So it's a good opportunity for the Lakers, because Shaq is getting a long rest, something that he desperately needs a lot of times in fourth quarters. Lakers on an 8-0 run to start of this quarter.
Horry nearly stripped Robinson, but caused the turnover. Gugliotta could not hold on. Robert Horry, a solid defensive player. Remember Horry's all-around play as a member of the Houston Rockets, key member of their 2 championship teams. A lot of people thought he was on the way to becoming a Scottie Pippen type player. McLeod called for the foul, entangling with J.R. Reed. Horry at that time was hitting the 3. Excellent passer. Fine defensive player.
just never was able to catch it and shoot it with the Lakers so far. His shooting has been horrendous most of the time he's been here playing for the Lakers, but consistently his defense has been solid.
Bryant misfires, and back comes Kidd. Phoenix with the ball down by 7. Manning. Kept alive by Gugliotta. Oh, Gugliotta had the open shot and passed on it. You can hear the crowd reacting. And then away from the ball, a foul called as Ori got involved with Manning. Ori called for that foul. Luke Longley getting set to check back in. Here comes Shaquille O'Neal.
You know, I don't have a problem with Gugliotta passing up that shot because it's tough from an offensive standpoint, Marv, to shoot a shot when it's an afterthought.
You have to feel it all the way.
So much of it is rhythm.
In effect, Reggie, when you were playing, you felt it all the way.
All the time, right?
Kidd for 3. Back tap by Gugliotta. McLeod feeling it.
And he feels it, and you're trying to say so much so did I feel it that I didn't want anybody else to ever feel it, right? Okay, that's one.
George McLeod from downtown. I don't want to explain it that carefully.
I've been told that a lot.
And here's O'Neal. Rebounded by Ori in traffic.
I would have liked to see Shaq go up and down the court a few times before he comes in and really starts to shoot the ball from outside.
That's a traveling violation. 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Lakers 78 and the Suns 74. Glenn Rice.
Now, see, this is the problem and the characteristic of the Lakers, which gets them in trouble. 3 times down court, Marv, they have gotten out of the things that they've been doing well in this game. Quick shots and not moving the ball. We heard Derek Harper say in that last bite.
Lakers have a 4-point lead. Wide open, Cliff Robinson. He has 28 points, 6.5 remaining. In the fourth, the Laker lead is 2. Robinson 10 of 14 from the field. O'Neal foul. Kidd came over to help. Shaquille to this point hitting his free throws. 4 of 5 from the line. The foul was called in the NBA. 14-1 at home. Kevin Harlan and Doc Rivers standing by, and they'll be bringing it to you. That is the second half of the doubleheader here on TNT. Lakers by 2. Robinson had it knocked away by Bryant. Bryant chased by Gugliotta. Gugliotta with the hustle and the steal. McLeod puts moves on Rodman. McLeod for 3. And again, Gugliotta aggressive defensively. That time try to steal it from O'Neal.
Oh, this is just great hustle all the way around. Kobe Bryant coming over, making the right. And look at Gugliotta digging from behind, making a great play and tremendous effort to come up with that ball and a steal. And the game that the Suns won in Los Angeles, they scored 25 points off of Laker turnovers in that game.
5:40 remaining in the fourth quarter. Lakers by 2. They double up on Shaquille. Hoffer for 3. Kept alive by Rice. And he fires the 3. Loose ball foul. Stay right here, says the official, Ted Bernhardt. Foul committed by McLeod.
I just get the sense from an offensive standpoint for the Lakers that their fluidity is lacking in this fourth quarter, going away from the calmness and the effortless offense they were playing earlier, getting in the shot, move the ball around, and taking nice shots in the course of the play. Right there, I thought there was 2 forced shots.
Well, Dennis Rodman to the line with Phoenix over the limit. Just a 45% free throw shooter. 14 of 32 now from the line for the season. Dennis has not attempted a shot. Has 12 rebounds, as you see. Lakers by 3.
As much of a non-shooter Dennis is, he even loves the challenge of stepping up to the free throw line and making free throws for the crowd.
Lakers 80 and the Suns 76. Gugliotta off the spin and ends up with a wild fling.
That's great defense. Dennis Rodman made him shoot that wild shot.
So Gugliotta now 3 of 12 from the floor. Rice off the fake. Yes. First the pump, and then the jumper by Glenn Rice, who has 19, leading to a timeout taken by Danny Ainge. 4 minutes, 54 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The Lakers have a 6-point advantage.
Lakers in the second half this year on a number of occasions.
Lakers have responded to the Phoenix spurt with a 12-5 run of their own. O'Neal taking it at Longley, who went down in the foul call. Offensive foul. No argument from Shaq.
Well, I think he got his money's worth. He got a nice shoulder into Longley's chest, crab dribble, and then a little bit of a push after the fact also.
Second on O'Neal. Longley through the hands of Gugliotta. So the Suns with the turnover. Kurt Rambis now has Derek Harper, Kobe Bryant on the backcourt, Shaquille O'Neal, Glenn Rice, Dennis Rodman up front. So they have the starting lineup on the floor with just under 4 remaining in the fourth. Rice backing Kidd. Shot clock at 3. Rice, rebound Kidd. And fouled by Rice.
No place to go. That was pretty bad spacing offensively. Shaq thought he was going to get the ball. Rice thought he had the ball. And that's one of the problems that you have when you got 3 prolific scorers like Shaq, Rice, and Kobe on the floor. Check Rodman out in the middle of the floor. Rodman right here, but watch when he goes to the middle. Watch his work down here. Look at this inside. Look how hard he works to get past those picks. That's the value that you were talking about, Marv. The intensity level that he brings from a defensive standpoint.
Luke Longley is sitting down, replaced by Danny Manning. Here's Kidd. Jason Kidd has had a sensational all-around game. He now has 20 points. Laker lead is 4. 8 assists, 6 rebounds for Kidd along with the 20 points. Bryant, you mentioned he's come up big down the stretch. Another bucket for Kobe Bryant, extending to a 6-point Laker lead.
Kurt Rambis talked about the effort he did in Orlando with the big half-court line, halftime lead. He's been doing that all year for him.
McLeod was fouled. George McLeod will go to the line. For the Phoenix Suns, this is the finale of a 4-game homestand. They come off the win on Wednesday here in Phoenix over Golden State. Suns playing with high energy, which has not always been the case. The energy here, though, tonight, the Lakers bringing it out.
Well, you have to say that both these teams are very rested. Danny Ainge said, hey, I would love to have this team coming in if they didn't have any rest, but both teams having like a day and a half of rest coming into this ball game.
Reminder, coming up Sunday on NBC, NBA action continues starting 3:30. The Knicks and the Indiana Pacers, followed by the Rockets and the Sonics from Seattle. That'll be Sunday on NBC. 4-point Laker lead, just under 3 remaining in the fourth quarter. Hoffer trying to clear it out, so Bryant moves up high. Rice splitting through. Rice to the bucket. Glenn Rice looking to put the ball on the floor more frequently. Tonight he now has 21, and he's done it from a variety of moves. We've seen the entire repertoire from Rice. Here's Manning with the step, and he was fouled.
When you talk about Rice, he talks about all the things that you can do. Watch him knife through. Nice little change of pace against the grain to lay it up with the left hand. This guy has worked very hard to blend with this team, and he's feeling good about himself. Had a lot of problems earlier because he wasn't in shape. He felt bad because his shot wasn't falling, but now having more fun because he's in better shape.
He's come off a bout with the flu. Apparently has not affected him tonight. Danny Manning fouled by Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal with his third. Manning a 74% free throw shooter. Rodman with the rebound. So Dennis has 13 coming off the 17 rebound game against Vancouver on Monday. Derek Harper indicating just under 2 remaining in the fourth. Rice on the quick release. And rebounded by McLeod. Big sequence for the Suns, down by 4. Minute 45 to go in the fourth. Gugliotta backing Rodman. Here's Kidd. Shot clock at 6. Nothing happening. Kidd has to shoot. Blocked by Bryant.
Now, the Lakers took a quick shot last time down. This is the time that they have to utilize the clock, slow the game down, and really get it in the Shaq and move the ball around, get some other people involved in this game.
Kobe Bryant with another rejection. Here's Bryant spinning his way and tipped and missed by Rodman. Coming up on 1 minute left in the fourth. Robinson. And a foul.
Right now,
7 at the line tonight. Continues a perfection to bring the Suns within 2, and the Lakers want to talk it over. 1 minute remaining in the fourth. When we resume following the timeout, it will be Laker ball. They're up 87-85.
Tuesday night. What happens is they have poor balance for the offensive rebounding, and teams run out on them.
And you know the Suns will not mind giving up the foul on Shaq and put him at the line. He has cooled off after a good start. Bryant played tightly by McLeod. Here's Bryant. And the foul is called. Meanwhile, away from the ball, Harper and Manning got involved.
Now that was a setup play. Obviously, you saw the 3 guys on the weak side of the basketball court with Bryant going one-on-one. He's been doing it and carrying the Lakers in many opportunities to the bucket. Right there, what I like about it is the fact that he drew the contact. Wasn't necessarily a great shot, but of course, making contact, getting to the line gives you something.
Manning on the foul is 4th. And Kobe Bryant now 3 for 3 at the line. He's an excellent foul shooter, 85% for the season. And now Kurt Rambis pulls out Shaquille O'Neal. Robert Horry checks in with 48 seconds remaining. So it will be a offensive-defensive shuffle here as Kobe Bryant gets set to shoot the second. Lakers up now by 4.
Well, remember that Shaq wasn't on the floor the other night against Sacramento in a game that they lost toward the end of the ball game.
Here's Kidd setting it up for Gugliotta. Tough angle shot and a foul. Late whistle. Gugliotta was actually hit after the release. So the foul on Bryant. Phoenix. Now the Suns drop back. 30 seconds left. Here's Bryant. Kobe Bryant, that time forced the issue. Last touch by the Suns.
I like Kobe taking it because he's that kind of guy. That's what you love and sometimes what you don't like about Kobe's game. But the fact that he's willing to take those shots is big. I would just like to see it come off a little more ball movement.
Well, 10 on the shot clock. Bryant goes to his left. Rodman trying to keep it alive. And the Suns with an opportunity to tie. Here goes Kidd putting moves on Harper. Tied the game with a sensational drive. Tied at 89 and the foul.
That was something.
Standing ovation for Jason Kidd.
Jason Kidd, you know he's not going to stop it. He gets ahead of steam. He'll never relinquish that basketball, and he makes the Lakers and Harper pay for it big time. And also great hustle by Danny Manning to throw that ball out on the open break.
11 and 3/10 seconds remaining in the fourth. The game tied at 89. Kidd is 2 of 4 from the line. Look at that stat line. 3-point play for Kidd. And the Suns down by as many as 14. Now lead by 1. Timeout called by the Lakers. Both teams over the foul limit. Shaquille O'Neal sitting down because Kurt Rambis doesn't want him to go to the foul line. And again, that's a major factor when you think ahead to the playoffs.
It is a major factor. It's something that they'll continuously have to deal with. And hey, it's not a perfect scenario, but...
What do you think he's thinking?
Well, knowing Shaq, he wants to be out there. But this is also a little bit of a different trend for the Lakers, although they did one of our last TNT telecasts against Sacramento when they lost had Shaq out of the ball game.
The Suns 90, Lakers 89, 11 and 3/10 seconds. Remaining delay of game taken by McLeod, so Danny Ainge and the coaching staff get another look as Robert Horry gets set to throw in. Bryant, Harper, Rodman, Rice, Horry on the floor. Rice putting moves on Manning for the put-up. Yes! Lakers by 1. 91-90. Timeout called by Phoenix with 7 and 1/10 second remaining. Well, as you said, Reggie, they have a fellow by the name of Glenn Rice. He's had the hot hand. He now has 23. We'll be right back. Left. In this fourth quarter, the Lakers recapturing the lead. They're up by 1, 91-90. Glenn Rice now 10 of 16 from the field off this clutch field goal.
And Glenn Rice was the second option on this play, Kobe being the first one. And as you see him pick up the ball, it's the hard drive and the stop and pop. And anybody will tell you, I'd rather coach shooters because in the end of the game, they can do those things for it. The Lakers didn't have that kind of luxury before Glenn Rice got on this team.
Remember, following the Suns and the Lakers will present the second half of our TNT doubleheader, Seattle at Portland. The Blazers 24-6, best record in the NBA. Mike Bryant takes the delay of game, allowing the Laker coaching staff to check out the Suns.
So the one thing that you know, with the way the Suns have been shoot the ball tonight, what you want is to make sure they have to shoot a perimeter shot. Don't let him drive to the bucket. You got to face guard Jason Kidd.
Down to 3, down to 2. McLeod forcing. Not the shot that they had in mind, obviously. And the Los Angeles Lakers have defeated the Phoenix Suns by the score of 91-90 to make it 3 straight wins for Kurt Rambis and the Lakers, and a record of 22-11, while the Suns drop 2 under 500. They're now 15-17 as they lose in this, the final game of the 4-game homestand.
To begin with, and you walk around the city like you and I did today, everyone is talking about the Trailblazers and their chance of winning it. And you know that the one team that always comes up, everyone, are we better than the Lakers? That's all they care about here in Portland. I think they're going to have to worry about more than the Lakers in the Western Conference.
But the Sonics have been offensively challenged, and that is something we'll talk about. Really, everything goes through Gary Payton. If he's off, this team is really off.
Well, not only off offensively, he has to be the best defensive player. He almost has to be the best rebounder, and he absolutely is their best post player. He's their point guard, by the way.
And we begin with the Trailblazers, and Ryder off to Grant, picked up by Shrimp. Stoudemire and Payton, as we talked about. Here's Ryder, and when he gets on, he could be one of the best offensive players on a per-game basis, as Sabonis was shoved out of the lane and fouled quickly. And Stepania from outside knocks it down. This kid is over 7 foot, but has a wonderful outside touch.
He has a nice outside touch. He can take you off the dribble. They're just trying to help him defensively. He's a European guy who really struggles defensively.
There's Sabonis, one of the great passing big men in the NBA, and he finds Ryder on the wing. 4-2, Blazers on top as they look inside. Billy Owens tried to slip through a crack and was whacked inside, and
who was not having an all-star year, and then he gets injured.
Tied at 4 with a little more than 1 minute gone here in the first quarter as Wallace is met by Shrimp. Here comes Ryder, an open lane, and he tried to kick it outside. Pass picked off by Owens. Here come the Sonics. back on defense. Portland, one of the parts of their game that really does not get a lot of headlines. Stepania again knocks it in. He's 2 of 2 from outside.
I think Stepania is going to be a tough matchup for Sabonis because Stepania can take you away from the basket. And he's going to keep trying to get Sabonis away from the basket. Big guys don't really like going out of their comfort zone, and that's going away from the basket.
He's from the Soviet Union, from the Republic of Georgia. Here comes Owens out to Shrimp, the West German. Knocks one down, and the Seattle Supersonics have started the game 3 of 3 from the field.
Well, it's always nice when this team gets turnovers. Last year they led the league in turnovers, forcing turnovers. This year they're 17th. So not as many turnovers, not as many easy buckets.
Here comes Grant, a terrific rebounder who gives it off to Sabonis. And Rasheed Wallace, who comes off the bench and starts tonight in the lineup. The miss there, the rebound by Paulinas. Stepania, he is not missed. And he continues on fire.
Well, you know what's happening right now. He's scoring off of no reputation because that's the 3rd time that guys have had a chance to get out there, but they look and see who it is. I don't know this guy. I'm going to let him shoot it.
He's a rookie, 7 foot, 236 pounds. An illegal defense is blown on the Sonics. Vladimir Stepania lived in Slovenia, a big name in European basketball, and a first-round pick by Seattle, the 27th pick overall.
Well, you can see the skills. I mean, especially offensively. You have a guy 7 feet tall, 6'10", who can shoot the basketball, who can put it on the floor, and is a nice passer. You can look at his body, and you can figure out why he's not a great defensive player also.
He needs to put on some weight. Playing the position he plays, he needs to put on some pounds.
And what Paul Westphal said, he needs to find out that defense is important. He didn't think right now defense is that important.
Colony's holders the shot by Sabonis. Payton quickly off the Shrimp, the fake pass. And inside looking for Colony's broken up. It's a 3-on-2 Ryder to Stoudemire. 1 of 4 beginning now for the Blazers, and here comes Payton the other way. Payton coming off a 33-point game last night in Denver.
Yeah, he has played terrifically. Again, though, for them to win, he has to do it every single night in every single category.
Shrimp trying to drive, followed by Rasheed Wallace.
Well, check Detlef Shrimp out here. He is just trying to keep Brian Grant off the boards because this is the key for the Trailblazers. They kill you rebounding-wise, and you can see why with Grant around. That's a nice job. Bench, you know, at the beginning of the year he was starting. Paul Westphal decided that he was going to put him on the bench. Shrimp did not like that. Now he's back in the starting lineup playing well again.
Didn't have to play here in the first quarter. Grant inside, tap-in try by Sabonis. Watford inside by Shrimp, pelted out of bounds by Grant, and the Blazers have it.
Well, if you want to look at a key stat going into tonight, look at rebounding. I think the Suns are going to have a tough time trying to keep the Blazers off the boards.
Blazers average 6'10" across their front line. Stoudemire. Sabonis the screen, and he gets the pass. He can shoot the outside shot, as can Ryder. What a stroke.
And he's shooting 36% from the three-point line.
But when he gets going, yes, he's as hot as anybody.
Yeah, you know, 36% from the three-point line equals over 50%. Now, how they figure that out, I'm not smart enough, but that's the truth.
Owens, Stepania, 3 of 3. There's his first miss. Rebound reeled in by Wallace. Outlet caught by Stoudemire. Back to Ryder, working on Owens. Had the buffer and takes advantage of it, exploiting him on the wing.
Well, you love Ryder's quickness. I don't know if Billy Owens can keep up with Ryder. And what Paul Westphal is going to try to do is get Billy Owens down on the post and maybe get Ryder in foul trouble.
Ryder's got 7. Payton in traffic, can't hit it. Tapped out, volleyballed by Stepania, keeping it alive, and a fresh shot clock for the Suns. And Shrimp picked up by Wallace. He's very long, doubling Payton. Little two-man game now. And Stepania working on Grant. Nice pass outside to Payton. Rebound is taken in by Sabonis, and here comes Stoudemire. 3 on 3. Outside to Ryder. He's hit 2 in a row. He's hit 3 in a row.
Well, it would be nuts if somebody guarded him. I mean, he's been wide open so far in this game. He gets shots like that, he's going to have himself a big game.
Ryder's got 9:7 to play in the first quarter, and Joe Forty calls a foul inside, and it's called on the Blazers and Riders.
I mean, this is called wide open, and no one even moves to come out to guard him. Wow. And look at Grant on the board. I mean, you think you got him out of the picture. You think you got him out. He's always around just fighting, trying to get a board.
Portland on a 7-0 run. The Sonics have shot 57%. We're in the first.
You could be playing well on the court, but if your team is losing points as far as on the scoreboard, you might come out. He looks at how the team is doing, not how the individual is doing. I like that.
Grant with a great-looking rebound as he cleans up the mess by Stoudemire. And the Blazers on top for the first time, 13-12.
Well, whenever Stepanya ends up on Grant, that's going to be a tough matchup for the Sonics. And you can see here right there, Stepanya tries to help out. He's just not strong enough or goes hard enough to the boards. Grant will take advantage of that.
Foul was called on Grant. He picks up his first as Payton trying to work the baseline. There's Schrempf, and Wallace is on him. Wallace will guard about 3 or 4 different possessions throughout the night. They double Payton. It's picked up. Here comes Ryder. Here's Stoudemire. And a foul call. Oh, a travel on Ryder.
A travel, double dribble. You take your choice. He did it on that. The bottom line is he lost the ball.
That would have been a golden opportunity.
Well, you can see the post up again, and watch Rasheed Wallace. He slowly comes down. Really is never a double team. Almost like a help, gets his hand on it, and then gets the deflection.
Payton with the runner. Tapped by Stepanya again. Picked up by Pawnee. Seattle has missed their last 5. Make it 6 with the Payton fan there. Rebound Stepanya. Into Grant. Down the lane. Off to Pawnee. Over Sabonis, and he nails it.
But you never know when Odin Pawnee is going to make a shot. I mean, he's not a great shooter, but he'll have games that he can make shots. And that's what Mike Dunleavy was talking about before the game. He said, that type of player really scares me because I don't know when he's going to go off.
Ryder flings the pass in the wall with the tomahawk.
Yeah, and once again, they're going right at Stepanya because they understand, yes, he can score, but he cannot defend, and we're going to go at him. The thing you like about the Blazers is that they play the game with passion, the entire team.
Mike Dunleavy told us today he can't recall a single game this year where this team did not play hard. Thus, 24 wins, the most in the NBA.
And thus, that's why Mike Dunleavy smiles all the time. Because if you're a coach and you have your team playing hard every night, you're happy.
Detlef Schrempf hits one from outside. He's got 5. He's starting at power forward tonight for the injured Vin Baker.
Yeah, they've tried Detlef Schrempf at all kinds of positions on this team.
And he can play most of them.
Yeah, he can. Especially this year. They need him to do about everything.
Shot clock is at 5. Stoudemire dancing with Payton. Lost the ball. Picked up by the aforementioned Schrempf. The 4th turnover by the Blazers. Payton with options, like Stepanya. Up and off, and the rebound by Sabonis. He's got Ryder on the lead, 3-on-1. Wallace can't finish because Schrempf is there, and a foul called on Detlef Schrempf. Now Washington traded with Rod Strickland in that deal to Portland. Strickland going to the Wizards. They're tied at 16. Here's Payton dumping it off to Schrempf. Mismatch now against Stoudemire. The double by Wallace. Almost knocked it away. Schrempf retrieves it. And Owens is there. Shot clock at 2. Great defense by Ryder. Rebounded by Sabonis in a shot clock violation because it didn't hit the rim.
That's the difference between this Portland Trail Blazer team this year and the one last year. Last year, they had the attitude, we can outscore you. We're just going to come out and beat you with our athleticism. This year, they come out and play defense every night. Even when they don't score well, they still rebound well and they play defense. They've been a great rebounding team. Now they're a great defensive team, and I think that's the difference. It's called maturity. Yes, yeah. that helps. At least that's what I hear. I don't know yet.
Ryder with the great start. Ryder is coming off a 1-game suspension. Earlier in the week, he went up in the stands playing in his hometown of Oakland against the Golden State Warriors. His family in the stands was having an altercation with another group of fans. Ryder went 10 rows up, and he can't do that. He didn't get involved in the fight, but he went and left the bench, and that is finable and suspendable in terms of the NBA.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Stoudemire in traffic above the play, and it goes in. I don't know if it was tapped in by Wallace, if it was Grant or Stoudemire got the bounce, but it's in, and the Blazers lead by 2. 3.5 to play in the first. Owens and Ryder. Owens with the size advantage. Ryder with the
Falston, the defensive presence. Outside Shrimp, left 3, rebounded again by Sabonis.
Well, I tell you, right now, the Sonics are getting open looks, and they're getting second shots, and that's something they didn't count on.
Stoudemire back to Wallace. He'll launch a 3. Air ball and out of bounds. Leading three-point shooter on the team for a guy who's 6'11", somewhat rare.
See, that's what Peyton has to do. He cannot wait for the double team. I thought early on he was waiting for the double team, trying to figure out where he wanted to pass the ball. I think he has to catch it and go. They need his points.
One thing, when Sean Kemp was traded a couple of years ago, Peyton could truly put his stamp on this team.
No, right now he doesn't like that stamp.
Without Baker, it's tough. Grant wheels inside, getting a feed from the perimeter. This kid came as a free agent from Sacramento, and all he's done is rebound and be the consummate team guy.
Well, you know, he had a great rookie year, and then he struggled for a couple of years with injury and other things. Now he's back, and he is really playing good basketball.
Billy Owens buries a 3, and the Sonics back on top, 21-20.
Every time someone on the Sonics make an open shot, Paul Westphal is happy because they have really struggled from the outside.
Owens missed the first 10 games of the year with a broken finger as Aaron Williams now comes in for more rebounding. They wish he could score more. Wallace, just a bonus there, and outside to Stoudemire. Peyton will trail him in the lane. Ryder left open, wide open.
Boy, he is shooting.
He hits it again. Ryder is 5 of 5.
You know, you used to look at Ryder as a slasher. Tonight, he's a flat-out shooter.
Ryder is the leading scorer, but the heart and soul of this team might be Brian Grant.
Yeah, right now he just outworks you every night.
Tattoo of his grandmother. She passed away in 1990, but she was responsible, he tells us, as the most influential person in his life. Never got to see him play in the NBA, but he's dedicated every season in the NBA to her memory. As Gary Payton hits his first free throw. Peyton with 5 assists, 3 points. And his best buddy, Vin Baker, probably won't play for another 2 weeks with a bad thumb.
Well, it depends on who you ask. When you ask Baker, he said, I'm playing in 7 days. When you ask Paul Westphal, he says a month, so we'll see.
Ryder is unstoppable.
Well, that's the athleticism. Now, he has shown us his jump shooting ability. That one was all athleticism.
Ryder's gone 6 of 6. He's got 13. And here's Colonies in the fray, left open over Jermaine O'Neal. Tap-in try by Owens, won't go. The rebound by Sabonis, which is his 6th. Ryder right now is on easy street.
Well, this came out of timeout, and this was something that they drew up in timeout, and they wanted to go to Ryder. What did we talk about before the game started with Mike Dunleavy? He lets the game start, and he picks where he thinks he has an advantage. I'm going to go out on the limb right now, and I think he thinks J.R. Ryder's a good advantage for them.
Ryder's been suspended 3 times already this season. Mike Dunleavy and Ryder have had some words this year, but really, Dunleavy has probably handled Ryder as well as any coach that Ryder has had.
I'm going to go on the limb one more time. That's not going to be the last time they have words either. So not with J.R. Ryder.
Sabonis with a great pirouette inside the lane. 4 points for Sabonis, coupled with 7 rebounds. In the final 45 seconds of the first quarter. Hawkins off the bench and in the game, and here comes Shrimp, weaving through traffic out to Olden Colonies. Aaron Williams gets it, a good rebounder. Here's Hawkins, averaging a career-low 7 shots a game. He's miffed and frustrated as Peyton takes it inside against Ryder. It's Shrimp for 3, rebounded by Williams. The pump and the drive inside. Another try, and he can't get it to go in a foul.
I tell you, once again, right now, it's the Sonics on the offensive board.
Williams inside.
That was a great rejection.
Blazers shooting 58%, 33% shooting for Seattle. Jermaine O'Neal, drafted out of high school. Here's Ryder, initially drafted by the Timberwolves. Whacked by Hawkins and fouled.
When you talk about smothering on plays, this is what you call, you don't even call this a block shot. You call this a smother. I mean, that is a great block.
Here's Jermaine O'Neal. Isaiah Ryder's at the free throw line, a career 82% free throw shooter. 3 years with the Minnesota Timberwolves, a lottery pick. And then when P.J. Carlissimo was here, they made the trade, and here he was sent. 3rd year with the Blazers.
Every time I watch J.R. Ryder play, it stands out how good he is. The guy is a great athlete, but he has a great jump shot. That combination is deadly.
McCoy over Grant and in for 2 with a wonderful pass on the wing.
He's starting to give them some minutes. They really need him and other young players on that bench to step up. If they can get their bench going, and if Baker can come back, they would be dangerous if they made the playoffs.
Now they begin to double Ryder, so it's out to Walt Williams. He'll flash in front. What a pass by Williams. Grant was right there. Hawkins for 3. Rebounded by Grant, who is all over the floor. Here comes Anthony with the 3-on-4. Back to Ryder, picked up by Peyton. Childhood friends in Oakland.
And you can see that's exactly why J.R. Ryder was going at Gary Payton. That had nothing to do with the game on that one. That was all about Gary Payton.
Anthony for 2.
Find him.
Greg Anthony, who has been all over the NBA with the Knicks, Vancouver. Last year, Seattle is Gary Payton's backup.
Yeah, the last 2 years, Greg Anthony has really had some big NBA years.
Payton, a screen from Williams. Pitches it outside to Ellis. Rebound is vacuumed in by Grant. Biggest lead of 7 now for the Blazers. Looking to build on that as here comes Anthony.
Well, you can see the energy change immediately when the bench start coming in for the Portland Trail Blazers.
Ryder rejected inside, but picks it back up. Shot clock at 7. Williams slithering. Hawkins again with a nice defensive play. 4-on-2. Payton to the trailing McCoy. Swoops in for 2. He was fouled.
I tell you what, he couldn't have been guarded any better. At the last second, he dumped that ball off.
Timeout. 32-27. The Blazers. When he was drafted by Seattle, he brought some baggage. He was suspended his junior year at UCLA for team violations, returned later on, then he quit the team. Had he not quit and stayed, he was a projected lottery pick. Instead, he dropped to the 2nd round. But this year, in his rookie season, he gives them tremendous energy off the bench.
Well, what he can do best is block shots. I mean, he has great athleticism. He can get up in the air, so he'll give them some more defense, and they need that.
Anthony for 3. Rebounded by Grant, knocked away by Hawkins. Out of bounds, Seattle will get it back.
I mean, again, we're going to talk Greg Anthony. Right now, he comes off the bench and he turns the entire game around with his defense. He has taken point guards out of their game completely right now.
Speaking of Iverson, Anthony earlier this year had a tremendous game against Allen Iverson.
Well, you know, I think he started out in the right system. Going with Pat Riley in New York taught him all about work. And since then, he has just become one of the better players in this league off the bench.
Williams, after great defense by Grant the other end, they volleyballed around, plucked by McCoy, picked up by Gary Payton, and into Stepania, who moments ago was whacked and sent crawling to the floor.
Well, the best part of that play was the worst part. Stepania never came down court. He just stayed on the other end thinking, well, eventually we'll get it, and I'll get a point. That's called classic cherry picking.
Yes. And a foul called inside on the Sonics. Stepania picks up his first. He gets in foul trouble early. That's the only downside of him right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can look right here. There's the foul. He knew it. He said, who me? Yeah, who else?
Walt Williams down the baseline, shoved by McCoy and Stepania. And Stepania picks up another one.
Foul number 5, Vladimir Stepania.
Then played for pro ball with Italy and joined the NBA. Payton into Stoudemire, posting him up outside the Shrimp, who's hit his last 2. Wheels to Ellis for 3. Now the Sonics have gone 1 of their last 7.
Yeah, really not shooting the 3-pointers very well, and they need that shot in their arsenal.
Stoudemire flies inside.
That's when he's good. When he plays with the ball and he goes. I think it's been difficult for him because he has to distribute so much more than he did in Toronto.
Alanis taps it in, and he was the leading scorer in Toronto all those years. And speaking of Toronto, as we deviate for just a second, Vince Carter is magnificent.
That whole team. I love watching that team. They have a shot of making the playoffs. It'd be a great story.
They played so well last night against Indiana. That was one of the great games of this season in the NBA. Stoudemire for 2. Sabonis had it ripped away by Shrimp, and a foul called inside on Colony. Off to the side.
And this is when Damon Stoudemire is good, using his quickness.
Timeout in Portland.
Was the one time when he caught it on the post and went right away, but they're still hanging around in this game, and I think that's a good sign. Now again, this is the 5th game in 6 nights. I think what Gary Payton is doing is trying to wait and hold back. You watch in the second half, he'll pick up his energy.
Colonies brings them within 7 with his 8th point. Ryder inside, rides it in for 2.
He is so strong. He gets to the basket and he just explodes. All he wants to do is get a shoulder in front of you, and you're in trouble.
17 first-half points for Ryder. Payton for 3, and he carries one. Drilling it from downtown. He's got 5. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I think he's picking it up right now.
He needs to. Under 2 to play. Payton almost swiped that pass. And bumps into Stoudemire. Drawing the foul.
Take a look at J.R. Ryder. He's not really going that fast right now, but now he gets his shoulder in front and he just explodes. Right when he gets the shoulder in front, he's big enough to hold you off, and he'll go on you. And again, Dunleavy looks at matchup. Obviously, whoever's guarding J.R. Ryder tonight has been a matchup.
Pass and then a left-handed sledgehammer by Ogman. Did you see the pass by Ryder?
Did you see the finish by Ogman?
That'll take you right out of your seat. The Blazers by 8. What play? Here comes Payton. Outside Hawkins for 3. Rebounded Williams flying out of no place. Rebound Sabonis. 3-on-3 led by Stoudemire. Spinning by Payton. Oh, what a move, but he can't get it to drop. Rebounded by Williams.
Got to the basket and couldn't finish the shot.
Payton the other way. Met by Ryder to the rack. Tapped up and down by Colonies for 2, and he was fouled.
Portland foul number 30 for Steve Wallace.
I mean, you like the pass here, right? I like the finish. I mean, the pass was great. The finish was better. That's nice.
And Ogman is elastic. The way he gets up there is Holden Colonies is at the free throw line. Here's another guy who played at UNLV like Anthony did, missing the throw, does not complete the three-point play.
Before the game, I watched him make 10 free throws straight. Made them easy. Now, Odin Polonese shoots 25% from the free throw line, has a chance to break.
Blazers 7 times. Portland shooting 44%. Sonics 37%. Ryder flying up for 2 to miss. Rebound by Payton. Broken up by Stoudemire. Got in the way of that pass. Ryder had the lead. And he's at the other end waiting.
See, that's the new Ryder.
Yeah.
The old Ryder takes that shot right away. Now, he was open, but the old Ryder, the new Ryder understands, let his guys get back, let someone get under for rebounding, and that's the new Ryder. That's his new team.
We're going back to Atlanta for the AT&T halftime report coming up with Kenny the Jet Smith and Ernie Johnson. Up next, the story on Larry Brown and Allen Iverson. Sabonis for 2.
See, if I'm Paul Westphal, I'm happy right now. Your team has not played that great. You've been out-rebounded, and Gary Payton is not having a big first half. Yet you're only 8 down, and you have a chance to cut the lead to less than that. You're a happy man if you're Paul Westphal.
He's had a tough shooting first half, but he's hit 2 in a row. That one right there on the fly, and a 3, and he's got 8, taking it to halftime.
That's a tough job.
In traffic. Terrific first half, but Ryder was the star. 17 points. He began 6 of 6. And the Blazers go to halftime leading by 6. Ernie Johnson and Kenny the Jet coming up after this. Shrimp over Wallace. Rebounded by Grant, who's been wonderful on the glass tonight. Grant has collected 6. Good move by Wallace.
Well, this half,
terrific spin.
Yeah, this half, what Mike Dunleavy is doing, he's going to a different advantage. In the first half, he used J.R. Ryder. In the second half, it's clear right now he's going to go to his big man.
The lead of 11 is the biggest tonight for the Blazers. Stepania with Grant on him. Shot clock. What a move by Stepania.
Nice, quick move from Stepania. That is nice.
That's a 7-footer, weighs 236 pounds, moving swiftly on the baseline.
How much was that he weighed?
236 But in kilos, I'm not really sure. But in pounds, 236.
Well, he better move quickly.
Wallace again. Wonderful feed by Sabonis atop the key.
Well, if you're Paul Westphal, you cannot be happy. Right now, the Trailblazers are getting every shot. Not only are they getting every shot, they're getting dunks and layups.
Payton out to Owens for 2, and Billy Owens knocks it down. Owens has bounced around Golden State for 3 years, Miami a year and a half, Sacramento, and this is his first year in Seattle, taking the place of Hawkins in the starting lineup. Ryder, Sabonis with a nice screen. Ryder's got room. Now Ryder's missed his first 2 in the second half.
It was an interesting shot. I thought he had a wide open shot. He took a dribble, so I guess he wanted a tougher shot. That's what he has to do. I think that is an unstoppable move, and Damon Stoudemire cannot guard Gary Payton down low. And it doesn't look like Mike Dunleavy wants to give help. I think Gary Payton should take advantage of that.
Payton with 10 points and 9 assists so far in this game. Stoudemire says touche at the other end.
Yeah, that's called quickness. You can beat me with your power, and I'm going to beat you with my quickness.
6 points for Stoudemire. Payton for 3 and throws up an air ball. Stepanya saves it. Shrimp wide open. Polynice. You know what? Sabonis got a hand on it.
Just nonchalant. Odin Polynice just threw that up there because he thought he was by himself, and that cost his team a bucket.
Stoudemire the miss. Ryder hustling, out dueling Owens. Polynice had it, and a whistle and a foul.
When you look right now, the big man, just watch Rasheed Wallace. You know what Detlef Schrempf is upset at? He helped, but there was nobody to give him help. And right there, Stepanya just beat him down low.
4 fouls on Wallace, who just picked it up. Payton over to Schrempf. Detlef to Stepanya. Grant is there. Interesting pass inside. Shot clock is 4, and Payton comes in for 2.
That was Gary Payton posting up Sabonis. And it didn't matter. That's why Mike Dunleavy is calling the timeout.
Watch Payton on this play.
He didn't care. Gary Payton doesn't care who guards him. He's going to get the ball, and he's still going to score. I mean, that's a nice move. That's a point guard.
7-point game with 8 to play in the third.
Should you or should you double team on Gary Payton? Look how tight that spin is. I think he can do that all night. If they're not going to commit help, he's going to have a big game.
Isaiah Ryder misses for a 3rd time in the second half after opening 6 of 6. Payton to Schrempf. Jermaine O'Neal is in with Sabonis, Ryder, and Stoudemire. Grant is on Stepanya. And there's that matchup. Shot clock is down to 6. Payton for 3, and he parries a 3.
You know what he did that was real nice? He looked the ball into his hands. Before he caught the ball, you could see him get his hands set to shoot the ball, and that's what great shooters do. Now, Gary Payton's not a great shooter. He's a great scorer.
He has 15 points, but 7 of those have come in this third quarter. Sabonis the screen. Stoudemire is there. O'Neal. Rebound by Stepanya, and here comes Payton racing the other way. Stoudemire will meet him, and Payton will survey.
This is a different Gary Payton. He did none of this in the first half. You can see he's involved in the game.
Off of Sabonis, off the Blazers, and the Sonics will inbound with just under 7 minutes to play here in the third quarter from Portland.
The other smart thing they're doing is when Gary Payton does have it in the post, the nearest guy is Stepanya. That's the guy you don't want to leave, but that's the guy you have to leave because you're going to double team Payton in time.
Seattle's on a 9-2 run over the last 2:45. Schrempf. O'Neal slow to get there, then Schrempf will drive and try to exploit the late defense, and a foul called on the Blazers inside, and Grant will pick it up.
Last 2 plays have been called by Gary Payton. In the first half, he didn't post up a lot. In the second half, that's all he's doing. And every time he double teams, either he goes to the post. If they don't double team him, he scores. If they do double team him, then someone else gets the shot, and that's why Detlef Schrempf is on the line right now.
Here's Schrempf, born in Germany, high school in the state of Washington.
He's not really a European player to me.
He doesn't look
went
like
to college.
in the U.S. Remember his first year in the NBA, stuck behind All-Stars Mark McGuire and Rolando Blackman down in Dallas. Then he went to Indiana and really flourished there.
Well, you're not going to get a lot of playing time. Mark McGuire's in front of you. Or Mark McGuire, for that matter.
Stoudemire with Powernice in the mismatch. Sabonis guarded by Payton initially. Grant tried to get a hand on it. Stepania wrestling with Sabonis.
So let me get this right first.
Both teams shooting over 41%. Driving inside, Billy Owens with a great sneak move on the baseline.
Right now, the game plan that Paul Westphal talked about is working. He's going to post up his little guys. In the second half, it's been the Gary Payton, Billy Owens showdown on the post.
It needs to be for the Sonics.
It has to be.
Here comes Ryder for 3 over Owens. A 4th consecutive miss by Ryder. Grant and Powernice fighting down low for the ball. Stepania got a hand on it. And the foul is on the Blazers. And I think Sabonis may get Grant with his 3rd.
Yeah, and a little frustration is settling in right now on the Trailblazers. One, bad shot by J.R. Ryder. Too quick, the team's struggling. Get into a set and get a good shot. And secondly, you can see them fighting down low for post. Again, Billy Owens going down to the post on J.R. Ryder.
Here comes Owens. Ryder draws the foul as he tried to work him across the lane.
The 2 things this does. First of all, it isolates the big guys from the Trailblazers, takes them away from the boards. Second thing, it gets the little guys on the Trailblazers in foul trouble. If you can get J.R. Ryder out of this game, that's big for the Sonics.
Sonics now in the bonus, and here comes Billy Owens out of Syracuse to the free throw line. Recently married his college sweetheart. See Syracuse because when he went there, his brother was already there. And that family has the distinction of having 2 high school players of the year in the same family in different sports. Billy Owens in basketball, his brother Michael, who was a running back, went on to play for the Kansas City Chiefs for a short time in football.
Kevin,
Sonics lead was back with about 2 minutes left in the half, and the rebounding this quarter, a dramatic difference than we saw in the second quarter.
Yeah, but the first quarter, you remember, it was the Sonics. So maybe right now what Mike Dunleavy is going to do, he brought in Stacey Augmon, is going to be the bench. He's going to start going to his bench to get energy. The great thing about Portland is Dunleavy can do that.
Ryder over the 7-footer Stepania. Dancing and won't drop. Sabonis inside, a flick of the wrist, and he puts the Blazers up by 1.
But once again, great contest by Stepania. 3 times in a row, J.R. Ryder has had his hand in his face. 3 times in a row, he's missed the shot.
Payton's got 15. Whittling his way inside, trying to cultivate something. Rebound by Grant.
You know what? He thought he was fouled. He thought he was fouled, and that's why he took that shot.
Spoken like a guy who's had to go through that a couple times.
Yeah, I never learned either, I can tell you that.
4.5 to play. Stacey Augmon is in with Jimmy Jackson, O'Neal, Sabonis who gets it now. Stoudemire's on the perimeter and gets the feed from Sabonis and buries a 3.
That was a terrific pass, not because it got there, but because it got there right on time. Timing of a pass is so important.
Here's the best passing big man in the NBA, Arvydas Sabonis. Timeout.
This thing is, he catches it. Look at the backspin on the pass. Easy to catch, easy to shoot. A great passer absolutely helps a great shooter.
And a terrific shot by our tremendous TNT crew here in Portland tonight. With our director, Lonnie Dale, and our producer, Mike Burks. Here comes Payton. The crowd back in it. Sabonis had a hand on it. Shrimp retrieves it, flies, kicks it back to Ellis for 2. Oh, he's money.
Well, that's big. In the first half, every one of Dale Ellis' shots were front rim, and that's from playing 5 games in 6 nights. Older players. If he can get it going, we have a game here tonight.
2-point Portland lead. Augmon to Sabonis. Draped by Powernice and out to Stoudemire. Nice screen by Sabonis. Now the mismatch on Powernice. A 3. Rebounded by O'Neal. Pounded by Hawkins, a fresh 24. Again Stoudemire. Whoa! Blazers on top, 67-62. Payton swatting it away is O'Neal, and a whistle and a foul.
Gary Payton is playing a different type of game in this second half. And for that fact, so is David Stoudemire. They're both going at it right now. But really, Payton,
Lead the NBA into the next millennium. He's the kind of guy that will bring a winner wherever he is. Three to play here in the third quarter. Ogden. Sabonis trying to get free. Ogden the drive. So smooth and graceful.
well, what he has learned is, when he first came to the league, everyone was trying to turn him into a shooter. Stacey Augmon is not a shooter. He's a guy who can put the ball on the floor, slash and score like that, and now he's just settled, and that's what he's doing. Oh, wow.
Drills a three.
Set up by Gary Payton. Everything right now in this game for the Sonics is being set up by Gary Payton.
He's either the guy or he's the window dresser.
Yes. If you don't double team him, he scores. If you do double team him, he's the best passer on the team also.
Look by Sabonis, which is just pure off the block. Payton now, as we get ourselves a game, a baseline to baseline affair, 71-67. Portland, the best team record-wise in the NBA, is Shrimp missing there, rebounded by Augmon.
Some shots aren't going in when they leave the hand. That one, there was no doubt. It was not going in.
Jackson, nice screen by Sabonis. Jackson double. Now the switch on defense is Stoudemire has to work through traffic and get away a shot deep in traffic, and a foul as Augmon was there. And a foul is called on Stacey for the first time tonight from Pasadena, California.
You can see what Stoudemire's trying to do.
He is clobbering Golden State.
Timberwolves starting turning around again. I think that trade really not only upset their team as far as personnel, but I thought it upset their rhythm.
Now called on Colonies, who's tangling with Sabonis. Colonies picks up another. Well, it takes time. I mean, literally the guts of the Timberwolves cut right out.
Look at this. This is a tough matchup. And you know, if you're knocking Sabonis off balance, then you're cheating. He's too big.
Stacey Augmon flies inside for two. So athletic and so long, and for Mike Dunleavy, a great guy to coach, and for Dale Ellis, a tough guy to defend.
Yeah, but the key part of that was that little pass by Sabonis again. Stacey Augmon, the thing I like, and I'm telling you again, is that he's not worried about being a jump shooter anymore. All he's doing is being a basketball player.
How about all the guys in that UNLV team that came out? Larry Johnson, Greg Anthony, and of course, Stacey Augmon. Great group.
Yeah, you thought that UConn upset was big. The Duke upset, even those guys were even bigger.
Doubled is Payton. Hawkins is left free. For three.
Gary Payton, once again, if you double team him, he's going to find the right guy. They have a tough choice. Let Gary Payton beat him or let everyone beat him. Right now, Gary Payton is getting his whole team involved.
Fifth game in 6 nights for the Sonics, who trail by 2 to the best team record-wise in the league. Stoudemire outside as Jackson hesitates and Hawkins is there. Nice pass. Stoudemire is open. Rebounding inside by Colonies.
He's going right down. You can see it from the start.
Payton to the rack for 2. Count it. He'll go to the free throw line as he ties the game.
You could see that from the start. Dennis Shrimp came over. He went right by him. He was going straight down to the post, and there was no doubt. Now, Stoudemire thought he was going to turn his back so he can post him up. Gary Payton just went right around him.
Third personal foul called on Stoudemire as Payton for this offensively challenged Sonics team. Ironically enough, last year, the Sonics were the highest scoring team using an inside-out game.
Well, that's because they had an inside.
now they're just out.
Paul Westphal said if they win, it's because Payton has to play flawless. In the second half, he's been flawless.
Walt Williams on a great feed from Sabonis.
That's the third assist in a row by Sabonis.
He is such an enjoyable player to watch. Payton with the coverage by Jackson. A screen is thrown. Over 2. Payton reeled in by Sabonis. They may beat the clock. Jackson. Oh, he got it. Now they wipe it away.
Good call.
Canner said no.
I tell you what, I
Joe
think that was a
Forty
good call.
said yes. And Canner overruled.
Canner made a good call. That was a tough one because you're on the road or you're here at home making it against, and they're going after it.
Ogden to Williams. Wonderful fake. Ellis fights, and he does not get the shot. Hawkins with the rebound. Each team only one turnover in the third quarter.
See, and the difference is right now, as you can see, the Trailblazers have a bunch of bench players in, and right now the Sonics have 4 starters on the floor, and they can't keep guys on the bench long. They have to keep their starters on the floor.
Ellis to miss 3. Jackson is out there with Anthony, Sabonis, Williams, and Ogden. That for the Blazers. Hawkins is out there. Colonies, Ellis, Shrimp, and Payton. And inside it goes to the side.
A like man in Golden State.
Or in Boston, or in New York, or in Seattle. Crotty slips. Jackson picks it up. Hawkins will meet him. Wonderful pass inside. Caught by Stacey Ogden.
Now, a replay of the first half is happening again. This first quarter and third quarter, the Trailblazers came out struggling. Mike Dunleavy goes to his bench. The bench brings in energy and defense, and the Blazers are bringing it up with their lead.
Crotty around the screen into his former teammate Sabonis. Crotty was with this team early in the season. Was let go, and the Sonics gobbled him up in a hurry. Anthony. Crotty is taking Anthony's place with Seattle, and Stepania comes up with a nice looking rebound. Here comes the true point guard, Crotty.
Yeah, you can see right now, Gary Payton goes out of the game. You bring in the bench for the Sonics. You bring in the bench for the Trailblazers. Big advantage for the Blazers.
Hawkins for 2.
Every bucket they can get with Gary Payton off the floor as he shuffles his lineup for night, and whoever's rolling is who plays.
The challenge to manage all those bodies as Payton misses. Stepania tried to get it. And it's off the Sonics, but a foul is assessed inside.
Now, you know what's interesting? Gary Payton and Greg Anthony.
Stepania. Rebounded by Grant, one of the top 5 rebounders in the NBA, and Jackson comes the other way. The spin and a quick double. Wow. He ran into Stepania and hit him so hard, he took him off his feet. He took him off his feet.
That's called rooting a guy off his feet.
John Cooper at Ohio State.
Look at this.
What?
Oh, my. Stepania's thinking this is a tough physical league.
That's like Orlando Pace with the Buckeyes.
Wow. For Billy Owens.
Wow, I don't think she is taking anything tonight. First it was Gary Payton, now it's Greg Anthony.
Foul called on Anthony right there as Payton was steaming down the sideline.
I'm telling you
about the intensity that Anthony brings to the Blazers. As Williams got it from Shrimp and is called for the charge.
Look at this bench. Everyone is running around taking charges. It's the bench right now for Portland.
8 points.
Well, I'll tell you what.
And then
they messed that up the entire play. Stepania was open for about 20 seconds on that play.
But look who's out there. Aaron Williams and Stepania, 2 guys that don't see a lot of minutes. Blazers on top by 8. Wallace to Jackson. Hawkins is there, doubled by Payton. Anthony left 3. Good rotation to Williams. And cleans it up. In traffic, he cleans it up. Jackson for 2. Rebounded by Stepania. You were pointing down court.
Yeah, I can see Detlef Schrempf running down court by himself again. Oh, my, the defense right now. This is why the Trailblazers are a better basketball team. Because they're struggling offensively right now, but they're scoring, they're stopping the other team from scoring. And then boom.
Rasheed Wallace. Pick your poison, folks, with the Portland Trailblazers. Pick your poison. They'll get you a lot of different ways.
That's why it's tough to go against this team, because you can't go in a huddle and say, okay, guys, we know that they're going to go to this guy. You don't know who they're going to go to.
Stepania with the dance. Pickpocketed by Anthony. Jackson trails. Hawkins defending. Jackson.
Greg Anthony, Stacey Ogden, Walt Williams have turned this game around.
The Rose Garden is rocking. 5:11 to play. We're in the 4th quarter. This one brings them to their feet. It's the Blazers on top, 92-80.
The way they pay.
But everything else
Yeah, this is a first-class organization. I mean, you can see it everywhere around this city. Wow.
Gary Payton stops a 9-0 run with a triple. Isaiah Ryder is back in the game. He began the game 6 of 6, but he has been shut out so far in the second half.
Well, you know what Mike Dunleavy has said? So what? I'm just going to go to one of my other stars.
Looking for Wallace. Knocked away. Defended by the Sonics. 4.5 to play in the game. 9-point lead for Portland. Shrimp outside. Closed by Wallace. Crashing into Grant and finds 2 in the lane.
Yeah, tough shot because he was trying to avoid the charging foul and make the shot at the same time.
19 for Detlef in a 7-point game.
Big response from the Sonics, getting right back into this game.
I have enjoyed watching Anthony tonight. Williams to Wallace. Great shot, and Colonies was right in his face.
And that's the great thing about the Trailblazers, because all their big men can shoot. Grant, Wallace, Sabonis. You can space the floor because you have big guys who can shoot the basketball.
They got Williams out there, Walt Williams, along with Grant, Wallace, Anthony, and Ryder.
Well, in essence, you have 4 guys off the bench still in the game for the Blazers. But, you know, they really don't have a starting unit. They have 2 starting units. I bet they have the best practices in the NBA because either team can win on a given night.
Inside, knocked away, bobbled by Ellis, picked up by Anthony. No look to Ogden, he flies inside.
And now Mike Dunleavy is saying we've scored enough points. If we play good defense, we win this game. This is his defensive unit on the floor right now. Athleticism. That's why Sabonis is not on the floor. That's why Damon Stoudemire is not on the floor.
Shrimp into Wallace, and out to Hawkins for 3. Barely grazed the rim. Ellis comes up with it. Dug it out. Shot clock violation.
You know, Paul Westphal is saying
it did graze the rim. It did graze the rim.
I didn't get a good look at it. I'm not for sure. So if I'm the officials, I probably would have done the same thing.
If you listen, I said barely grazed the rim.
So I should believe you.
Let's watch it. Well, then we're not going to see it. You see the reaction, though, and nonetheless, the turnover. Ryder is handcuffed and hemmed in by both Payton and Hawkins, and a foul called on the Sonics.
Now, that's one of the few times you'll see the Sonics double team, and I think for the rest of this game, they might have to go to that. They have to create ways of getting the ball, and one of those ways is creating steals.
Here's Mike Dunleavy, whose son just committed to Duke. He's one of the great high school basketball players in the country.
Well, his final 3 choices were Duke, North Carolina, or Stanford.
Yeah. I don't notice Kansas or Marquette on that list.
Yeah, and I didn't like the Marquette part.
Anthony. Saved by Grant. Retrieved by Anthony. Off he hits here.
Oh, my.
This place is rocking.
This second unit is unbelievable.
Confidence in this Portland team is amazing.
Now look at this. They're not even going to help Greg Anthony. It comes late.
Shrimp.
Boom. And right when they did come, look what happens. That's why they didn't want to help.
10-point game with 2 minutes to play.
It's interesting. Greg Anthony turns around to his team. Don't help me. I'll guard him myself. And here comes the trap.
Nice athletic catch by Ogden. Saved by Grant. Shot clock at 8. Here's Ryder. Doubled and hemmed himself. Ogden to Grant. Oh, what a pass by Ogden.
Now they're moving the ball. Oh. Man.
Payton muscling inside. Ellis will launch the triple and drill it.
Look at Mike Dunleavy. He's yelling at him, do not trap. Let Greg Anthony guard him by himself. If he scores 2, that's better than 3.
He just threw it away there. Payton, by Anthony, blowing by him and coming in for 2. 25 for Gary Payton. Most in the second half. Rapping again, this is what was really the trademark for the Sonics most of the 90s.
And that's what
in a shortened season like this, Portland is going to be deadly. Ryder fouled by Hawkins. 1 minute to play. Shrimp by Wallace. Lost it inside. Out of bounds it goes. And the Blazers will get it back. That is the 17th Seattle turnover. 10 in this quarter. 13 Portland.
He pays the best. That's for sure. And I think he is the best. He does a terrific job. There's some good ones in this league, though. You got Brendan Sir. You got Dick Harder in Indiana. So there's some nice assistant coaching in this league.
There you see Tim Gergerich, Randy Whitman at Minnesota.
Thanks for bringing my man Witt in there. And he is. He'll be a great head coach.
It's the best, and here's Ryder. Seconds ticking off. Half minute to play. Ryder will dance. Hawkins will lunge and a foul. Blazers win their 7th out of 8. They got their 25th win of the season. And Ryder will fly and jam and put an exclamation point on a wonderful Portland 107-95 win over the Seattle Supersonics.
I know it's just 2 points, but I guarantee you, Paul Westphal is not very happy about that. Not about really that J.R. Ryder did it. I think he's more upset that the Sonics allowed him to do it.
So Mike Dunleavy is riding a wave right now, and it's a beauty.
I mean, look at this. And you know what? If you're J.R. Ryder, if nobody's going to guard you, dunk the ball, because that's on the Sonics. The game and the score still counts. Though it's .3 on the clock, it was Westphal who was more upset. And look at Dunleavy, because he's thinking they might remember that.
And let's send it over to Craig Sager.
Contusion, a big bruise on his quad. And man, he did not look himself early tonight. Went 0 for 7 in the first quarter. Only had 5 points, all those coming from the free throw line, in danger of having his first game as a pro without a basket. He went to the sidelines. Word was Larry Brown was going to try to put him back in the game, and they had words in the second quarter, but varying accounts of that. Meantime, Cleveland puts the pedal to the metal, and take a look at Derek Anderson dunking on Theo Ratliff. They win it 85-80. Allen Iverson plays in the first quarter, sits out the next 3. So that was the major topic of conversation after the game. Was there something between Larry Brown and Allen Iverson? Larry Brown faced the Inquisition in the press room.
Somebody had said that in the second quarter you went to put Iverson back in the game and he made a comment and then you yanked him back. True? Not true?
Oh, I'm not going to comment. He said he was hurt, so he didn't play. That's the bottom line.
Larry, just to follow up on Phil Newman's question.
I don't need to follow up on it, all right?
Did Allen issue that statement to you? And
you don't need to follow it up. I made the answer. He said he was hurt. He didn't play. Hey, I'm the coach, all right? I have the right to play a guy or not play a guy. All right? I asked the guy, I asked the guy to go in the game, they go in the game. I asked the guy to come out, they come out. That's the way I coach. Hey, look, did I answer your question?
No, sir.
I didn't answer your question.
No,
I said
I'm asking you.
Listen, I said I chose not to play him because he said he was hurt. Is that an answer?
Center. And Antoine Walker, part of a 23-point, 18-rebound night. They're on top. George Karl says, I hate that dance. Meantime, Robert Tractor trailing. Doing the job defensively with a block. Vinny Del Negro going to wind up, on the other hand, with a layup. And are up by 4. Ron Mercer, an 18-point night. They're down 2, and now they're not down any. Game tied at 79. Then the Celtics up 2. And Kenny Anderson on the break. Chance to give him a 4-point lead, but a whistle. That's an offensive foul. The lead remains 2 for Rick Pitino's guys until Glenn Robinson cans the jumper, and we're tied at 81. He only had 12 points on 5 out of 17 from the floor. The Celtics get the goaltending call against the big dog. It's 83-81. Now the Bucks have had all kind of one-point wins, and here we go again. Who's going to be the guy? Del Curry on the feed from Michael Curry. Leads the league in three-point percentage, and it pays off there, and then Boston cannot get one to fall here. Antoine Walker can't do it. And Milwaukee wins a 1-point game for the 4th time this season. 6 of their wins have been by 2 points or less. They win it 84-83 over Antoine Walker and the Celtics. Del Curry has 18. Ray Allen has 19.
It's never had a winning season since it joined the NBA back in 1995. I mean, a year ago, they won just 16 of 82 games. But that was BVC, before Vince Carter. The electrifying rookie has sparked Toronto to 10 wins in the last 12 games and put them in a playoff race for the very first time. Andre Aldridge has more.
In their brief history, the Toronto Raptors have had more head coaches than winning seasons. Going into March, they had never had a winning month, and nothing indicated a change was coming as the team opened March at 2-4.
Not exactly. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness! Oh, no! He did not do that!
But an explosion of wins came at mid-month. The Raptors raced to 9 wins in 11 games. Wins by a team that has experience, but is led by a precocious youth.
We just needed to take our time and gel together. We believed in ourselves. I mean, we have a good team on paper, and we have to show it on the court.
Vince Carter's skills have him on the short list for Rookie of the Year. He leads NBA rookies in scoring at 17 points per game. He's also among the team leaders in rebounds and assists, and he leads the Raptors with 30 blocked shots. In March, he scored 20 or more points in 6 games, and many of those points were prime highlight material.
That was a Jordan-esque move, wasn't it? I mean, really.
They give me the ball, and they get on me when I don't take that open shot or whatever, or go to the basket strong. And so, I mean, what else can I do but do it?
Vince has really stepped his game up, and that's really a pleasant surprise, and has helped everyone out. If he continues to do what he's doing, I mean, he's fantastic.
Added attention on Carter opens the door for new threats like Doug Christie, the Raptors' second leading scorer at 15 points per game. The 6-year guard has also become a defensive force. He's second in the league with 70 total steals. And it's perked up the outside game of D. Brown. The veteran guard's hitting 41% of his three-pointers this year. At the end of March, he was tied for the league in three-point field goals, including making a club record 8 in a March 30th win over Cleveland.
When you have a player like Vince that demands a double team, you get a lot of open shots, get your rhythm, and after that, most everything you shoot, you feel like it's going to go in.
The Raptors also play tough and get their hands dirty. And that play is exemplified by 2 players brought in for their experience. 13-year veteran center Kevin Willis, despite injuries, has led the team in rebounds. And 13-year veteran forward Charles Oakley, who turned his dismay over being traded from New York for Marcus Camby into a desire to win. He's averaging 8 rebounds a game, including a 12-rebound performance against the Knicks. But the influence of these vets goes beyond the stat sheet.
They've brought a level of professionalism on how things are handled from the locker room to practice to conditioning, what's expected of them as far as professionalism on the road.
The challenge now is to keep the wins coming. They started April on the right foot, beating Indiana, one of the favorites in the East. The recent wins have made the Raptors the toast of Toronto, and this team wants to take the city into the NBA playoffs.
Well, what's inside my heart and the team's heart, I think, is we see the light at the end of the tunnel. And the light at the end of the tunnel is reaching the playoffs.
As you take a look at the eye-popping improvement from last year for Toronto, keep this in mind. With the Sixers losing, Toronto at the moment stands all alone in that 8th and final playoff spot in the East. With more on why you can feel good about buying your kid Raptors stuff.
The 4 game behind the Suns, but here come the T-Wolves, and they're working things out together. Chris Webber back in the lineup after a bout with the flu. First quarter, looking good. C-Webb with the jam. 7 of 20 shots went in for him. More Kings. Thriller in vanilla crossover. You feel your pain, Terrell Brandon. Kings up 5 after 1. Just 7 for Williams, though. Second quarter, T-Wolves bringing it back. Kevin Garnett. The fade over Thunderbird. 13-2 Wolves run right there. More T-Wolves. Brandon to Hammond. Wolves by 8. Brandon the oop. That dunk shake. Wolves by 9 at the half. KG bringing it in. It's impossible to stop a fade when someone's 7 feet. When you respect the fade, he'll give you the up and under Samari roll. Garnett, 12 of 21. Fourth quarter, Kings within 6. T-Wolves have wondrous ball movement. Jambalaya by Hammond. T-Wolves go off to victory. KG had a game-high 24 points, added 10 boards. Hammonds had a season-high 23 for the Timberwolves. Vlade, a perfect night, 8 for 8 from the field. Carnivorous dinosaur they're named for. I have vocabulary. Let's go against the Wiz. Second quarter, Raptors up. Watch Tracy McGrady. That is silly. Raptors up 46-42 at the half, fourth quarter. Here come the Wizards. Mitch Richmond pushes, goes coast to coast for the layup. Ben Wallace starts the party, by the way. Wizards down 4. Time for the Vinsanity. Watch Vince Carter go baseline. Is that unreal? Is that unreal? Look at it again. It's real. Raptors up 6. Raptors up 2. Under a minute to go. Mitch Richmond forces Carter into a turnover. Strickland pushes it. Richmond, where are you? Get the rock to the rock from the land of free. Wiz up 1. Raptors answer off the Doug Christie miss. Kevin Willis, the board, the jumper. Raptors up 1. Willis had 22. Wizards go to Mitch. But Mitch can't shake Vince Carter. Nobody can. Doesn't even draw iron. Raptors, hold on for victory. Make it 5 in a row for the Raptors, and you can say Coach of the Year for Butch Carter. Willis led the charge with 22 and 11. Richmond, 28. Doug Christie is the king of robbery, leading the league in steals, but he provided 14 in the win along with 2 ribs. Toronto Sheen
over in that first quarter. Here comes Detroit with Williams, Jerome Williams, Stackhouse. Montross is still in. Lindsey Hunter gets the ball now at the point. Grant Hill gets it from Hunter. Guarded by Al Harrington, the teenager and the youngest player ever to wear a Pacer uniform. Hill over 2. Rebounded by Antonio Davis. Out there with Jalen Rose, Travis Best. Now they put Rose at the 2 and Best at the 1. And Sam Perkins makes his first appearance with his first shot, a 3. And he has been mired in a slump, a career 46% shooter, shooting just 37% for his new team, the Pacers.
Yeah, you know, it's going to take him time. He was talking before the game, just trying to fit and find space where he should shoot the ball from. He said there's so many shooters on this team.
Montross laid a crushing screen, but Hill can't convert. Here comes Travis Best the other way for the Indiana Pacers. And 22 and 11 coming into tonight, a road record of 10 and 7. Here's Best out to Harrington for 3. Nice offensive rebound by Davis. Great pass by Rose to Harrington.
And great movement by Harrington. Right when he missed that shot, he noticed that no one was guarding him, so he ran under the bucket to find space, found a good space, obviously, and got a layup. He had to catch and readjust to make that shot.
Davis dancing inside on Montross and a foul called on the guard. That's the center on Montross. 17 games, a good one between Atlanta and Charlotte, too. And the Timberwolves are 4-1 on their current 6-game homestand. 9.5 to play here in the first half, 35-29. Detroit has led the entire way. Their lead has gone as big as 10. Hunter against Best. Stackhouse, shot clock now in single digits. Bushler of 3. Rebounded by Davis, who cleans everything he sees.
Well, I tell you what, you look at Bushler, he has that gun loaded. He can't wait to get it in his hands so he can shoot it.
Chambers are full tonight. Davis corrals his 4th rebound as Hunter works on the elusive Travis Best. The mismatch now, the switch on defense. Mullen is free. Daly is back in, plucks it off the rim. And Detroit moving well. Hill is on the bench. Daly the screen. Hunter the try. Perkins the rebound. Davis a screen for Best. Shimmies by Daly. Gets it out to Harrington, who's seen a lot of minutes in the second quarter.
Yeah, he really has. And the first thing he did, they put him on Grant Hill. Obviously, Larry Bird likes him a lot.
Antonio Davis of Auburn Hills. Foul away from the ball as Harrington was trying to hold on for dear life against Stackhouse. And a foul called on the teenager Al Harrington, just 17 years old, and drafted right out of Elizabeth City High School, Elizabeth City, New Jersey.
See, if you're the Detroit Pistons, you have to be very careful right now because you can see the game's starting to flatten out a little bit. The Pacers don't mind playing at that pace. I think what the Pistons have to do is keep playing with the energy that they played with earlier in the first quarter.
Daly to Williams to Bushler. Shot clock at 9. Over Mullen. The pass hits Jerome Williams. One play. They want Williams to hit more. He can rebound, he can defend, but that's the kind of shot he has not been making.
Well, that's the shot you're going to give him. There's no coincidence that he's the guy open for that type of shot, because that's what the other teams want him to take. He's going to have to make it.
Mullen threw it away. Another turnover. Here comes Williams. On the side, Stackhouse into Daly. Picked up by Best. Pistons, the first turnover of the game. They're averaging 16 a game. But that was their first right there. Harrington with Bushler. And he's going to get some help. And then Bushler, who's a very solid defender, watches Harrington put up another. Rebound by Williams. Here comes Hunter, and the open floor where he's deadly. Looking inside. Cleaned up nicely by Williams. Rejected by Harrington and out of bounds off Detroit.
Yeah, great job. Great job of just staying there by Harrington. Play him extremely close. Yet he has the ability to take the ball to the basket, and I'm telling you, he's one of the great offensive floppers. Usually guys flop playing defense. Reggie Miller flops with the ball on offense, and if you bail him out, he'll live on that line.
His free throw percentage, by the way, is the 7th highest of all time, 87%.
That's the other problem.
Perkins for three, where he can be deadly.
Well, he's a tough matchup because guys who play the power forward and the center position like rebounding, and they like playing D down in the post. They're not used to guarding guys out behind the three-point line.
Here comes Hunter. Daly with the screen as he will flip it over to Williams. Shot clock at 7. Hill is still on the bench. This is Stackhouse slashing inside. Oh, what a play.
That is a play because he used the glass. And using the glass straight on is a tough shot. But he meant to do it.
He has 7. He was starting in place of Dumars when Dumars was injured. Best. Perkins just hit a 3. Once again. Whoa! Incoming.
Well, they had the help on the pick and roll, and that play was set up. Both plays were set up by Larry Bird over there in that timeout. Both worked.
3-point game. Pistons have led throughout. The screen by Williams. And Antonio Davis just turned his sore right ankle again, grimacing inside the lane. And now he's got to guard Jerome Williams, and that is very tough to do.
Yeah, you can see Jerome Williams saw that also. You know, players don't feel sorry for you when you get hurt. They saw that he was hurt. They went right at him. That's what you should do.
We're going to yank him out and put Dale Davis in just a second. Hunter is on Best, and the team running much better with Best at the point. Perkins, he's hit 2 in a row. He's hit 3 in a row. He's on fire.
Oh, my. You know what the Pacers are doing? They know that the Pistons like helping. So they're making them help on the pick and roll, which is leaving Sam Perkins open.
Perkins brings the Pacers to within 2. The steal by Mullen. The wrestling move that would make any professional happy by Bushler. And they call the jump ball.
When you watch this right here, and we talk about Chris Mullin, you don't think about defense in Chris Mullin. He leads the team in steals and has some of the best hands in this league. Plays the passing lanes. Whenever you face a team that he's on, the first thing the coaches says, they say, watch Chris Mullin in passing lanes.
Dumars is checked in with Hunter, Daly, Williams, and Bushler for the Pistons.
Go ahead, other side. Here, come on. Wing it.
Bushler, Williams, into Dale Davis. Doubled by Mullen. Bushler's 3 for 3. Daly with a good offensive rebound, his second of the game.
Hey, I won't be in the post. I won't be in the post. Post steps go out. Hey, look up, look up, look up. Hold him, hold him, hold him.
Daly, that baby jumped off the blueprint orchestrated by Joe Dumars.
Well, could you hear it? I mean, he told exactly what he wanted. He wanted B in the post, meaning Daly, and he threw a great pass. That's why you like Dumars on your team.
Reggie Miller for 3. Perkins was shoved and fouled by Jerome Williams. Dumars, as the game is going on, barking out the call like a quarterback in football.
Post steps go out. Hey, look up, look up, look up. Hold him, hold him, hold him.
Yeah, all Bison Daly should have said after that was, thank you, Joe.
Perkins with Williams on him. Rose into Hunter. Rebounded by Grant Hill off the Alvin Gentry bench.
That's exactly what they wanted. Rose just rushed that shot.
Perkins had the last 9 points for Indiana.
You know, the smartest thing about that last pass by Joe Dumars sits and watches, too, when he's sitting on the bench. He sees that Bison Dele is into the game. So what should you do? You should reward him, and that's what Joe Dumars is doing. He wants to get the ball to Dele.
Dumars has 5 assists, the only remaining member of that championship team back in the early decade, as Hill goes up twice and comes up empty in a while. You don't see the
end of this year is they're no longer the hunter. They're the hunted.
Yes.
Everybody's trying to go after them. And I don't think they care for that. It's much easier to be the hunter. That's all the deer in the woods.
And a foul called down low. Reggie Miller picks up his first foul of the game.
You can see this, and this is all Joe Dumars being physical, and Reggie Miller got caught throwing him off. But that's what you have to do with Reggie Miller.
Now Dele just gives it right back to Miller, and Dele is called. That was right around the chops.
Yeah, that was an easy one to call.
Yes, sir.
I have to say.
The third on Dele.
And even more importantly, it's his third, and he's playing so well. Now, the concern, if you're from Detroit right now, is Dele's going to sit 3:09 the rest of this quarter, then through halftime. Will he come out in the third quarter and play with the same passion?
That has been something they need. And here's Rick Smith, so here's how Larry Bird counters for Indiana.
Yeah, he likes that, you know, and now Alvin Gentry is going to go to his bench and bring in Eric Montross. So we have a chess game going on.
So for Indiana, Rose, Miller, Smits, Mullen, and Dale Davis.
Wow. The worst thing of that was the whistle, because Dale Davis was wide open. I mean wide open, and Jalen Rose never noticed it.
They call an illegal defense, and we call a timeout with 2 Pistons and Pacers at 45. Make it 44 with 2 minutes to play here in the first half. Dumars to Montross.
He can do that. He can face up and shoot the short jump shot.
That's the 6th assist for Dumars tonight. Reggie Miller working in on Dumars, who slaps it away.
I tell you what, Joe Dumars is just having a nice game. First on defense, and then with his passing. If you're going to double team him, you see how he took that extra dribble to drag the defense even further away, gets the ball to Montross for a shot.
6th assist ties a season high for Dumars. Mullen is handcuffed by Reed. Shot clock at 4. Smith has had a horrible night shooting. Didn't beat the buzzer. Shot clock violation, even though Dale Davis got it up, and Smits has now started this game 2 of 11.
And you got to remember those 2 early shots. He had an easy dunk, kind of nonchalant at the first one, got it blocked. Then came hard with the next one and got it blocked. And what did Alvin Gentry say? If he starts out slow early in the game, usually that lasts the entire game, and so far it has.
Alvin Gentry, who had a tryout one time in the NBA for Denver, then followed Larry Brown a little bit. He was at the University of Colorado, Kansas, Baylor.
He told me he should have made the team.
Another pass by Dumars, fouled by Montross, picked up by Bushler as Montross sets the screen. Rebound plucked by Miller, and the Pacers take it the other way, led by Jalen Rose. Mark Jackson not here, a death in the family. He'll be back with the team Wednesday against Chicago. Smits, 2 of 11, 2 of 12. Dumars saves it. Caught by Williams. 3 on 2. To Bushler for 3. Hold on as he can't get it to go. Mullen gets it in traffic. Miller has it now. Miller slashing inside for 2.
Wow. What a play.
And Miller is down at the other end. Hill to Bushler to Dumars. Bushler for 2.
You can see he didn't want it. He didn't want the first one because he would have shot it instead of giving the ball to Joe Dumars. Dumars gave it back to him, and he shot that one, but he really didn't want it.
He has a personal high in 3-point field goals this year, as you see, coming up tomorrow on TNT. Magic and Knicks, then a Friday game with the Suns and Jazz, Rockets and T-Wolves. Next Monday, we will be in Minneapolis for that one. a 5-second shot clock to game clock. Reggie, a three. Defended by Dumars. Great defense.
Well, Reggie Miller wanted to put that ball on the floor and drive. Joe Dumars took that away from him. And Joe will not bail him out. Reggie Miller knows that. That's why he took a step-back jump shot. Oh, wow.
A travel by Granhill. He was suffocated by Miller. 2 seconds on the clock. And let's see what Indiana pulls out here. Pacers have never led in this game. The Pistons at one time led by 10. 2 seconds in the half. Davis and the won't go. And that brings us to halftime. And the 5th tie of the game after 2 quarters.
This is what I do. They create turnovers and then they get out and run. And the advantage they have is their bigs can really move on the floor. They took advantage of that early. 3 shots by their bigs. Guys who you don't call plays for besides Dele. Everyone else just running the floor, getting shots. Montross comes in and makes a jump shot. Ball movement has been great for the Pistons. You look at the numbers, 14 assists. Alvin Gentry said at the end of a game, if they have 14 assists, that's not good. If they're in that the Indiana Pacers have slipped from this year to last year, they don't play defense as good as they played last year. They were a great defensive team last year. This year, they're only a good team. They're giving up 90 points a game.
There's Dumars working on Mullen. And over Mullen. Rebounded by Smits, who needs to play. Smits 2 of 12 shooting in that first half. Mullen 0 of 3.
Yeah, you know what? I'm impressed with Smits because he's still playing hard and he's still involved in the game, and he's going to keep taking his shots.
Rose again begins at the point. Passing inside, caught by Davis. Shot clock at 6. Mullen for 3. Right down the middle. Chris Mullen gets his first.
Well, you know he's going to make them. You know, we talked about him being a pure shooter. Pure shooters are going to keep shooting the ball. They know they haven't forgotten how to shoot.
Lindsey Hunter, who gained so much confidence playing with Dumars in the backcourt. Dele in foul trouble with 3. What a great spinning move there. Dele was benched 2 weeks ago. Then a team meeting wanting him to play harder has certainly lit a fire under him.
And not only harder, just more physical and tougher. Tonight he's doing that. He's bringing the A game.
A low post presence. Smits. 2 of 13 shooting for Smits. Daly in the low post.
Well, you like it. You know, right now, first he sees no double team. That's what he checked for, and you can see it coming late. Goes away from the double team to the bank. He knows he has a smaller guy on him, which is unusual for him. He's usually being guarded by bigger guys.
Daly again go right back to that post, working on Dale Davis, who holds him.
You know, I think it's a good move by the Pacers not putting Rick Smits on Dele, but if you're going to guard him with Dale Davis, you're going to have to double team.
Davis picks up his first.
Yeah, and taking advantage of matchups. You score once, you go right back to Dele.
Hill. Smits got in the way. Dumars for 3. Reed tried to tap it in. Dumars again for the triple. And again the miss over the backboard. Hit the shot clock on top of the backboard, automatically going to Indiana with 10:14 to play in the third.
Well, sometimes you're surprised at misses from the 3. I was surprised at the miss by Dumars. Usually when you catch that second one in your rhythm, you make that shot if you're a good shooter. And Dumars is a great shooter.
They double Rose. Smits again. Out to Mullen. Over to Miller. Guarded by Dumars. Smits. A much-needed basket for the Dutchman.
Well, like I said, he's not going to stop shooting the ball.
Indiana has their biggest lead, 51-48. Pistons led most of the first half. Reed with the screen. Hunter lost it, got it back. Here comes Hill with Miller. Daly with Davis. Bison Daly, the former Brian Williams. Out of bounds.
Well, you can see the difference in this game, and then I talked about it in the second quarter, where you can see Detroit falling into Indiana's game plan. In the beginning of the game, Detroit was running up and down the court. They were forcing turnovers. They were playing with a lot of energy, playing in the open court. Since then, it's been a half-court game. It's been up and down slowly. Guys are setting into their offense. If you're going to run set offense against Indiana, you're going to lose.
This is screen, switching with Dele. Mullen. Shot clock at 7. Smits. He's in 2 in a row. That's a good sign for the Pacers.
Yeah, that's a great sign for the Pacers because the shots he's missed early, he had good shots and just didn't make them. Now he's starting to make them.
Daly tried to drive. Dumars outside, thought about three into Hill, who has not hit a basket since ending the first quarter. Until right there.
He has a great matchup, Grant Hill, because going up against Chris Mullin, who is a nice defensive player, but he can't guard Grant Hill, and Grant Hill knows that. I tell you, Joe Dumars and Reggie Miller are going at it.
Now the switch, they got Hill on Miller. Dumars will float in the lane.
Rick Smith's moving without the ball one more time. Nobody guarding him. You lose sight of Rick Smith, he'll find an opening, and he'll make the shot.
Rhodes was stripped. Smith gets it back. Miller from way outside. Wow, what a shot. Reggie Miller has 17 points.
Well, there's not a lot of defense for that either.
The three-point shot has been the key for the Pacers. 3 in a row by Perkins in the first half, and a couple by Miller. The Pacers 7 of 12 from downtown, leading by 6.
And 10,000 of those are Karl Malone.
Here's Dumars trying to build on his 6 assists tonight, giving to Hill. Off to Daly, and a foul.
Well, that's the ball movement. That's why Alvin Gentry called that timeout. He said it at halftime. They stopped moving the ball in the second quarter. One of the reasons is because it's all half court. They're not running up and down the court like they did in the first quarter, but they need the ball. Bison Dele is a great player to have on a great basketball team when you don't have to depend on him to be your go-to guy. Now, when he's the go-to guy, because he's inconsistent, then he can hurt you.
Now he's out trapping Miller on the perimeter. Rose boxing a long-distance shot with Hunter right in his face.
See, now the Pacers are starting to make their shots. They also have the tempo back into their favor.
Going to Hill, a little two-man game with Dumars, trying to exploit Miller. Double by Davis, can't get it to go. Gets his own miss, resets the shot clock. Dumars for 3.
And give the credit to Grant Hill. Not only from the pass, the fact that he got his own rebound.
The Pistons had missed their last 6 3-point shots until right there. Rhodes. And you get the 3-point story as Smith goes over Reed. Smiths it in a couple in a row. Here comes Hunter, 3-on-3 with a trailer in Daly. Here comes Dumars. Quickly closing the door was Rhodes. Daly. Davis guarding. Reed kicks it out to Dumars. Shot clock at 7. Joe D will flip it down low, caught by Daly. That is a big shot.
You know it's a big play. The rebound by Grant Hill getting the three-pointer to Joe Dumars. That right now stands as the biggest play for the Pistons in this game.
8 assists for Dumars. 13 points for Daly. Look at the defense on the perimeter on Miller, but he leaves Davis free. Great fake. 2 cut the fake and a whistle.
Have a clock running on them, and they understand that. They know that they have this year, maybe next year, to win a title, and after that, it's not going to look good for this team. They understand that fully.
Mullen is guarding. Mullen is 35. There's Smits. He guards Daly. Smits is 32, and the foul goes on Rick Smits.
And Smits is 32 with the body going on 40. I mean, he doesn't have a young body.
Smits born in Holland, his sister living here in the States, but the rest of his family still overseas in Holland. He was an all-star last year for the first time in his 10-year career. Rick Smits is now guarding Hill. Daly, great rotation to Montross. And Dumars jousting with Mullen. Inside with the runner. Shot by Joe D.
Wow, did he use his body well on Chris Mullen?
He's going to retire, they say, at the end of this season.
I think he should think about it. He's playing too well.
2-point game. Miller into Smits, doubled. The defense there for Montross.
Grant Hill was there again.
Dumars, Montross, Stackhouse, Grant Hill, and Daly. Crossover by Hill. Rebound by Smits. Outlet to Miller. Looks like the Pacers want to run. Dumars greeting Miller, who's best on the perimeter, facing the basket. Rose to Smits. Rose again. With the runner. Shot by Detroit native.
First you saw the effort from Grant Hill going to the floor, and then you see a one-legged runner from Jalen Rose. Both of these teams are playing hard.
And there's the field goal story midway through the third quarter. Hill to oh, what a play! Terrific pitching by Detroit.
The whole key to this play was Bison Dele flashing up to the free throw line and then makes the pass to Montross. And then look at the defense right here. But this was all set up by Grant Hill right there. Distraction, block shot. And then Montross setting up Dumars, which he makes a great move right here, using his body, blocking off Chris Mullin.
Montross from the state of Indiana, a guy who has been traded 4 times.
He banked that.
Well, he's the Pistons' most improved player.
Oh, my goodness.
Whether he banks it or gets a swish, he brings Detroit to within 1 after the Pistons led most of the first half by as many as 10. At one time as Mullin gives it off to Antonio Davis, back from a twisted ankle again, and reaching in was Grant Hill with the foul. He is tagged with his first.
Aren't used to being the hunted.
Indiana shooting 67% in this quarter. Check it up, because Miller hits another 3. Oh, is he hot?
What do you think Cheryl Miller is doing right now in the studio?
She's dancing.
You know it.
She is dancing. Reggie is 7 of 10 in this game. Here comes Hill. And fouled by Miller down low.
Hey, you talking about cat and mouse. Look at this. Look at Joe. I see you. Look at this. I mean, this is what you have to do every night, and that is a great pick or moving screen, if you want to call it.
Which is illegal.
Yes. By Dale Davis.
Grant Hill.
That's one of the things Alvin Gentry was talking about this morning. Guys.
I'll give myself too much credit.
Thank you.
Still no turnovers in a well-played third quarter. Great shooting. Wonderful passion. Miller and Dumars. Best thought about 3. Oh, he got a great fake on Stackhouse. Dumps it into Davis. Rejected by Montross. Shot clock at 1. Rebound Montross.
The defense, the ball movement, the energy right now from both of these teams is terrific. This is very much playoff-like basketball. Maybe Stackhouse knew what he was talking about. I mean, look at this. Guys are everywhere right now.
Stackhouse and Best, the size advantage for Stackhouse, doubled by Mullin. And a whistle and a foul inside on Best. A tough matchup, $3 million. He thought he should make $11 million, but with the new agreement, he was dictated by the new rules.
There will be no comment about that for me.
That's what he said. The coaches around the league say he can't shoot consistently, and he favors his right hand, which everybody knows about. There's a foul.
Moving screen.
Right.
That's just what Alvin Gentry said. If you're going to move, you have to run into him, or they can't make the call. That time, they ran into him. Boy, that was a hard screen right there.
And the first turnover of this quarter. Pacers by 2. There's Dumars in with Stackhouse. Judd Bushler is in. Montross is in. And Jerome Williams. It's the youngster Harrington against Stackhouse. Will he go to school? And his defense, but Williams cleans it up. Rebound pulled down by Antonio Davis.
See, that was a case of them anticipating that Best was going to be guarding Stackhouse, so they posted Stackhouse up, but Harrington was on him.
Look at the terrific shooting in this quarter. Both teams. Mullin from way outside. Over the backboard, not about. Chris Mullin requested a trade from the Golden State Warriors to a good team, preferably Indiana. And now he's got his ideal coach, is Sam Perkins, who leaves Seattle.
Yeah, and it was a great trade. It was a great trade for both teams, and you got to credit Golden State for allowing one of their star players to finish his career with a chance of winning a title.
Well, Perkins now in that first half hit 3 consecutive three-point shots, a personal 9-0 run.
That turned the game around.
It did. Dumars over Best, rebounded by Perkins, who's been in a shooting slump. Looks perhaps to have shaken the webs away tonight as Mullin is met by Stackhouse with under 2 to play here in the third quarter. Best and Dumars, Montross and Davis, who's now free because Montross
my
And that's the result with the two-handed sledgehammer.
His ankle's feeling better.
You're right.
My goodness.
But the double crossed him.
You know what's amazing, though? You watched him after he finished dunking. He limped down the floor. You know the players on the Pistons are saying, don't even try it. You're fine.
Stackhouse goes down. Harrington makes the steal. And the youngest player in last year's draft sends it up to Travis Best. Back to Harrington. Inside, dumping it off to Antonio Davis. Stackhouse dives. Davis still keeps it alive. Shot clock at 7. Mullen loses the ball. Boy. Here's a 3-on-1. Stackhouse throws it away. Mullen for 3. Rebound by Williams. Ahead Dumars.
Well, this is the pace the Pistons would rather play at. Helter-skelter.
Posting up. The double defense by Harrington. Stackhouse. Dumars.
Travis Best has to feel like everyone's picking on me right now.
He was lost on
because they are really trying to post him up.
Dumars has 12, 7 in the quarter. A difference of 7 seconds. Game clock and shot clock. Winding down the third, Travis Best says touche at the other end.
I can pick on you with my quickness. Quickness is the great equalizer, I tell you.
Best, a former first-round pick, in the final shot now in the mix, hopefully for the Pistons. That's what they've trained for. Into Harrington, out to Williams, good at the goes. Rebound, fought for as the third quarter comes to his close. Great shooting, in particular from Joe Dumars. 7 of his 12 in that quarter. 8 assists for the game. And the Pacers on top at the end of 3, 69-65.
Is it me, guys? Or do we really look ridiculous?
Man, for free Bud Light, I'm doing 70s night.
No, brother.
Shut the door! You're letting in a draft.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light. It's the most powerful custom on the planet. 6 cylinders. 6 carbs. 1,520 cc's. Only one motorcycle in the world can cruise like this. The Valkyrie from Honda. During custom finance days, get 5.9 APR on new Valkyries. These twin brothers have never met until now. On April 9th, it'll be twice the action, twice the fun, twice the chance. Twin Dragons, rated PG-13, starts Friday everywhere.
Nothing tops ice cream better than Hershey's chocolate syrup. So feel free to pour it on. But do watch out for those cherries. If you've never experienced the thrill of Mach 3, it's wake-up time. Introducing Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple blade shaving system. 3 blades positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3. So you don't have to shave over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
This is the NBA on TBS tonight from the Palace of Auburn Hills, which was the scene Saturday of the Bad Boy Reunion. World Championship teams of 89 and 90, coached by Chuck Daly. Those guys right there may have been the Bad Boys.
Yeah, actually, you know, those guys there got all the credit because they were so big and ugly. But I thought the guards were the true Bad Boys on the Pistons. Isaiah, Joe Dumars, and Benny Johnson.
Great teams, but this team now is beginning to plow their own area, make their own mark.
this is a different team than the Bad Boys. You know, I would assume that would be a tough thing to live up to, the way the Pistons used to play and the way they're trying to play now.
So we begin the fourth quarter with the Dale Davis squeeze inside and a pass from Travis Best.
I tell you what, you talk about tempo of games. Right now, and I've been saying it for about a quarter and a half, the Pacers somehow have turned this game around because they've turned around the tempo. It's playing right in the Indiana's hands.
Shot clock is down to 6. Trying to lob it inside for Stackhouse. The pass a bit errant.
You know what? It really wasn't errant if he was healthy, but he's not healthy, and I think Stackhouse is really struggling with that ankle. He's out giving it a game effort, but I don't know if he's helping his team right now.
Well, he's missed 4 games coming into tonight because of the injury. Pitched into 2, can't get it to go. Loose inside, out by Jerome Williams. Detroit has turnovers on 3 of the last 4 trips. Step number 2. Rebound by Davis, the outlet to Best, but he's by himself except for Perkins, trolling on the baseline. Into Harrington, but he can't get it to go. Rebound by Williams.
Alvin Gentry is so upset right now, he's just calling a timeout. Two things. One, he wants the ball to go to Bison Dele, and 2, he wants better transition defense.
Pacers have their biggest lead.
CNN Sports Illustrated.
Turnovers like that one there, getting up the court and playing harder.
1 field goal in 6.5 minutes for the Detroit Pistons. They've had a drought. Thus Hill is back in.
That's not how Alvin Gentry said it either.
No. Williams was whacked inside in a foul.
Forced turnover, you got into your offense quickly, and you move the ball. Everyone from the Pistons are moving the ball, and this is all set up by Bison Dele, driving, getting help, and dishing. This is a drive and kick basketball team. You hit it right, they're slashers. Joe Dumars and Buechler and Hunter are the only 3 guys who can just sit outside and make jump shots.
Timberwolves over Dallas last year when they fired Doug Collins. He says his mentor in coaching is Larry Brown. Perkins jumping into the air. Oh, look out. Wow. Whoa, what a shot.
My goodness. Now don't forget, his ankle's bothering him.
Sure it is.
The shocker there was Sam Perkins, because you got to believe that Bison Dele had no doubt that Sam Perkins was going to shoot a 3. When you see Sam Perkins driving, that's unusual. He's been big tonight.
Here's Antonio Davis, father of twins, now 4 years old. And the father of a 17-year-old, his name is Al Harrington. Harrington is living with the Davises.
Yeah, that's about right.
Dele to Hill, quickly double-teamed and hemmed in. Thus Buechler left for 3.
Great confidence. You remember Buechler missed 3 threes in a row, or 3 shots in a row. Takes confidence to take that next one.
Alvin Gentry told us last week that he is the most surprising player on the team to him. He didn't think he was this good.
He didn't think he was this athletic either. He said he's a far better athlete than we thought. And I said, well, he was playing next to Scotty and Michael. It kind of makes you look non-athletic.
Rose with the drive inside. Rebounded by Williams. The quick outlet caught by Hill. And the team is best when he's got it. The crossover on Miller. He finds Buechler for 3. Rose with the rebound. To Miller. To Rose. We got a track meet here, folks, now. Buckle up. 74-70, the Pacers by 4. Hill. Hunter for the triple. Williams inside. Boy, they're letting them play.
Well, they are letting them play. And you like that. The reason they didn't call that last foul on Jalen Rose is because he initiated the contact. But since the timeout of Alvin Gentry, this game has changed. The tempo is back now in Detroit's favor.
What can Indiana do to take that away?
Well, they want to slow it down, but this will help.
Antonio Davis squeezing inside. 8 rebounds for Williams. Hill backing it on Miller. Foul was called on Antonio Davis.
I mean, they're double teaming. Grant Hill is rebounding. He double teams. You double team him, he finds the right guy. Jud Buechler is the right guy. This game is back into Detroit's favor. Now they have to take advantage of it. They've had the ball 3 times in a row and have come up empty.
Jerome Williams picks up the foul. The Pacers by 4. Beating the Knicks yesterday handily at Market Square Arena.
Coming up, coming up!
Here comes Best. Jalen Rose playing the 2-guard now at 6'8". Into Perkins, who beat him outside and tries to get him and does inside.
Sam Perkins is an underrated post player. You know, you look at those arms, it makes him a legitimate 7-footer. But he scares you more behind that arc.
Where he hit 3 of them in a row in that first half. Hill, who's only 3 of 12, make it 4 of 13.
Powerful. The last 2 or 3 times, Grant Hill caught the ball and was waiting to be doubled instead of being aggressive. Right there, he just grabbed it and went.
Both teams more meticulous now. 6 on the shot clock. Miller will go against Hill. One of the great matchups in the NBA. A great fake by Miller. But he can't get it to go as he faked downhill over the backboard and out of bounds, and a timeout taken.
Great job by Grant Hill of avoiding.
And they trail Indiana by just a half game.
Atlanta's playing terrific basketball. And again, Chuck Daly, right now in Orlando, has done a masterful job with that team.
Orlando has won 7 of 9 and 11 of 14 as we bring in Craig Sager.
Then the last time out, Larry Bird said, if we're going to win this game, we have to do it defensively. Let's continue to double Grant Hill, but get back on the rotations. And our goal is to get him only 1 shot.
Let's see if he gets a shot here. Great feed to Daly from Grant Hill.
Well, it was caused by a double team, but that was a mix-up. It was actually a triple team. So someone thought they were double teaming and it shouldn't have been there.
6 minutes to play in a thrilling game at Auburn Hills. That is on Best.
Best is in trouble. Smart play.
Pacers out there with Smits, Perkins, Rose, Best, and Miller, who comes off the screen, catches the inbound. Hill to meet him, out to Best. He'll launch it 2.
Didn't catch it. You could see him bobbling when he caught it. Now he did.
Reggie Miller on fire.
Wow. That's the tough thing about the Pacers, because when the ball goes up, everyone has to try to rebound. But if the Pacers come up with an offensive board, they immediately are taught to look for Reggie Miller behind the arc.
Miller is 8 of 12. Dumars as he falls down. Rebounded by Best.
I'm telling you, the Pistons are in trouble right now.
Foul called on Dumars.
And you cannot leave Reggie Miller. But a shot goes up. You think, well, we're going to get the rebound. Don't. Look who's there. Bang.
9th all-time three-point shooting. The Knicks know something about that quick shot.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
Miller again, bumping into Hill, and a foul called on Grant Hill. That has been one of the most attractive matchups heading the marquee tonight, Hill against Miller.
It has been a great matchup. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Reggie Miller just threw the ball to Leon Wood, and he threw it pretty hard. And Leon Wood gave him a look, so don't expect Miller to get any good calls.
Well, Wood used to play in the NBA, so he's had that happen before, but maybe not as a referee.
No.
Rose for 3. Wow. Wow is right.
The three-point shot right now is doing in the Pistons.
Indiana Pacers
17
are the 9th best three-point shooting team in the NBA coming into tonight. Number 9. They double Hill. Out of bounds, Detroit will inbound. Hill was trying to call timeout.
Yeah, he was. And I tell you what, now Detroit had all the emotion and energy. I think it's starting to switch over to Indiana side because they sense themselves with a chance of stealing the game. That is a big shot.
It is a shooting gallery inside now with 4.5 to play. 82-77 the Pacers. 3 points for Lindsey Hunter, his first points of the game.
Boy, he is all over Travis Best right now.
Inside, delay, picked up by Hill. Dumars for three. A little bit short and out of bounds, and Indiana will get it. 4:06 to play.
Travis Best is going to have to either take Lindsey Hunter off the dribble or get a pick. See, right now he's trying to run the ball club, and that's fine. But when you have a guy inside of you the way Lindsey Hunter is, you have to do something aggressively to get him off of you.
Best to Miller off the screen, firing. Rebound by Hunter. Five-point game, Hunter with it. Best, and then met by Smith, then into Daly.
I tell you what, Daly never saw the ball coming until the very last second, so when he caught it, he was not ready to shoot it.
Again, Mark Jackson is out with his family back in Brooklyn. Father passing away last week after a long illness. So they had to go at Best primarily at the point, although they started Jalen Rose.
Yeah, I don't think that experiment worked very well for him.
Dumars the miss. Perkins has it. Sam Perkins has had a nice game.
He's had a great game, and right now you're thinking, where is Grant Hill? I think the Pistons have to get the ball down to Grant Hill and let him set everyone else up.
Hunter is all over Best. Smits is shoved by Daly. And then Smits dunking inside under the screen of Daly, and a foul called on Bison.
Again, they are really letting them play. That's 5 fouls on Bison Daly. Don't be surprised to see Indiana go right back down there. They would love to get Daly out of the game.
But his performance, free throws after every practice, all the time. Indiana 14 of 16 from the stripe tonight. Dumars in traffic. Hill. Daly covered by Perkins. And they're not going to double. And Daly tries to and does exploit it.
Again, being guarded by someone smaller than him is unusual for Daly, so now all he has to do is turn and shoot, and he's doing that.
Smits tried to shove it inside. Daly saves it. Here comes Grant Hill. Down by 5, it's Hill with the crossover. And off to Dumars. He'll slash and fly inside. Out of bounds.
And obviously every possession right now vital for Detroit.
Dumars to Hill with the corkscrew jump shot.
Nice timeout play. That was set up in the timeout by Alvin Gentry. Worked to perfection. Quick bucket.
Davis, Miller, Smits, Rose, and Best for Indiana. Headed by Hill. The crossover by Miller. What a move by Reggie Miller, but he can't get it. Daly out there with Hill, Dumars, Don Reed, and Lindsey Hunter. Hunter for 3 from Hill.
Wow. Reggie Miller was complaining on the other end while Lindsey Hunter was running the floor.
We're tied at 84. Smits and Daly, doubled by Dumars, out to Rose, into Miller. He's quickly doubled. Here's Best by Daly, and wide open Antonio Davis. And fouled inside is Davis.
Smart play by Travis Best. First you look at pushing it up the court, no one guarding Lindsey Hunter, and bang, three-pointer. I mean, look at that. That's exactly what Detroit wants, to get in the open court and score. And then here, Travis Best had a 3, passed it up, put it on the floor, and caused a help pass, three-point play opportunity.
Reed picked up the foul. That was a terrific decision by Best.
It really was.
And the Pacers like that, up by 3, 87 to 84. And a timeout taken by Alvin Gentry. 87-84. What do you think Alvin Gentry is called here?
Well, I think it's going to be either ISO or post-up play for Grant Hill or Daly. What they want here is a three-point. They want to see if the Pacers were trapped. There's your post. Now they're waiting for a trap. If you don't trap, he's going to try to score.
Daly comes out of the
place.
Well, he's playing great, but smart decision by Indiana. They had to talk about that in the huddle. The decision is we are not going to trap Grant Hill. We're not going to allow you to find an open three-point shooter.
And what do you think of that decision?
I think it's a good move.
1:10 to play. Smits goes tumbling to the floor.
Now, you remember
with Hill
earlier what we talked about? They talked about the moving screens, and Alvin Gentry said run into it and you will get a foul. Grant Hill ran into it, and instead he's laying on the floor. Let's take a look here. Now you see he is moving, and Grant Hill ran into that on purpose so he could get the foul call. Unfortunately, they're not going to give it to Grant Hill. But that's exactly what Alvin Gentry told him to do. If a guy is moving, run into it. Let's see if Smits is moving. He is absolutely moving. That is a moving screen, and it should have been an offensive foul.
Well, as it stands, Smits will be at the free throw line. Where tonight he is a perfect 5 of 5, and when you've got a big man shooting that well, that is a plus.
But see, there's no double team, but then there's a late help on this play. The late help freed up Bison Daylight.
Pacers on top, 88-86. And that will stay that way. Hill with the rebound, he quickly calls and is allotted a timeout with 1:07 to play.
He wants the ball again to go to the low post to Grant Hill with Bison Daly cutting to the basket. If Hill has him one-on-one, he can take him. Otherwise, they want the ball going out to Lindsey Hunter for a three.
Now it'll be interesting because it's no longer a three-point game. It's a two-point game. So what does Indiana do now? Do they decide this time, are we going to trap?
What would you do?
I would say the same way, and that's exactly what Indiana is doing. They had a foul to give.
And that goes to Reggie Miller. Detroit is out there with Dumars, Hill, Daly, Judd Bushler, and Lindsey Hunter.
See, I think that they just wasted a foul to give, though. I mean, you have one. Just because you have one, don't use it. Save it. Now they've wasted it. The next foul, you go to the foul line.
Hill working on Miller. Rejected by Antonio Davis. What a play.
Same thing that they did last time. There was no double team. They were going to let Grant Hill try to beat Reggie Miller. When they saw Miller beat, Antonio Davis from the weak side comes to block the shot. Good, smart move by Larry Bird.
Davis playing tennis. Timeout. Best and Davis on the floor. Alvin Gentry has Reed, Dumars, Hunter, Daly, and Hill.
Indiana should be in no hurry to get this shot up, but yet still they want to make and take a good shot whenever they have it.
Shot clock at 7. They're going to have it in the second. Best dancing with Hunter. Up and off. Rebounded by Daly. Pistons down by 2. And there's a difference of 1 second. The game clock and the shot clock as everybody comes to their feet. Hill was fouled by Miller. Or was it Smits inside?
I'm not for sure where they're calling it. You can see Smits exactly where Grant Hill. Watch the flash cut by Don Reed. Right there. Tough pass, too. Fortunate.
Grant Hill is at the free throw line.
Well, this might be why he spent so much time before the game. Shooting on his free, or working on his free throw.
Well before practice, well after practice, and 2.5 hours before tonight's game. Shooting free throws. Well,
maybe that's why.
Maybe that's why. He is a career 73% free throw shooter. But in a game like this, with a name like his and the talent he possesses, free throws have got to be automatic.
Yeah, especially with him, because you know he's going to get fouled. Now, if he makes his free throw, Detroit's going to try to steal the inbounds and then foul right away. The problem is you're fouling the best free throw shooting team in the NBA.
Hill's got 18, missing 2. Jerome Williams takes it.
Great hustle. And he did not miss that on purpose, but it sure worked out.
A timeout, the final timeout for the Detroit Pistons. Jerome Williams breathes new life and resuscitates the Detroit Pistons. It's been this kind of game.
And that was a great substitution. Jerome Williams came in on the substitution by Alvin Gentry after the first miss.
10 seconds to play. Pistons with the ball and down by 2.
Defender to help guard Grant Hill. I think you ISO him aside and let him go with his quickness.
Dumars, Hunter, Hill, Daly, and Bushler in.
Watch Daly also.
Hunter guarded by Best. Dumars in row.
Yeah.
this. Grant Hill, Miller defending by himself for the tie. Rebound, Indiana. Buzzer sounds. Game is over. The Indiana Pacers have come to the Palace and beaten Grant Hill and the Detroit Pistons 88-86 in a huge Central Division win.
That's a big win. That is a big win for Indiana. 2 big wins in a row, beating New York, then coming to Detroit and beating them here without Mark Jackson.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
You know, give this team a lot of credit. The New Jersey Nets could have just kind of faded as you take a look at right in here. Kittle's foot out of bounds. This team could have folded. New coaching staff, new philosophy, making it a little simpler for the basketball players. And all of a sudden you can see a little new life in this team. They're moving better defensively, getting to the hoop, scoring more points recently as Marbury gets a deuce.
He's always played well against the Sixers.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, here's a guy that's averaged 9.5 assists against the 76ers and about 22 points per game.
George Lynch off the Iverson miss gets the deuce. George averaging 9 and 7 boards. Sixers down 4 with 4 and change now remaining here in the first. Marbury operating for the low post, finds Kittles for 3, and you'll give him that shot.
Anytime he wants to take that shot, I would give it to him. As you said, he's shooting a career low from the floor this year.
Marbury the steal. Kittles ahead of Lynch.
Of course, if you keep getting shots like that, your field goal percentage will go up immensely as New Jersey picks off another pass. I mean, you've got some athletes out on the floor right now at the 1, the 2, and the 3 spot. And then you've got Van Horn and Williams playing the 4 and the 5. So the athletes are at the key spots right now, the 1, 2, and the 3.
Iverson spotting Ratliff. He's been hot lately, pulls his way in against Cunningham, who's got an ample fill. Theo forces the issue, and we have a foul. It is on Cunningham. It'll be his second. And 3 on the team. Cunningham, a starter, but does not play starters minutes. He is one of, count 'em, 3 on the net roster in the midst of 10-day contracts.
I mean, they're winning ball games right now with guys on 10-day. I mean, that's unheard of. Generally, when you bring a guy in from the CBA or overseas at this time of the season, you sign him to a 10-day contract and you say, okay, you know, maybe we'll get you some minutes, but you're filling in for an injured guy. Because they have so many injuries and so many guys on the injured list, they need these 10-day guys to step right in and be successful. As you have Cunningham going out and Jamie Fike, another 10-day coming in, who against Washington last night had a double-double.
He's played well for them, and my sense is they'll keep him for the rest of the season.
Oh, there's no question about that. I mean, not only do they like the way he plays, but he's just a nice kid. And remember when he was in Philadelphia, I thought Jamie Fike would be a very good backup somewhere in this league. And you know, he's been to a few spots, and I thought he would have stuck, but I think New Jersey likes him, and they're keeping the rest of the year.
Van Horn in a tussle right now with Harvey Grant. Iverson the double. A swing to Gill, met by Ratliff. Good defense by the Sixers. 4 to shoot. Gill likes to drive, settles for the J. Van Horn pulls it away. Snow reaching in. Thought he had it cleanly. Actually, it's Iverson called for the hack, his first. We have a timeout. Under 3 to go now here in the first.
Hello, yeah, I'd like to...
That's the second time.
Hey, weren't you going to switch companies? Yeah, I'm getting a Comcast phone.
Aaron McKee is in for the first time. And he's in for Harvey Grant as they look for a walk there against Ratliff. Sixers down 4, about 2.5 now to go here in the first. Eric Snow, good spot for McKee. In rhythm. Aaron with a couple of big field goals last night. One a three-pointer to close the third. The other a deuce towards the end of the game. Lynch almost wrestled it away from Marbury, and there is Jamie Fike. He's picking up some loose change.
Right spot at the right time for Jamie Fike. Getting the deuce there.
Fike in his third fragmented season out of Michigan State. Iverson crosses over on Marbury. They ooh and ah at that one. This is Lynch getting 2. For only the second time this season, George Lynch, yesterday against Milwaukee, going without a steal. He's been among the NBA leaders in that category all season long and has, at times, led the league. Gill, who ironically leads the league in steals, comes down with a miss. Fresh 24, but Marbury hoisting up a three. Gill has it again.
Kendall Gill says, we're going to score at some point. All you got to do is keep getting the offensive rebounds. And you give a team, even the New Jersey Nets, who are the worst shooting team in the NBA, the only team shooting under 40% in the NBA this season, you give them enough opportunities, and they're going to score. As Kendall Gill got 2 O-boards and gave his team a couple opportunities as Aaron McKee misses the jumper on the right side.
Almost the good save by Lynch. It goes out of bounds, and the Nets will take it. Wholesale changes. Matt Geiger leading the Sixers 24-20.
Boy, how'd you like to be one of the guys on the Nets bench with that has a contract for the year, and you got 3 guys ahead of you that are on 10 days? What's that going to tell you?
Of course, it could be Lucius Harris, who's guaranteed through what, the year 2003? Kittles the miss, but getting his own miss and scoring. Kerry Kittles, scrappy there for New Jersey. Now we just have a correction here on the first quarter clock.
There's a look at Kittles, hard working, picking up the ball, getting the basket.
Got a 10-second difference between the clocks, so the Nets here could get the last look, leading the Sixers by 6. Iverson steps in. Bursting in there is Hughes. Boy, he must have gone up about 4 feet for that one. So indirectly, the Flight brothers hooking up. Shot clock is unplugged. 9 seconds to go in the quarter. 26-22 New Jersey. Gill working over McKee. Hit the top of the backboard and went over, say the officials. So the Sixers here will get one final look with 7/10 of a second to go here in the first quarter. It will have to be a heave and another heave. McKee in search of Geiger.
Wow.
And you know what? Now New Jersey gets it with 7/10 of a second, right at that spot.
I think at that stage, I mean, just let somebody catch it down on this end. I know what you're trying to do is lob to Matt Geiger, but just make sure somebody touches it. Now this gives New Jersey an opportunity to get the basket. I was going to say, did anybody touch that one? And that's what Larry Brown's saying. Did anybody touch it? Is it our ball coming?
Iverson personally, his 76ers trailing after one, 26-22. As he and Stephon Marbury locked up. Thought it was going to happen. Marbury, of course, playing for Minnesota, and the Timberwolves not on the Sixers' abbreviated schedule this year. But alas, when we get back to 82, they will meet 4, perhaps 5 times a year. Marbury has clearly upped his scoring since his acquisition from the T-Wolves, just as the trading deadline had arrived. This is Kittles, unsuccessful again from the outside, and Iverson runs it down for the Sixers. Iverson, good setup of Geiger, who has come into the game, and Matt getting a badly needed field goal after going without one last night for only the second time this season against Milwaukee.
Yeah, but you take a look at last night's game, and then the previous 5 for Geiger, averaging better than 16 points, 52%, and pulling down 7 boards. So it's okay to give Matt a night off every once in a while, as long as you continue to put up good, solid numbers 95% of the time.
Included in those numbers, the season high at Miami about a week ago when he dropped 25. Here Geiger pulls in the Kittles miss. Sixers down 2. Hughes right around Hendrickson, got to the goal, and got to Larry Hughes. Just went right around Mark Hendrickson like he was standing still. My goodness, he was standing still.
Good crossover move by Larry Hughes.
Hughes now 2 for 2 for 4. And we're locked at 26. The defense on Marbury, 5 to shoot, fight way out of his range, 2 to shoot. It'll have to be Kittles.
Jerry Kittles in double figures tonight.
Kittles, right after Marbury was acquired, signing an extension with the Nets. Of course, a lucrative one. Allen Iverson. Good save inside by Hughes after his good friend Allen Iverson missed, and Hughes able to rescue him.
Jerry Kittles has not boxed out Larry Hughes yet. You think at some point, now that's a second offensive rebound for the putback, you would think Kittles would start boxing out, and that's what Don Casey's looking at him. Say, hey, box out the guy. He goes to the offensive boards, and Kittle pats himself on the chest and says, my fault. Well, my fault doesn't get it all the time.
Kendall Gill striking moments ago for New Jersey. Hughes feeling good. McKee broke it loose. Gathered in by Fife. Kittles nearly turned it over. And the Nets will keep it. And we have a timeout. Larry Hughes supplying 6 points off the Sixer bench. We'll have more from Continental Airlines Arena right after this.
Second time for Larry Hughes. First one was a jam. The second one was a nice little layup there, as we saw.
Eric Snow in relief of Allen Iverson. Allen coming out. It's his customary time to do so as Marbury hitting the long deuce.
Well, three-ball shooting is up since being traded. In Minnesota, shooting about 31%. Since coming over to New Jersey, 38%.
Eric Snow rumbles in and gets two, and that is when he is most effective. Probably one of the main reasons why his scoring is up lately.
Last 3 games for Eric Snow, 15 points, shooting 55% and 5 assists.
Lucius Harris, the former Sixer into the game, his first touch, and he got 2.
Eric Snow has played 6 games without turning the ball over. He's done a great job for the Sixers so far this season.
Sixers down 4. Hughes hit in the act of shooting. Chris Gatling, who won it out anyway, and Brian Evans, and they gave up some picks. Sixers down 2. Van Horn against Ratliff. Theo played excellent defense against him the last time they met. To the floor goes Van Horn out of bounds. The Nets here left with 6 seconds to shoot. The two, of course, former college rivals.
Nice little pump fake by Van Horn. See, there's another guy that does not need to jump very high to get his shot off.
The Nets barely get it in before the 5 seconds elapse. Gill in tight, got 2. Kendall Gill averaging 11. And a whistle here from Tim Donaghy as Ratliff was posting Van Horn, and Van Horn
about 10 minutes just talking to him, had the sheets of paper out, going over plays and schemes and everything else as Larry Hughes, the little floater to the hoop for another deuce. Larry Hughes coming off the bench, playing well for the Sixers tonight.
Van Horn lifting a free, and he hits it. Keith Van Horn, a 28% shooter from beyond. And that's not even the NBA average.
But that's just his 40th shot from beyond the arc. Guy shooting 28-29%.
Theo Ratliff finding the stroke here in the first half. The Sixers are down 3. 7 and change to go in the second quarter.
Good offensive production so far by Theo Ratliff and Larry Hughes. A couple guys that needed to pick up their offensive game just a little bit, and they have tonight.
The Nets, the worst shooting team in the NBA coming in. You would not know it by the first half they're having. Geiger over Carr, got it down. .41-38 New Jersey. Van Horn posting Ratliff. Snow the double. The swing to Harris for 3. Ratliff, as hitting the floor is Fife.
Going to his left. Coming off the screen by Matt Geiger. Gets the floater to the hoop. Good play by Larry Hughes, who has 8 in this quarter, 10 overall. Theo Ratliff with 10 as well.
Here are the Nets out of the timeout with a fresh 24, leading the Sixers 41-38. Van Horn against Ratliff. Theo gave him all he could handle defensively. Snow spotting Ratliff, the big giant, step to the hoop, and he slams for 2. Ratliff with a dozen, Sixers down 1. Past the halfway point of the second quarter. Look at Theo against Van Horn. The eyes lighting up. And a bad pass that time, too far for Carr and out of bounds. The Nets turned it over about 16 times per game. That's around the NBA average, maybe a little higher.
So they're 17th in the league in that category.
Iverson stepping back onto the floor. Now Elliot Perry has charge of him. Allen easily dips in and gets 2. Iverson was 7 here in the first half. And the Sixers lead for the first time, 42-41. Iverson has Harris in the post, but Perry looks away and shoots. Harris comes down with a miss at a fresh 24. Carr. That was for 3. He's not a bad three-point shooter.
Shooting about 30% on the year. Not bad, not great, about right on the average.
Iverson, all the room to operate here against the man they call Socks. Perry fakes him out of his socks and gets 2. Oh, Allen Iverson. What a move. He's got 9. Those socks on Perry just drooped a bit. Perry looks to answer. Indeed, he does. Elliot Perry, his 8th year now out of Memphis, was buried by George Karl in Milwaukee. Karl preferring to go with Vinny Del Negro. And for Perry, his arrival in New Jersey, a new lease on life for him. Right now trying to deal with the elusive Iverson. You can see the help from Carr. 6 to shoot for the Sixers. Geiger takes on Fight. And Geiger feeling pretty good tonight here in the first half. Geiger now with 6 off the bench. Sixer bench really providing the team with a lift. Perry blocked by Geiger, retained by Snow. Triggers the Sixers into action, a 4-on-2. Iverson for 2, yes!
Don Casey going to get the timeout as the 76ers, with 3:39 to go, take the 2-point lead as he saw his team get burned a couple times in the last few minutes as far as getting back, giving the Sixers fast break opportunities as Geiger gets the block. Sixers pushing the basketball up. Eric Snow with the dish to Allen Iverson for the deuce.
Well, by 2. Pass for Geiger from Snow, interrupted and stolen by Lucius Harris. Marbury back into the game, going to take it home.
Well, that's the one thing that Marbury can do. He can penetrate, and he can finish with the best of them in this league.
Locked at 48. Eric Snow by Fike, by Carr, the miss. And Fike comes down with a rebound. 4-on-2 for the Nets. Harris for Van Horn. They collapse on him. Geiger and Ratliff make them pay, and Van Horn will go to the line for 2. No light. Just his first, and Allen Iverson has the other.
Neither team is fouling very much. New Jersey with 5, and as you said, the 76ers with 2.
And the Nets going to the line here for the first time tonight.
And if you're New Jersey, that certainly is the guy you want to go to the line. He's had 48 in a row, snapped the other night, shooting 85%, 12th in the league. But in the third quarter last night, in the game against Washington, he missed a free throw. 48 in a row.
What's the record? 90-something, I want to say? Michael Williams?
Yeah, he was about halfway there. But still, that's a lot.
The Nets trapping here. Geiger takes on Fike. The hand check foul coming up on Jamie Fike. His first.
Team's third.
And now 3 on the team. And a technical foul is called up to go before halftime. Kittles mobbed by Lynch. Van Horn with about half a foot on Hughes. Sixers scrambling defensively. 3 to shoot for New Jersey. Van Horn didn't know how much time is left on the shot clock. And the shot clock violation on the Nets. For New Jersey, their 4th turnover to 8 for the Sixers, but the Sixers with the vast majority of those turnovers in the first quarter. Sixers by 1 with the ball. Iverson trying to escape Marbury, and now their latest tangle unfolds. Kittles running at Allen. Snow goes in and gets 2. Nicely done by Iverson to get rid of it off the double team. Larry Brown wants to see more of that.
Eric Snow has been taking the ball to the hoop exceptionally well here the last few weeks of the 76ers heading into the last month of the season. Great job by Eric Snow getting to the hoop, getting the layups, giving his team some points on the board. And the Sixers come up with a defensive stand, up 3 with 1:05 to go.
While throwing kudos his way, last night for the 6th time this year as the starting point, Eric Snow going without a turnover. Iverson meets Marbury again, blows right by him, had his foot stepped on in search of a foul. He continues to yell at one of the officials as Marbury went up for Van Horn, and Ratliff knocked it away, and Allen will get his just desserts. Sixers by 3, the Nets here with a 2-for-1. If they work it right. And now an update on the score. It's 55-50 Sixers. They lead by 5. The right here called for the illegal defense.
Allen better watch it. He's going to get a technical here pretty soon. He's been still arguing that he got stepped, his foot was stepped on.
So the Nets get it back here with a fresh 24 and about 6 seconds separating the clocks. It's 55-50 Sixers, and Iverson with 16 as we approach the break.
Sixers do have a foul to give.
So in doing so, you might deny yourself a final possession. Kittle's missing the 3, and now the Sixers have it with the shot clock unplugged, and they will hold for 1. That's the time remaining first half. Eric Snow lined up by Carr. Leaves for Ratliff. Theo. The miss. Lynch. Can't put it back from long distance, and that'll do it. 76ers, after a very tough start, recover and then some to lead it by 20. And as we begin the third here, along with Steve Mix, Mark Sumoff tonight on UPN 57. The 76ers leading the Nets, their largest lead of the night thus far at 5, 55-50. Marbury out there in the backcourt along with Kittles, Van Horn, Cunningham, and Gill up front. Marbury en route to Van Horn. Lynch the pick. Iverson lined up by Kittles. Lynch, good look for Snow. Eric. And Lynch comes down with a miss. Iverson and Snow in the backcourt. Ratliff in the middle with Grant and Lynch bookending him. Iverson, it'll count. And he will go to the foul line for 2. The Sixers now leading the Nets by 7. 57-50. Van Horn wants Ratliff. What a fascinating matchup between these two. Van Horn does not have his way. Ratliff turned him away at the door. Eric Snow is going to try to take it home. Hit by Gill, nothing called. Lynch. The putback for the Sixers, who now lead by 9. So the Sixers with the first 4 points of the third, and that's all Don Casey needs to prompt him to call the 22nd timeout.
76ers coming out of the locker room with defense on their mind. Theo Ratliff not allowing Van Horn to get a good look at it. Swipes another one out of there for Theo. That's his second block shot on the night. And the 76ers are off and running. Take a look at George Lynch. coming down with the offensive rebound, keeping it above his head, doing a great job of not bringing the ball down, staying in balance, and just taking it right back up. Now, that's the way. You can tell George Lynch has had some great teaching in grade school, high school, and college to not bring that ball down. A lot of guys still in the NBA get the offensive rebound and put it on the floor.
That's a regular drill for players. Go up there, keep your hands up one after the other as Iverson hits the floor, and an offensive foul is called on Kerry Kittles. For Kittles, his first. Almost 90 seconds gone now here in the third. Ratliff against 6'10", 250-pound William Cunningham. Kittles, the rebound. He took it in the face. Curry getting poked in the left eye. And the Nets will ready a reserve for him. Marbury steps in. Lynch controls it for the Sixers, who now would appear to be very much in control of this game. That's Kittles forcing the timeout so he can retreat to the sanctity of the New Jersey bench and take care of the poke in the eye. Lucius Harris will come in for him.
Well, let's take a look and see where Kittles gets hit. Comes down with the board. There's George Lynch reaching for the ball, getting carried just a little bit in the eye. Unintentional, of course.
Harvey Grant contends with Van Horn, has his way, and a late whistle. A foul on the floor. I believe the field goal will count. Loose ball foul is on Kendall Gill of the Nets. Field goal counts.
The jump hook goes underneath right in this area here. George Lynch with inside position. Kendall Gill trying to weed him out of there. Has his arm around the waist and kind of throws him back a little bit. Official right on top of that. Good call. Sixers continue to stroke the ball well from the free throw line. 9 of 10.
And the Sixers the first 7 points of the third quarter. Grant has Marbury on a switch. Iverson thinks about helping out. Van Horn is free for 3. And the Sixers now, with almost 3 minutes gone in the third, leading by a dozen. Iverson for 3. Pulled away by Van Horn. He is their leading rebounder in the absence of Jason Williams. Marbury plows over Snow, if you will, pun fully intended, and the blocking foul on Eric. Jamie Fike will enter for the Nets.
Good crossover move. You can see Eric Snow still moving to his right. It's a good call by the official. Marbury, Snow talking to each other.
Ed Geiger is in for Harvey Grant. Fresh 24 here for the Nets. Lucius Harris. New Jersey still without a field goal here in the third. Iverson works the 2-on-1. The fake to Snow. Can't roll it in. Geiger follows the miss, but he will be called for the personal foul.
You know, that's a nice move by Marbury. He's the only defensive player back. You have Allen Iverson running along with Eric Snow. Quickly take a look. Who's going to take the shot in that situation? Don't leave Allen Iverson. He's the leading scorer in the league. Instead, leave Eric Snow and stay with Allen Iverson.
And the Nets coming in as the worst shooting team in the NBA begin to show their true colors. Scoreless over the last 6 minutes, going back to the second quarter, as Fike and Gill share the Geiger miss. It's 62-56. We have played almost 4 minutes of the third. Van Horn wrestles with Ratliff. And now the two resume their mano-a-mano. Keith Van Horn, not that time. Lynch has the air ball for the Sixers. And Jamie Fike bothers him enough that Lynch turns it over.
Nets have missed their first 6 shots here in the third quarter.
Next ball timeout.
And New Jersey trying to solve that puzzle, calling a timeout. Exactly, the Nets out of the timeout, looking for their first points of the second half. Iverson knocks it away and out of bounds.
One thing that Jimmy Lynam said to me before the game, he says, you know, watching last night's game, you guys were so quick offensively and defensively. And tonight, no different tonight for the Philadelphia 76ers. Lively on the defensive end, trying to push the ball on the offensive end.
Eric Snow works it inside. Hit, drop to the floor, 48. Outscored now 16-0 since then. Don Casey and Jim Lynam need to solve this riddle. Their team without a point in the last 7+ minutes. And look at the Sixers scramble defensively. They are active. Marbury against Snow. He'll have to hoist a three. On the floor, Van Horn. Ratliff wanted a piece of that. It goes out of bounds, and the Nets will keep it. 64-50, the Sixers here in the third.
Van Horn taking it back up, felt he got fouled. No call forthcoming. Sixers just continuing to add to their lead.
Gill probes, shut off. Marbury, the bump and run with Iverson, hog-tied by Snow.
Yeah, really?
And Eric, the personal foul, doing the... See, that's how the Sixers started so impressively this season.
And you know what? That's the way they're going to have to play from here on out. Now, they've got some tough games coming up, and you've got to win the games that you're supposed to win. Under 500 teams this season, Mark, the 76ers are just 6-5. You'd like to see that couple more wins in the under 500 category.
Iverson finds Ratliff, and Theo puts in 2 of his 16.
What a marvelous game for Theo Ratliff, offensively and defensively. The knee does not look like it's bothering him one bit.
Keith Van Horn able to answer their first field goal of the second half. It comes almost halfway through the third. It turns out to be a 3. Van Horn now with 17 to lead New Jersey.
Those feet were on the line.
They gave him 3. Sixers hold a dozen. Marbury lost it. Ratliff had it. He lost it. This is once again. The Nets trapping, forcing the ball out of Iverson's hands. Lynch in search of Ratliff. And finally, an official makes a call. The Sixers will keep it here with 8 seconds to shoot. And a 20. Harris, that's for 3.
Now that was definitely a 3, but Van Horn's 3, his feet, certainly from my perspective, looked like they were on the line.
Ratliff vacating for Lynch, who owns about 5 inches on Marbury. Snow dipping in and getting 2. Eric Snow, I'll tell you, Steve, over the last 4 or 5 games, most of his field goals have been from 5 feet and in.
Well, he's just taking the ball to the hoop as strong as he can. That's a great maneuver.
Van Horn maneuvers with the left hand. Snow runs with Iverson. It's a 2-on-1. Allen streaks it against Harris, and he's fouled. Little Lucius could do, and Iverson will get 2 at the strike. 68-57, Sixers. Marbury again operating for the low post. The double by Ratliff frees up Van Horn. Runs it against 3 Sixers. The air ball. Ratliff a piece of the attempted putback by Fife for the goaltend on Theo. And scored 2. For the Nets, Jamie Fife. And Larry Brown stating that he felt the shot was below the rim and had no chance of making it.
He might be right. He certainly had the angle on it.
Sixer lead down to 9, under 4 to go, third quarter. Iverson from McKee. Marbury finds Harris. Hughes runs at him. Gill takes it inside. Can't convert. Last touch by Hughes out of bounds. And the Nets have it back here with a fresh 24.
Well, the official said it was goaltend. Take a look at Fike, just over his head. Yeah, you know what? It looked like it, didn't it? From that angle, certainly looked like it.
George Lynch returns for the Sixers. And he is in for Theo Ratliff. Nets have it here with a fresh 24. Their last lead was 50-48. About 2.5 to go in the second quarter, and they went from there until about the 6-minute mark of this, the third quarter, without a field goal. Marbury again from low post position, run at by Geiger. Harris will try another three, and he hit it. Lucius Harris really has struggled for a good part of the year from beyond. He had only 2 3-pointers made, Steve, coming into the game.
Well, he's knocked down a couple here, but you know what? I mean, a lot of times getting time will certainly give yourself confidence.
Hughes rescues Iverson, has it blocked. Larry will try it again with a left hand. Tough luck. Lynch pulls it away. Goes in strong. Blocked and fouled by Fike. Good persistence by the Sixers, overcoming the
6 of 7 here in the second half. 5 for 11.
They lead by 7. Sixers won that game last night against Milwaukee at home from the foul line. The Bucks with more field goals, but the Sixers with a season high from the line. Van Horn versus Lynch. Keith wants him, and he gets him.
What's a nice move by Van Horn. The nice spin move and the long stride to get away from George Lynch.
Sixer lead reduced to 5. Hughes has Geiger doubled by Gill. Over Fike, got it down. Nice hoop by Matt Geiger, has been solid as a rock tonight.
Good patience as well. The double team from the top, but not a hard double team. Matt Geiger did not pass the basketball as Kittle. Maybe seeing the hoop a little bit better after getting scratched in the arm.
Kittle's with 14, 2 above his average.
And this is where it was at halftime. 5 points.
Jamie Fike his 6th rebound. Marbury gives it up for Gill, met and fouled by Geiger. Head coach and Michael Corrin, a former radio commentator for the Nets as assistant, says, take a look at Eddie Jordan. Sixer lead reduced to 3. As Steve mentioned, it was 5 at the break, and as large as 14 here in the quarter. Aaron McKee comes up with another hoop. Aaron McKee really shooting the ball well lately. He is 2 for 3 for 4. The Sixer lead is 5. The Nets here with an opportunity for a 2 for 1. They look to Van Horn against Lynch. Geiger the double and a foul. Going to be on George.
Fouls on the line, George Lynch is first. Nets in the penalty situation. Chris Carr in the ball game. The Nets replaces Kendall Gill.
Chris Carr is in as Kendall Gill goes out. Van Horn shutting off Iverson.
Now there's no hurry. Just set up to play. You're already in a situation where you're going to give the ball back. George Lynch goes 3 ball.
Misses. Carr chases it down. And the shot clock now unplugged. The Nets suddenly only down 3. Will hold for 1. Marbury versus Iverson. Flirting with the 3. Steps in for the deuce. At the buzzer. So Marbury, when all is said and done, suddenly makes it a 1-point game after 3. 73-72 Sixers, the 4th quarter right after this.
19 points for Allen, and the Sixers up 1.
Sixers have Eric Snow out on the floor. Allen Iverson getting a rest. Snow goes in, has it blocked, and there is Hughes doing some dirty work. Larry Hughes, a timely 2 to begin the fourth for the Sixers, who lead by 3. Marbury is out there with Kittles, Carr, Van Horn, and Fike. Van Horn triple teamed, Theo Ratliff among them, and Theo is called for the personal, his second. Elliot Perry comes in for Marbury. Here's the lob. Ratliff, the help. Good look for Van Horn, and again, Van Horn continues his march to the line. This time, it's on Aaron McKee.
Now watch the ball, and you tell me, Fike being double teamed, kick out pass. There's no question that Aaron McKee got Van Horn on the left hand. The ball went up and
easy about this one for the Sixers, who were up by as many as 14 in the third, now leading by 2. Geiger has Carr in a mismatch. McKee looks that way. Van Horn thinking about the double. Geiger spins away and got 2. The Nets in search of a travel that met Geiger, now with a dozen.
That's a great move by Matt Geiger. I mean, and the quick recognition by Aaron McKee as well, because Carr was guarding Geiger. There's no way that's going to happen.
Carr missing the 3. Ratliff, and going over the back of Ratliff was Fike. And he's whistled for his third. 2 now on the team. Did he learn this from Rick Mahorn?
Watch the great move right there. Never move the right foot. That's a good, solid move by Matt Geiger.
Rick Mahorn always talks about feeling the defense on your back, and Matt knew with those quote-unquote eyes in the back of his head where to go. Iverson had it blocked. Geiger, some loose change for 2 more. Matt Geiger, dustpan and brush, now with 14 on 7 for 9 shooting. Marbury tries to answer, cannot. And Ratliff wraps it up for the Sixers, who lead by 6.
Time to take control of this game one more time. Get the ball down low to Matt Geiger. Give him the basketball. He is feeling it.
He's got Van Horn on him. Gives it up off the double. McKee finds Hughes, stopping short. Sixer lead is 6. Marbury for 2. Hughes has it for the Sixers. Escapes the backcourt, a 3-on-2. Challenges Van Horn, and Keith knocks it away. Hughes again has it stripped. McKee with a loose ball. And the Sixers call timeout after that flurry. They have 12 to shoot and 7:07 to go in the fourth quarter clock, and they lead by 6, 83-77. We'll be back right after this.
Breakout at your Quality Plus Ford dealer. Big savings on a huge selection of cars and trucks. Get $1,500 cash back on Escort and ZX2. Ford Escort, designed with safety cell construction. Ford ZX2, available with 130 horsepower, 16-valve Z-Tech engine. Both are loaded with extras, and both with $1,500 cash back. Ford Escort and ZX2, built to last. The breakout sales event only until April 17th, only at your Quality Plus Ford dealer.
Breakout!
Your way, it just tastes better. Why do more people choose Comcast than any other wireless network? It could be because we have the only digital network that covers the whole region. Or maybe it's because you can call nationwide for one single rate. Whatever the reason, Comcast customers agree on one thing. You can't beat the coverage. Now, Comcast delivers nationwide calling for 10 cents a minute.
Tonight, the first of 4 straight on the road for the Sixers. Game number 2 here on UPN 57. The 76ers will be at Boston. Now, when the Sixers return home, from this latest trip, they will take on the Toronto Raptors, and that'll be on Wednesday, April 14th. The 76ers giving away to the first 5,000 fans grease boards, courtesy of the First Union people. For more information, call 215-336-2000. Here are the Sixers now out of the timeout with 10 to shoot. Iverson with only 3 second-half points. Hughes dissuaded, 3 to shoot for the Sixers. Larry into action. The air ball caught by Van Horn, so play continues. William Cunningham in, same for Lucius Harris for the Nets. Marbury cradles and goes in, and a foul.
Marbury getting into the paint, cradling the ball as he takes it in amongst the big guys. Beautiful play by Marbury, and the reverse layup, drawing the contact, getting fouled, making the bucket, pulling the Nets to within 4, make it 3 right now. 76ers, 6:45 to go, up 3 on the Nets. Run the offense. Once again, get it to either Theo or Matt. Little inside to outside game.
Geiger now outside against Cunningham. Takes him with the runner. Ratliff. Van Horn looming. That would have counted, and Theo will go to the line for 2 after Van Horn commits his second.
These guys have just said, jump on my shoulders. We're going to take it from here on out. Geiger takes the ball to the hoop, but on the other side is Theo Ratliff, and he is fouled on the putback attempt. Geiger feeling it, may have been fouled, but there's Theo with the putback. And he'll go to the line to shoot 2.
13th foul on New Jersey, and Ratliff will get 2 with the Sixers up 3. In case you thought this should be a cakewalk for the Sixers, as George Lynch comes in for Matt Geiger, who sits with 14 off the bench. The Nets have not only won 4 straight, but here at home they have beaten in that string Atlanta and Miami. They also won at Boston and last night at Washington, and playing nearly 500 under interim coach Don Casey. Sixer lead is 5 as we approach the halfway point of the 4th. Snow back into the game and attached to Marbury. Iverson has Harris. This is Gill for 2. Iverson working over Marbury. Ratliff gives up the dribble. Allen, the catch and shoot, and he got it. Allen Iverson, his first field goal of the 4th, only his 5th point of the second half. He's got 21.
Timely basket by Allen Iverson, but you went inside first. Little inside to outside. Theo Ratliff with the assist.
Marbury off the pick and roll, all cotton for him. A double-double tonight. 15 and 10 assists.
Hey, what, Cunningham set a nice screen on Eric Snow. Cunningham, big fella out there, isn't he?
6'11", 250. Harris running at Iverson. Gill looking for the steal. McKee is open. Hit another one. Aaron McKee has been large for the Sixers the last 2 nights. Hitting some big field goals. The Sixers are up 5 with exactly 5 to go in the 4th. Van Horn with a Sixers scrambling, got another 2. Keith Van Horn now with 28 points.
Well, both teams are stroking the ball well the last few minutes. 76ers still shooting better than 50% from the floor.
Iverson tied up by Van Horn, got it again, fouled. And he should be going to the line for 2 after Cunningham committed the personal.
Allen getting by Cunningham, sliding by Van Horn. Actually, Van Horn stripped him of the basketball, but there's Cunningham over the back.
Allen Iverson to the stripe.
You shoot free throws with that. Guys with balloons. You got the big brick back there right in this area here. Great job. Balloons all over the place. You concentrate on the little orange rim. The good ones can.
Gill again. Ratliff, a good job to hold off Fike, allowing McKee to come down with a rebound. Iverson trying to escape the clutches of Marbury. McKee has Ratliff against Fike. Theo. And Fike comes down with the board, his 7th. Sixers out-rebounding New Jersey tonight by a dozen. Marbury for 3. Fike, after getting hit in the eye, looks to come down with a miss. It's knocked away and out of bounds, and the Nets will keep it, and they'll have a fresh 24.
Jamie Fike being slapped in the eye by George Lynch. George getting 2 players tonight.
Earlier this year, Fike was elbowed in the head by Tracy McGrady. Here's Marbury over Ratliff. Fike, the miss, the block by Theo, and a whistle from D. Cantner and a foul. It is on George Lynch.
Marbury pushing the ball to the hoop. Let's try and find George Lynch as Fike comes down with the rebound. Couldn't quite see it, but he was fouled on the putback attempt. Sixers up 5. Still up 5 as Fike misses the free throw.
A 76% shooter. Fike to the line for the first.